Star Trek Voyager, Full Circle, by Kirsten Beyer, for W. Fred Beyer. If you enjoy this and the other audiobooks on my channel, please like and subscribe. Part 1. What Fates Impose, June 23, 80. Prologue. Venice was everything Chakotay imagined it would be, perhaps more. Though the simulated version created by Tom Paris on Voyager's holodeck many years earlier had its charms, it bore the same relation to the real thing as replicated eggplant parmesan did to, well, food. If one could be struck by serenity, such was the cumulative effect of the water of the Grand Canal lapping gently beneath the Ponte degli Scalzi, the faintly pungent yet sweet taste of the air, the dim luminescence of the crescent moon hanging above, complemented by its dimmer counterparts in the small votive candles sitting atop the cafe's scattered outdoor tables, and the light blanket of damp warmth that nature had tossed over the city on this summer night. La Zucca, the 15th restaurant to bear the name on the site since its establishment in the mid-19th century, was close enough to the most heavily trafficked of Santa Croci's streets that it should have been buzzing with life on a night such as this. The closest public transporter station was 2 blocks away, having long ago replaced the ancient Santa Lucia railway station. The bridge of bare feet arched over the canal less than 100 meters in the distance. And by all reports, the food was authentic northern Italian and absolutely delicious. Still, the cafe was all but deserted, and Chakotay honestly wouldn't have wanted it any other way. It stood to reason that only days after an attack by a monstrous Borg cube, residents might still be skittish about returning to their normal lives or venturing too far from home. But having faced the Borg down more than once, Chakotay could not share their pessimism. At least La Zucca had been open, unlike many other local businesses. If Catherine didn't arrive soon, he might have to go ahead and at least sample the cuisine without her. He'd already opened the first of what he hoped would be at least a couple of bottles of red wine. There would be no synthahol on the menu this evening. He didn't think she'd mind if he started them off with a small antipasto appetizer from the menu he'd already had time to memorize. With luck, if he ordered it now, it would arrive at the same time as the Admiral. Admiral Janeway. Chakotay had to smile to himself. It wasn't that Catherine didn't deserve to be a vice-admiral. She'd been a Starfleet captain for years before taking command of Voyager and bringing her safely through the Delta Quadrant. Her record was unassailable. What Chakotay still found hard to believe, even 2.5 years since Voyager's return from its 7-year journey, was that Catherine had so readily accepted the promotion upon their return to Earth. Of course, it would have been bad form to turn down the offer from Starfleet Command. And if the history of this timeline bore any resemblance to that of the Admiral Janeway, who had assisted her younger counterpart in bringing Voyager home, it did suggest that Catherine would continue to climb steadily through the ranks. But she had been his captain when they met, and for the first 7 years of their life together. Though technically also a captain in his own right, Chakotay had chosen to accept the position of her first officer when his Maquis vessel was sacrificed to save Voyager in their first battle with the Kazon. He still vividly remembered the sight of Catherine, standing on Voyager's bridge with her chin held high, but her heart clearly torn as she struggled briefly with her decision to destroy the array that had brought them to the Delta Quadrant and was their best chance for a timely return home. When she had finally given the order to Ensign Kim to fire tricobalt payloads at the array, B'Elanna Torres had demanded furiously to know what gave her the right to make that decision for all of them. Even Chakotay had been surprised at the time by how quickly a response had formed on his lips. "She's the captain," he had said, settling the matter once and for all. Even now it was hard not to see Catherine in the light of her most compelling and inspiring role, the center seat of a Starfleet vessel. As his captain, she had earned his respect and loyalty. Harder to pinpoint was the exact moment along the way when she had also won his heart. Still, the damage was done. In nearly 10 years of discovery and exploration, success and bitter loss on the field of battle, and ultimately the tedious demands of duty, he had never wavered in his commitment to her. Finally the time had come to make that commitment more real and permanent than fate had allowed until this night. In the past, he might have felt a certain amount of anxiety at the prospect, but now the idea that he and Catherine would move side by side into their future brought only a sense of peace and relief. It was simple. It was right. It felt like destiny. The only thing troubling him even slightly was the fact that Catherine was now over a full hour late. Most likely, Chakotay assured himself, she and the rest of the Admiralty were still working long hours in the aftermath of the attack. He hadn't spoken to her, as he'd hoped to, when Voyager was finally allowed to enter the Sol system, following their deep space mission to the Yaris Nebula. The area had been restricted after the appearance of what, by the brief reports he'd heard, had been a massive cube, and traffic in and around Earth was only now returning to normal. They had agreed to meet for this dinner almost a year earlier. Only 3 weeks ago, Catherine had reminded him of their date, as if he needed a reminder, and half-teasingly described the cruel fate that would befall him should he stand her up. He knew that in the interim she had undertaken a classified mission, but surely she was back by now. Chakotay refused to doubt that wherever she was at this moment, it was here, with him, that she wanted to be and would be as soon as possible. Opposite him at her empty place was a gift he had long wished to return to her. He had first given it to her almost 5 years earlier, on the occasion of a slightly mortifying misunderstanding that had nonetheless been the catalyst for them, finally to openly discuss their deep feelings for one another, and the duty that made those feelings irrelevant until Voyager was safely back in the Alpha Quadrant. Somehow, Chakotay had managed to set his feelings aside and even half-heartedly pursue other romantic relationships. But he had survived on the hope that one day he would find himself exactly where he was now, in Venice, ready to give back the gift she could not accept when it was first presented to her. It was a circular mirror, edged with polished stones collected from planets Voyager had visited in the Delta Quadrant. On the back, Chakotay had inscribed the words, "When in doubt, look here." Struggling with his growing impatience, Chakotay adjusted the mirror ever so slightly in its place, then toyed briefly with the silver ribbon he had tied around its center. He'd seen no need to wrap it completely. Catherine would remember. In his fidget, he managed to pull the bow off-center, so he was forced to grab the mirror and begin to readjust the perfect presentation he had just ruined. Of course, it was at this moment that he heard soft footfalls behind him. Arriving from the transport station, Catherine would have come from the south. Chakotay had suspected this would be the case, and had chosen the table from the many that were free, which would both highlight the dramatic view of the canal and the bridge, but also make it easy for her to spot him. An unanticipated shot of nervous adrenaline coursed through him, and he fumbled the bow again. Finally he decided to toss it aside altogether, and simply rose and turned to greet her, now holding the precious gift in his hand. Somewhere in the back of his consciousness he registered that the footsteps slowed and came to a stop as he turned. He didn't know why this made his heart beat just a bit faster. Perhaps he was spoiling her entrance, but, mid-turn, it was too late to change course. Only when he had come fully around did he realize that what faint light the moon was casting fell behind the individual now standing before him. The figure, he realized immediately, even in the obscuring shadows, was not Catherine. "Good evening, Captain," a deep male voice said softly. Fear, like ice, shot through Chakotay. The man stepped closer, just enough for the soft illumination of one of the cafe's exterior lights to match the face to the voice Chakotay already recognized. "Hello, Mark," Chakotay managed through an ever-tightening throat. "I'm sorry to—" Mark began, but failed to find words to continue. He didn't need to say a thing. His eyes bore the weary, haunted expression of a man whose darkest demon has just stopped by for a good, long visit. "Catherine told me weeks ago she was meeting you here tonight. Mark finally offered, as if in apology. "I tried to reach you the moment Voyager returned, but things have been, well, I'm sure you know. I promised Gretchen I would." Chakotay raised a shaking hand to silence him. Years ago, Mark Johnson and Catherine Janeway had been engaged. He had married someone else after Voyager was lost in the Delta Quadrant and its crew pronounced dead. When word had finally reached Earth that Voyager's crew was in fact alive and still on course for home, Mark had told Catherine honestly what had happened and the friendship that had been theirs long before their courtship had reasserted itself. Even now, Catherine often enjoyed off-duty time with Mark, his wife Carla, and their young son Kevin. Chakotay needed to ask why Mark was standing here now in Catherine's place. He needed to, but he couldn't. Mark was having just as hard a time saying anything more. Finally, in a barely audible whisper, Chakotay found the strength to say, "She's not coming, is she?" For a moment, Mark stood frozen before him, as if knowing that to move into the next second would make the awful truth he carried with him suddenly real. But it was already real. Though Chakotay had allowed himself to be distracted by the beauty of the setting and the anticipation of her arrival, as the minutes had passed and she had failed to appear, a gnawing doubt had begun to fester. It had only taken a glance at Mark's face for that doubt to become something more closely resembling dread. The truth. Chakotay's heart had known but stubbornly refused to acknowledge even now was that there was only one thing that would have kept Catherine from meeting him on time this night. Finally, Mark shook his head ever so slightly, and fresh tears glinted in his eyes. Somewhere deep in the center of Chakotay's being a distant roar began to build. But it was still possible to keep it at bay, connected as it was to a reality that Chakotay's heart would not accept. "Just tell me she's not dead," Chakotay said flatly. It wasn't much, this faint possible hope, but it was enough to keep the worst from descending upon him in its full, final force. Mark inhaled sharply, then composed himself. "She is," he replied in a grim attempt at stoicism. The next sound Chakotay heard was that of breaking glass as the mirror he held in his hand fell to the cobbled street, shattering. September 2378. You and the Kuvama are in danger. For weeks, Milana Torres had been able to think of little else. The warning had come to her anonymously, a scrawled hard-copy message shoved under the heavy wooden door that separated her private living space from the rest of the monastery on Borith. Here she had spent the past 8 months studying ancient Klingon scrolls in an effort to learn all she could of what fate might have in store for her beloved daughter, Miral. She had come to Borith to find her mother. Though their reunion had been brief, it had helped B'Elanna come to grips with the Klingon part of her heritage, which she had vigorously tried to ignore for most of her life. Once that was done, it had been her husband, Tom's suggestion that they look deeper into her Klingon past in order to banish once and for all the disturbing notion that their daughter might be the Kuvamog, or Klingon savior. B'Elanna had initially decided to humor Tom, as he had yet to find a posting on a Starfleet vessel that suited him. It had seemed a harmless enough diversion. Of course, the chance to spend countless hours in only his company and that of their infant daughter had been even more compelling. As much as they both thrived in the world of Starfleet service, after 7 years spent facing the very real possibility that each day in the Delta Quadrant might be their last, the quiet, contemplative hours spent sheltered on Borith had brought both of them much-needed space in which to deepen the bonds between them. Too soon, duty had called. Admiral Janeway had requested Tom's assistance on a diplomatic mission, and within weeks his spectacular service had earned him the only job in Starfleet that Tom Paris couldn't possibly turn down, first officer aboard Voyager. Being separated from Tom was difficult, but it would have been much easier to bear had B'Elanna not begun to seriously believe, shortly after he had left, that there might be more to connect the prophecies about the Kuvamag and their daughter than either of them had believed they would find. It had been easy enough to dismiss the many parallels between Miral and this fated savior when the notion first reared its ugly head back in the Delta Quadrant. Voyager had encountered an old Klingon vessel filled with hundreds of warriors, whose parents and grandparents had long ago left Konoz in search of the Kuva Mag. Some believed that Miral, though unborn, was the end of their search. And when Miral's hybrid blood cells had managed to cure those same Klingons of a fatal virus, Nerit, that they had contracted on their journey, it was hard to argue the point, at least in this case. That Miral had been their savior. The scrolls that had led Kolar's people to the Delta Quadrant were only the tip of the prophetic Klingon iceberg. Those had been written 1,000 years ago by a warrior named Amar. On Boreth, B'Elanna had discovered the scrolls of a Klingon ascetic, a man named Garg, whose writings preceded the founding of the Klingon Empire by another 8 centuries. Garg was the one who had said that the Kuvama would be a Voyager. His words had sent an unpleasant chill coursing down B'Elanna's spine when she'd first read them. Further, he had inexplicably gone on to say that the true purpose of the Kuvamag was to restore the Klingon gods, a patently ridiculous notion. Even if B'Elanna were a believer, as the Klingons supposedly had slain their gods ages ago for being more trouble than they were worth. Despite the smatterings of coincidence that could be found in the writings of both Amar and Garg, B'Elanna was a long way from accepting that any of this was real, much less relevant to her daughter. Clearly others, however, weren't having as hard a time as she making that leap of faith, and she had no idea to what lengths they might go to see their beliefs made real. Miral slept peacefully in her arms, her breath slow and deep. Though Tom had helped B'Elanna construct a makeshift crib from straw and animal skins, the only items the monastery seemed to have in plentiful supply, B'Elanna was finding it harder and harder to let Miral out of her arms, never mind her sight. This had forced B'Elanna to rig a private comm station for her quarters. The only other station that provided access to the outside universe was located in a secluded room deep in the bowels of the monastery, and Boreth's residents were granted access to it only sparingly. Any moment now, Tom's face would appear before her on the small screen. Despite the distance between them, they had managed to speak at least once a week since his departure, but even this, the event that should have been the high point of B'Elanna's day, was now tinged with discomfort. For weeks now, B'Elanna had struggled with the fear that whoever had warned her that her life and Miral's were in danger might not have been exaggerating. And for weeks, B'Elanna had beaten that fear into brief submission so as not to reveal even the faintest hint of alarm when she spoke with Tom. B'Elanna didn't want to leave Boreth until she was confident she knew everything there was to know about these cursed prophecies. But she wasn't a fool either. If Tom knew about the warning, he would take immediate leave and drag both B'Elanna and Miral from the monastery, kicking and screaming if necessary, to keep them safe. B'Elanna had lied to Tom repeatedly. She hated doing it. But for now, it seemed necessary. Her final justification had been the brilliant rationalization that she could not be certain how secure her private comm transmission was. Were she to reveal her fears to Tom, she might simultaneously be revealing them to those who wished her harm, and that might be all they would need to set whatever plans they had in motion. It was simply too great a risk to take. Just one more week. Maybe 2. Surely in that time she would be able to find the flaw in the logic suggesting that Miral might be the Kuvama. As soon as she did, they would return to Earth, perhaps even to Voyager, and Tom would never need to know what she was hiding from him. Puman. And then the face of the man she adored, the sandy blonde haircut regulation, short, the piercing blue eyes, and the smile that promised such wonderful mischief appeared before her, and B'Elanna's heart leapt even as the practiced mask of utter calm descended on her features. "And how's my little Kuva Mag this evening?" Tom cooed. B'Elanna couldn't help but smile. When Tom used his favourite endearment, her fears seemed almost laughable. "She's trying something new tonight," B'Elanna replied warmly. "What's that?" Tom asked. Sleeping. Ah. Tom nodded sagely. I wondered when she would figure that one out. A couple of nights ago she managed almost 6 hours straight, B'Elanna went on. Talking to Tom these days was much easier when they stayed in innocuous territory. That's got to be a record, right? Mm-hmm. B'Elanna nodded. I'm hoping she sets a new one tonight. Has she been wearing you out? Tom asked, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. B'Elanna knew he would never willingly imply that there was anything in the universe his wife couldn't conquer. Even with a half-Klingon wife, it was such a fine and dangerous line between supportive and condescending. She has been more active. I swear she'll be walking any minute now, and then we're both doomed, B'Elanna said. How's Klarg doing? I honestly never thought I would use the words Klingon and doting in the same sentence, but the truth is, he adores her. I don't know what he'll do with himself when our stay on Borth ends. This was mostly true, though B'Elanna had refused to leave Mirrol with Klarg even once since she'd received the cryptic message. Daily, however, Klarg managed to find an almost reasonable excuse to stop by B'Elanna's chamber and ask after morale. The grizzled old man was positively smitten. The fact that he had no grandchildren of his own was a crime against nature. Funny you should bring that up, Tom segued. What? B'Elanna asked. Leaving Borth, Tom replied, in an attempt at nonchalance. B'Elanna's heart fluttered, but she managed to keep her game face in place. Has something happened? B'Elanna asked, not really sure if she wanted the answer to be yes or no. No. Tom shook his head immediately, then sighed with feigned weariness. It's my mom. Is she okay? She's terrific. In fact, she just completed the arrangements for a party at the family ranch 3 weeks from now. That'll make your average annual Federation Day celebration look like a small, intimate gathering. What are we celebrating? B'Elanna chuckled. Tom couldn't hide his embarrassment. My promotion to first officer, he replied. You were promoted 2 months ago, B'Elanna pointed out. You've met my mom, right? Tom asked. Petite, blonde, and fiercer than a breeding horta when it comes to anything at all to do with her son. B'Elanna remembered all too well. Julia Paris had been something of a revelation. Her slight figure belied an intensity that was truly something to behold. B'Elanna had always believed that meeting Tom's father, the famous Admiral Owen Paris, would be the more daunting introduction to her new in-laws, but she'd been pleasantly surprised to learn that Tom's single-minded, stubborn persistence had been a gift from his mother. Besides, it takes at least 8 weeks to schedule an event when you're inviting half the quadrant. Busy schedules and all that? Tom added, clearly mortified at the thought. Sounds like it should be awful. B'Elanna couldn't help grinning at his discomfort. Right, Tom nodded. And of course she's adamant that the whole affair will be a disaster if her daughter-in-law and granddaughter aren't there to be shown off to all of her friends. Yeah, that hadn't been hard to see coming. Tom, B'Elanna sighed. There's still plenty of time for you and Mirrol to hop a quick transport. And I promise, as soon as it's done, I'll escort you both back to Borth myself, if that's what you want. In a way, it was exactly what B'Elanna wanted. And maybe there really isn't anything more for me to learn here. Is this going to be a resistance is futile kind of thing? B'Elanna quipped. Now that you mention it, it's actually kind of terrifying to imagine what the Borg might become if my mother's distinctiveness were ever added to theirs, Tom mused. Unexpected relief warred with concern within B'Elanna. Her gut told her that whatever forces were lying against her and her daughter, they weren't going to be dissuaded by a party. And she couldn't be certain that by leaving Borth, she wouldn't be playing directly into their hands. Still, strong as she was alone, that strength was increased by an order of magnitude when she was with Tom. She missed him. But more than that, she needed him. Then I guess we can't disappoint her, can we? B'Elanna replied. The utter love and gratitude that beamed from Tom's eyes in response made further words irrelevant. What did she say?" Tom was glad his back was to his father, so Admiral Owen Paris couldn't see the reflexive eye-rolling that occurred the moment Tom realized his father had been lurking in the doorway while he spoke with B'Elanna. Tom couldn't blame his father. One of the nice things about being both older and married, since he'd last spent any considerable amount of time with his dad, was that actions that would have once driven Tom to heated, angry distraction were now eminently understandable and easy to forgive. Owen didn't mean to pry. But as Tom now knew all too well, if Owen returned to Julia's presence without being able to tell her that her daughter-in-law and granddaughter were now en route to Earth, there would be 10 kinds of hell to pay, and Tom wouldn't have wished that on an enemy. Let alone the father he had come to respect and love since Voyager had returned home. "Why are you even asking?" Tom asked good-naturedly as he switched off the comm station and turned to face his father's delighted face. "You were listening the whole time, weren't you?" "I wanted to, Owen fumbled for a moment. Though Tom sort of liked seeing his father stammer about for an acceptable excuse, he couldn't even count the number of times this particular scenario had been reversed between them. He didn't like to see his father in unnecessary distress. Tom had been responsible for more than his fair share of that over the years. Thankfully, those years were behind them. "It's all right, Dad." Tom finally smiled. "They're coming. Now go tell Mom so she can alert the Federation News Service." Owen nodded swiftly in relief, but made no immediate move to hasten to share the good news. Tom gave his father a few moments before asking, "Something else on your mind?" Owen took a few steps into the room and answered as innocently as possible, "Did they mention how long they might be staying?" To be fair, Owen Paris wasn't the only person who really wanted an answer to that question. Tom knew that pushing B'Elanna was fruitless. Progress with his wife on any issue came only in slow fits and starts, and was almost always on B'Elanna's schedule. He counted it a major victory that she had agreed to leave Borth at all. The "how long do you plan to stay?" question would come only once she was safely home and hopefully enjoying herself immensely. "We really didn't have a chance to discuss it," Tom finally replied, and watched as the wheels in his father's head instantly shifted to a higher gear. Owen nodded and took himself for a short walk, a few paces back and forth, then stopped, pulling himself up to his full height in preparation to begin. The speech. Whenever there was anything particularly serious on Owen's mind, he usually completed this little ritual before beginning his orations. Tom could always see the speech coming from miles away. "The thing is, son," Owen began, "and please tell me if I'm overstepping my bounds here," he offered. Tom nodded graciously for him to continue, and tried unsuccessfully to hide the smirk that was forming on his lips. He sometimes couldn't believe how well he now felt he knew his father. "Both your mother and I were so relieved to learn that you were alive long after we thought, well, the worst. And when you came back to us, you and B'Elanna and Miral, it was almost too good to be true. Of course, you're both young and still anxious to serve Starfleet, and that's wonderful. But if there's anything I regret in my own life, it's the time I didn't make for my family, especially when you and your sisters were young." There were moments in the past when Tom would have made his father suffer greatly for making such a statement. But the young, injured, insecure Tom Paris, who had run as far from his family as possible in an attempt to escape his own failings, was now a man at peace. Where once he would have accused his father of worse than the negligence Owen was admitting, now Tom only wanted to offer what comfort he could. "I understand, Dad," Tom quickly interjected, "now more than ever. It's hard to balance a career and a family." "There's no way to get it right all the time," Owen nodded, wordlessly accepting his son's implied forgiveness. "I never want you to feel the regrets I've felt." Owen finally went on. "I know B'Elanna needs to understand her heritage, and of course it's your job to support her. But don't you think it would be possible for her to continue her studies, or research, or whatever the hell she's doing on that Klingon rock a little closer to home? Before you know it, Miral will be walking and then speaking, and—" Owen trailed off, at a loss to put into words the various miracles that accompanied the raising of a child or being a grandfather for the first time. Finally he settled for, "I just don't want you to miss it, son." Tom rose from his seat and crossed to face his father. "I have no intention of missing any of it, Dad," he assured him. Owen smiled faintly, his eyes alight with some of the mischief Tom had managed to turn into an art form. "Then you agree that when B'Elanna and Miral return, we should find a way to make their stay more permanent?" Owen asked. Tom extended his right hand to his father. Owen took it and shook it firmly. "Absolutely," Tom replied. "Good man," Owen said, clapping his son on the shoulder amiably. Owen was clearly now armed with all he needed to face his wife, and he was halfway out the door when Tom suddenly remembered a question he'd been meaning to ask Owen since he reported back to Earth a few hours earlier for his leave from Voyager. "Dad, do you know a Captain Eden?" Owen seemed to search his memory. "She's part of Project Full Circle, isn't she?" Tom nodded. "She's requested a meeting with me. I was just wondering if you had any idea what it might be about." Both Owen and Tom were aware that Project Full Circle was the task force designated by Starfleet Command to analyze Voyager 1 relay and circuit at a time when it had returned from the Delta Quadrant. 9 months later, however, and with Voyager now fully refitted and back on active duty, it seemed odd that the project was still going and that Eden was still in search of new information. "I honestly don't," Owen replied. "Eden does have a reputation for being pretty thorough in her research and reports. She can bury a man in analysis quicker than most. She's probably just trying to tie up a few loose ends," Owen finally decided. "I'm sure that's it." Tom nodded. "When do you report to her?" "Tomorrow morning, bright and early." "Will you still be home for dinner tomorrow night?" Owen asked. This time Tom failed to hide the rolling of the eyes. "Yes, Dad," he replied, feigning impatience. "Don't you—" "Yes, Dad me, Commander," Owen snapped. For a split second Tom jumped to attention. Then both of them shared a hearty laugh as they made their way to the kitchen to let Julia Paris know that all would soon be right with their world. Captain Afsarah Eden was a morning person. Her ex-husband, Admiral Willem Batiste, had accused her more than once of being an incurable midnight oil junkie, but the truth was she simply didn't seem to need as much sleep as most people she knew. She often worked late into the night, wrestling with whatever problem was currently caught in her teeth, before catching 3 to 4 hours of rest and rising early to attack the next problem on her list. For the past 9 months, that problem had been the USS Voyager, the ship, its crew, and the countless details of their 7 years spent in the Delta Quadrant. Initially, she had been tasked with a minute analysis of the modifications that had been made to Voyager's many systems while the ship was out of range of any Starfleet repair facility. The most interesting were the ablative hull armor and transphasic torpedoes. They had been gifts or contaminants, according to the Department of Temporal Affairs, from a future Admiral Janeway for use in Voyager's final confrontation with the Borg before the ship had returned home, and had been stripped from Voyager immediately. Despite their effectiveness and the potential tactical advantages they provided, they had to be balanced against Starfleet's necessary caution towards such advanced technology, as well as the repercussions to the time stream. Some of the other modifications: the shipboard dilithium refining unit designed by Chief Engineer B'Elanna Torres, and the regenerative circuits and relays provided by 7 of 9, a former Borg that Captain Janeway had somehow managed to repatriate into individuality, merited closer consideration. These modifications had been truly inspired, though brought about by necessity. The Intrepid-class explorers had never been designed with such long-range excursions in mind, however. Many other starships were, and Eden felt strongly that many of Voyager's innovations should be safely adopted, fleet-wide. She'd already spent months arguing this point with Admiral Kenneth Montgomery, Project Full Circle's ranking officer. Though the decision had been made to restore Voyager to Intrepid-class standard prior to its return to active duty, Eden remained hopeful that she was making headway with Montgomery and that soon many of the modifications she'd proposed would find their way back onto Voyager, as well as other Starfleet vessels. It had been a whiplash, inducing change of pace a few weeks ago when Montgomery had advised Eden that she was now considered off the study of Voyager's technological alterations, and assigned instead to spearhead a thorough analysis of all discoveries, both scientific and cultural, made by Voyager while in the Delta Quadrant. Eden couldn't be sure if this change in her orders was meant to be a compliment. Secretly, she suspected that Montgomery might have grown weary of her constant pressure and had simply been looking for a new subject to keep her busy until Starfleet was ready to formally respond to her proposals. However, once Eden had begun to dig into the existing reports on her new subject, including personnel logs and transcripts of the initial debriefing sessions of all of Voyager's crew, she realized that Project Full Circle's work in this area had, thus far, been cursory at best. Captain Catherine Janeway's session, a meeting which Eden would optimistically have scheduled to cover at least a week, had only been half an hour. The rest of the senior officers hadn't fared any better. The 15 minutes granted to 7 of 9, surely one of the most extraordinary and potentially invaluable sentient beings currently alive, had bordered on criminally negligent, at least in Eden's estimation. The official, rationale welcoming home, a heroic vessel, meant sacrificing thoroughness on the altar of necessity. Hostilities with the Dominion were still fresh in everyone's mind when Voyager had made its unexpected return to Earth. Starfleet's focus had been on recovering from the losses it had suffered. It was almost as if the brass believed a complete restoration of Starfleet's numbers to levels prior to the war was the only thing that could assure everyone, Federation citizen or not, that the cost of victory over the shapeshifters bent on galactic domination had been well calculated and had done no permanent harm. Voyager added to their tally. Eden understood the value of quantity, especially when you were showing the enemy your teeth. Personally, however, she was also a fan of quality. To her thinking, Voyager had just spent 7 years collecting data that, if analyzed and implemented properly, might give the Federation tactical advantages to make the next inevitable conflict with one of those species who had just never learned to work and play well with others much easier to conclude quickly and relatively painlessly. The Dominion conflict had been one of attrition. Starfleet had managed time and again to keep most of the Dominion's resources on the Gamma Quadrant side of their territories, while working to overcome their formidable but fragmented constituency in the Alpha Quadrant. Starfleet's losses in this conflict had been the largest in memory. Eden understood why Command had made their choice. She just didn't happen to agree with it, as there was little chance that the only solution to another such conflict was simply more ships. Eden already knew that there wasn't a superweapon buried anywhere in Voyager's logs. But there were other remarkable discoveries. A civilization that used space-time folding technology to cover distances so vast that they made warp drive look like a baby's first steps in comparison. Quantum slipstream drives, transwarp drives. Never mind their discovery of entire new dimensions like fluidic space. The intelligence Voyager's crew had collected about the Borg alone could fill much-needed volumes. Establishing Project Full Circle had been a step in the right direction, though it was terribly understaffed. Still, Eden was determined not to waste the opportunity presented by Voyager's unique experiences. Her first step had been to request permission to conduct new debriefing sessions with as many of Voyager's former crew as she deemed necessary. That request had been granted. The only caveat was that her sessions could not interfere with the crew's other scheduled assignments. Admiral Montgomery had promised Eden privately to try and keep the ship and its crew relatively close to Earth to help facilitate her work, and thus far he'd been as good as his word. She was anxiously anticipating the arrival of her first victim, Lieutenant Commander Thomas Eugene Paris. Tom managed to arrive at Eden's office a few minutes early, despite his mother's insistence that he finish the obscenely large breakfast she'd placed in front of him before she would consent to his leaving the house. He knew she was just making up for lost time, but he'd also managed to put on a few extra pounds in his last couple of years in the Delta Quadrant, and had determined to get his body back into fighting shape, now that the stress of being stranded in the Delta Quadrant, a new husband, and an expectant father were behind him. He'd made great strides on Borith, though, to his surprise, he'd developed a taste for live ga. The rest of Klingon cuisine was nowhere near as appetizing, and he'd managed to drop back down to his academy weight before returning to active duty. Much as he loved his mother, he wasn't about to let her undo all the good he'd done. Captain Eden's aide was a petite Deltan ensign. Tom hadn't seriously looked twice at another woman since well before he'd finally married B'Elanna, but he soon decided that the effect of a Deltan's pheromones had not been exaggerated, and was relieved when he was ushered into Eden's office only a few minutes after his arrival. "Good morning, Mr. Paris," Captain Eden said warmly, extending her hand to Tom as he entered. She was a tall woman, ebony-skinned, with large, pitch-black eyes and dark, tightly curled hair trimmed almost to the scalp. She looked to be in her early 30s. Tom had reviewed what he could of her service record before their meeting, however, and knew that regardless of her appearance, she was probably closer to 50. "Have a seat and make yourself comfortable." Eden smiled, gesturing to a small conference table with a spectacular view of San Francisco Bay. "Thank you, sir." Tom nodded. "Please." She raised a hand gently. "Call me Captain." "Yes, Captain," Tom replied dutifully, wondering how many female officers shared Admiral Janeway's distaste for formal modes of address. He blithely considered throwing a ma'am into their conversation, just for fun, but quickly decided that, though she seemed congenial enough, he didn't want to press his luck. Eden situated herself, pad in hand, in a single low chair across the table, while he struggled to find a position of attention on a couch that seemed designed to suck its occupants into deep relaxation. "I know you're pressed for time, so we'll just get started," Eden said, transitioning to a more businesslike mode. "Thank you, Captain," Tom replied, wondering if she was aware that he still had 5 full days of leave at his disposal before reporting back to Voyager. The quicker he got this meeting over with, the quicker his mother could continue driving him crazy with party preparations. Or maybe he could just take a brief, unscheduled jaunt to Marseille if time allowed. After a moment of silence, Tom felt it was his obligation to fill. He said, "The truth is, Captain, I'm not really sure what you wanted to discuss." Eden looked up from her pad sharply. "I'm sorry. I thought that was made clear in the request you received." "Not really." Tom shrugged. "I apologize again," Eden said. "My aide, Tamaris, is new." "It's not a problem, Captain," Tom assured her. "What can I help you with?" "Well," Eden said, clearing her throat, "it will probably be best if we simply start at the beginning." "The beginning of what?" Tom asked. "Your time in the Delta Quadrant," Eden replied. "Your initial debriefing session by Starfleet Command on this subject was a little—" Eden paused before settling for "sparse. It's time to remedy that." "Okay," Tom replied dubiously. "The ship's log indicated that you suffered mild concussive injuries in transit and came to consciousness on the bridge to find it in disarray. What were your first thoughts when you realized that you had been brought to the Delta Quadrant?" "That we were monumentally screwed," Tom managed to refrain from saying. "Well," Tom began, pausing to clear his throat. "It's been a while," he said, struggling to find a clear and more appropriate answer to her question. "Take your time," she insisted. Tom sighed deeply. Both his mother and Marseille were apparently out of luck, because this was obviously going to be a very long conversation. B'Elanna couldn't believe what she had just heard. She had come to the Emperor's audience chamber, determined to make her case quickly. No matter how loudly she had protested, she was forbidden to bring Miral with her to this meeting with Callis. Kularg had been only too happy to take Miral for what B'Elanna had promised would be only a few minutes, but B'Elanna's gut tensed with nausea every second that passed with Miral out of her sight. B'Elanna had hurried from the nursery, up the winding staircase that separated the living quarters from the great hall, and straight to the anteroom located just behind the Emperor's throne. She had been surprised to find not Kalis, but one of his personal guards, Commander Locht, waiting to receive her. Locht was the woman who had invited B'Elanna to Borth in the first place. Though she was no taller than your average Klingon female, she still managed to do imposing, like very few people B'Elanna had ever known. She had a capacity for utter stillness that many warriors lacked. Most were tightly coiled springs ready to snap at a moment's notice. Locke, however, carried within her a deep, slow power. B'Elanna had never doubted the woman's strength. Her position as a member of the Emperor's personal guard testified to her abilities and accomplishments on the field of battle. In fact, the only cause for confusion Locht had ever given B'Elanna was over the nature of their relationship. From time to time, it seemed clear that Locht truly wished to help B'Elanna in her quest. More often, however, Locht remained cool and aloof, her features as inscrutable as her motives. This was one of those inscrutable times. B'Elanna had quickly made her request, that she and Miral be allowed to leave Borth for a short time due to a family requirement and return in a few weeks. Locht had heard her out in silence. The part B'Elanna couldn't believe was Locht's ultimate answer to her request. "No. I beg your pardon," B'Elanna stammered. "You may leave, B'Elanna Torres," Locht said slowly enough to sprinkle many layers of condescension into her tone. "And you may take Miral with you. But if you do so now, you will not be allowed to return." "Why not?" B'Elanna demanded. "Only those whose motives are pure are granted sanctuary on Boreth," Locht replied evenly. "And what makes you think mine aren't?" B'Elanna asked, appalled. "A family requirement?" Locht said with unmistakable irony. Had B'Elanna not been ready to crawl out of her own skin, she would have had to admit that Locht had her there. She opted for as close to rational as she could under the circumstances. "Miral and I have been separated from our family for months," B'Elanna said. "Their request that we join them to celebrate my husband's promotion is a requirement, whether you believe it to be so or not." "I do not question your devotion, B'Elanna," Locht said a little less imperiously. "Only your motives." "My motives?" B'Elanna bellowed. Locht's mouth twitched with what looked like amusement. "You are granted access to our monastery only because of the Emperor's interest in your mother. Your stay has been extended because your intention to immerse yourself in your Klingon heritage is honorable. But this is not a recreational facility. Pilgrims to Borth do not come and go as they please. You are here at the Emperor's pleasure, and your request to leave simply because your mother-in-law is throwing a feast hardly rises to the level of requirement." B'Elanna knew she wasn't going to get anywhere with Locht. She opted to switch tactics. "Where is the Emperor now?" she asked. "That is not your concern. Has he been apprised of my request?" Locht's voice dropped menacingly. "He will be," she replied, "but I do not doubt his answer. Nor should you question my ability to speak now with his authority." B'Elanna's fists were clenched so tightly at her sides that the nails of her fingers were now drawing blood in small half-moon indentations on the heels of her palms. In another lifetime, the only release she would have found in such a moment would be to hit something very hard. But Catherine Janeway's patient mentoring had tempered the steel at the center of B'Elanna's being. Violence had its place. Here and now, it would accomplish nothing. B'Elanna took a deep, ragged breath. Maybe it was for the best. She wanted the option to return to Borth. But she and Miral would be leaving in the morning, with or without Locht's permission. B'Elanna dropped her head in defeat. Almost just as quickly, it snapped back up when the unmistakable clang of metal on metal reached her ears. Locht's eyes met hers briefly. B'Elanna saw in their momentary widening the same fear that now clawed at her chest. Without another word, both women rushed from the chamber. As they ran down the interminable winding staircase, the sounds of battle grew louder, joined by the lusty wails of Miral. The nursery. B'Elanna broke off her full-out sprint, just long enough to duck into her private chamber and retrieve the bat'leth she had brought with her to Boreth. It had been a gift from Kolar, an ancient weapon patterned after the original Sword of Khalis. B'Elanna hadn't practiced as much with it as she would have liked, but at this moment that hardly mattered. Locke stood at the entrance to the nursery, her mek'leth already drawn. Had she not stepped to her right, presumably to join the fight, B'Elanna would have run headlong into the woman when she reached the open doorway. It took B'Elanna only a few seconds to assess the situation. Kolarg lay nearest her, a cutlash buried in his chest. His blood pooled on the floor, and from the look of it he was already in Sto-Vo Corps. Locked and 3 male warriors were battling 5 females, all of whom wielded bat'leths. A 6th woman stood behind them, holding Miral. B'Elanna was about to join Logged when she realized that one of the men struggling to reach Miral was Emperor Khalis himself. Another loud cry from Miral reminded B'Elanna that there would be time for explanations later. Now, all that mattered was saving her daughter. B'Elanna knew well enough the bloodlust that overtook a Klingon in battle. She had never known, however, that the rage could be so focused when that lust was paired with a mother's instinctive need to protect her child. B'Elanna glided forward, ducking to avoid a wide sweep of Lot's blade. The warrior fighting Locke managed to parry, but she was not prepared for the undercut from B'Elanna's bat'leth, which buried itself in her abdomen. With a grunt, B'Elanna quickly freed her weapon from the woman, who was now bleeding to death, and turned to face her next assailant. Miral would have been close enough to touch, were it not for the woman and the blade now blocking B'Elanna's path. This warrior, B'Elanna, would fight alone. The sides were now evenly matched. As she brought her bat'leth up to block her foe's first strike, B'Elanna realized that whoever this warrior was, she possessed strength and balance that were truly alarming. She was not much larger than B'Elanna, but she fought with fluid grace, as if she were meditating while wielding her lethal blade. Blow for blow, she easily blocked each of B'Elanna's thrusts. B'Elanna was soon gasping with the exertion, but she gave no thought to herself. Miral was so close, B'Elanna could taste the victory. Suddenly, B'Elanna was aware of a new sound. As the line of fierce women protected her, the warrior holding Miral had drawn a disruptor from her belt and turned toward the back wall of the nursery where she was cornered. In a matter of a few blasts, she had managed to create a small opening in the wall. A couple more, and she would have opened an escape route for herself and Miral. Oh, hell no, B'Elanna thought. Her first move was to take her bat'leth in both hands, raising it above her head to defend against a downward swipe. She then twisted the blade to the right, taking some of her opponent's momentum with her and pulling the warrior slightly off balance. With a painful, crunching turn of her wrist, B'Elanna then jerked her bat'leth free, forcing the woman over to her left. Before she could recover, B'Elanna continued the turn she had begun, bringing her blade low and level as she spun around. The warrior had almost righted herself, when B'Elanna's sword sliced through first one leg, then its mate, just below the knee. To her credit, the warrior did not cry out despite the agony she must now be suffering as she fell to the floor. B'Elanna didn't take time to wonder, however, as she had just created the only breach in the line separating herself from her daughter. But by the time she had cleared her fallen foe, Miral's captor had clambered through the hole in the wall and disappeared. B'Elanna stepped through the opening to find herself in a dark, empty hallway. Miral's cries bounced off the walls around her, and for a disorienting moment B'Elanna could not find the direction to follow. Within seconds, however, someone else was pushing her way through the wall behind her. It was Locke. The commander paused for a split second, gestured for B'Elanna to go to the left, and took off running full speed down the hallway to the right. Blade still in hand, B'Elanna ran as if her life depended on it. After about 200 twisting meters, she realized that she had been sent down the wrong hall. She doubled back, her legs flying beneath her. The hallway ended in an open door that led to the exterior of the monastery, where the current temperature was well below freezing. Another 100 paces, and she found herself wading through a deep snowbank. Just ahead of her, Collis, Locke, and their two companions stood motionless in the snow. B'Elanna reached them, panting so hard it was almost impossible to speak. "Where?" she gasped helplessly. Collis exchanged a look with Locke, who drew the others aside as the Emperor moved to B'Elanna, grasping her firmly by the shoulders. "They are gone," he said simply, willing her to accept the unacceptable. "They must have had a ship in orbit. We saw them transport away." B'Elanna felt her knees jerk beneath her and finally give way. At the same moment, a feral cry rose from her belly, and soon her frustrated rage was bounding off the snowy landscape, assaulting the ears of men and beasts from miles around. When she was spent, there was nothing left but tears. They choked their way up her windpipe and scalded her eyes. It was Collis who finally pulled her to her feet, shaking her fiercely. "B'Elanna Torres, daughter of Miro," he shouted. She stared briefly into his face, her vision distorted by tears that continued to fall. B'Elanna had honestly never given much thought to the Emperor. Collis was a legendary figure, almost a creature of myth. But now, standing in the presence of the clone grown from Kalles's blood and imprinted with every tale and teaching attributed to the long-dead original, she instinctively understood some of the power of that legend. She understood it because in some way he was sharing it with her now, when without it she would not have been able to stand. A few deep breaths and the tears stopped. She stood before him and managed a faint nod. "Better," Kallis said, his long white hair whipping in the wind that danced around them. "Come," he finally said. "Where?" B'Elanna found voice to ask. "To find your daughter," he replied. Admiral Janeway was running late. These days, that was not unusual. Thankfully, her new aide, a stern, fair-skinned young Vulcan ensign named Deccan, had no trouble at all maintaining his sublimely composed countenance, especially when Catherine's was fraying. Deccan would never replace her dear friend Tuvok, but she found his mere presence a comforting reminder that finding the calm in the center of a storm was preferable to being tossed about on the winds. "You have another incoming transmission from Admiral Paris," Deccan advised her evenly, as Catherine searched through a stack of pads, in desperate need of the one that contained her schedule for tomorrow. "Please inform the Admiral that I'll be transporting over in less than 5 minutes," she replied. "But that would be a lie," Deccan said without a hint of accusation in his voice. "Given the state of your desk and the number of items we have left to discuss, I would estimate you will be unable to leave this office in less than 7.5 minutes. Catherine favored him with a smirk. Odds were he was right. "Then tell him it is my intention to transport over in the next 10 minutes. "Very well." Deccan nodded before stepping back to his desk outside her office as she turned her attention to a new stack. "No, not this one either. But I need to remember to forward that to Admiral Upton," Catherine said to herself, hoping the mental note would find a place to stick as she tossed aside another set of pads. "Oh, Deccan!" she called out, still searching her desk vainly. Within seconds, the ensign appeared, almost startling her. The young man had cat-like reflexes, but that hardly explained how he often seemed to simply materialize right in front of her when she needed him most. It was certainly the hallmark of an excellent aide, but it was also the littlest bit creepy. Catherine found herself wondering whether or not he might have some kind of personal transporter embedded beneath his skin that helped him to create this illusion. Contact Reg Barclay, and let him know that I've reviewed his syllabus for next quarter's Borg seminar, but I want Seven to take a look before I approve it. I'll be seeing her tonight, so he'll probably have her notes before midnight." "Yes, Admiral," Deccan replied, reaching for a pad buried beneath the stack she had just created and handing it to her. Of course, it was the one she had been seeking. "Thank you, Ensign," she sighed with relief. "Do you want me to reschedule your appearance on Illuminating the City of Light?" he asked tactfully. Janeway realized that the interview, which had been on her agenda for weeks now, conflicted with 2 other briefings set for the following afternoon. She nodded. With my deepest apologies. Despite the fact that she could spend another hour working and still not clear her desk, she was more than ready to put this day behind her. Which only leaves the request from Captain Eden, Deccan said. Almost ready. What does she want again? Captain Eden has requested a minimum of 4 hours at your earliest possible convenience. You have rescheduled your appointment with her 6 times in the last 3 weeks. She asked me to advise you that at this time, yours is the only interview she still requires in order to complete her report. Right, Janeway remembered. It wasn't that she was avoiding the captain, or Project Full Circle. But being an admiral was about prioritizing. And right now her life was only slightly more hectic than running Voyager's bridge had been the day they had first entered the Delta Quadrant. See if Captain Eden would be available to meet at 600 tomorrow. If so, I can give her 2 hours. I will transmit your proposal and forward her response to you this evening, Deccan replied. And the rest will simply have to wait. She decided. For the next few hours, I don't wish to be disturbed over anything less than the arrival of a Borg armada in Earth orbit. If you'd like, I could contact the Borg directly and ask that they postpone any imminent actions so as not to spoil your evening, Deccan said deadpan. Janeway paused for a moment as his words sunk in. Finally, her face broke into a wide grin. Humor, Ensign? The Vulcan acknowledged the question with a slight nod. Often it provides a welcome release of tension. That it does. She smiled. Well done. Enjoy your evening, Admiral, Deccan said. I intend to, she replied. Thank you. You are welcome, Admiral. Tom didn't usually think of himself as a worrier, but right now he couldn't help it. B'Elanna and Miral should have transported in over an hour ago. He had already put 3 calls in to Earth, orbital control, and all they could tell him was that B'Elanna's shuttle had yet to arrive. The friends who had assembled at the Paris ranch to greet his wife and child for a small family reunion prior to the next day's festivities were all doing their best to keep his spirits up by trying to pretend that nothing was really wrong. Captain Chakotay and Lieutenant Harry Kim were listening amiably to Voyager's former Eam Hay, as he recounted his most recent clash with one of the Federation Research Institute's geneticists, a Tellarite named Deagle. 7 of 9 and Tuvok stood nearby, pretending to give the doctor their full attention, but clearly not terribly interested. Poor 7, who worked with the doctor at the Institute on a daily basis, had probably already heard this particular rant at least a dozen times before. Tom's father was in his office, no doubt making someone at Orbital Control's ears bleed. When Tom hadn't gotten far in determining just where B'Elanna might be, his father had placed a gentle hand on his arm and told his son, in a voice that could have frozen magma, "Leave this to me," before disappearing into his private sanctuary. His mother flitted in and out of the room, checking everyone's beverages and reminding her guests that a variety of appetizers had been positioned strategically about the living room. A 4-course dinner was drying out in the kitchen, but Julia Paris, ever the optimist, smiled warmly at her son each time she caught his eye, as if to assure him that any minute now everything would be fine. At which point I tried to tell Deagle that the Oaxacatian genome, while undoubtedly more complex than the Necrestian, had several shared markers which were worth further study, the doctor said plaintively to his captive audience. And can you imagine what he replied? I can, 7 of 9 deadpanned. Both Harry and Chakotay had a hard time biting back their laughter. Of course you can, 7. You were there, the doctor replied imperiously. But before he could continue, Tom's heart leapt at the sound of the front door chiming. Tom hurried past his friends, but he was no match for his mother, who, to Tom's disappointment, was ushering Admiral Janeway into the room, rather than B'Elanna and Miral. My apologies, friends, Janeway said warmly to all before greeting each of those present individually. Moments later, Owen returned, his face failing miserably to mask his concern. Tom hurried to his side. Well? This is intolerable. Owen shook his head. Janeway, ever alert to a sea change in any room's temperature, turned immediately to her former mentor the moment he entered. She had served with Admiral Paris back when he was a captain, and she was a junior science officer. "Admiral Paris," Janeway said with a nod as she interrupted. Owen's face broke into a rare grin as he opened his arms to Janeway, and she shared a brief embrace with him. "I didn't think you'd ever get here," he said warmly. "I was unavoidably detained." She smiled in return, then turned more serious as she asked, "What's wrong?" Tom and Owen exchanged a look before Owen said, "B'Elanna hasn't arrived. And now no one can even confirm that her shuttle left Borg." Janeway's jaw tensed as her mind began to whir. "You've already spoken to the station?" she asked Owen. He nodded. "Time was, you asked a simple question, and you received a simple answer. Honestly, sometimes I wonder what's happening at Starfleet Academy, if these are the cadets they're graduating. B'Elanna's shuttle should have departed 4 days ago, but Earth Orbital Control has no record of the departure or flight plan. They assure me they've tried repeatedly to contact Borg, but have yet to receive a response." "So we don't even know if B'Elanna ever left Borg?" Janeway asked. Owen nodded grimly. "Why somebody didn't think to contact me," Tom began. "You mean, why didn't B'Elanna contact you?" Janeway asked gently. "It doesn't make any sense." Tom shook his head in frustration. "Well, there's only one thing to do," Janeway said, patting Tom gently on the back. "What's that?" Owen asked. "We need to contact the ambassador." "Which ambassador?" Tom asked. "Worf, the Federation ambassador to the Klingon Empire," Janeway replied. "He'll get to the bottom of this quicker than anyone." "I don't know why I didn't think of that," Owen mused as he directed Janeway toward his office. "Because we're talking about your daughter and granddaughter, Admiral," Janeway replied knowingly as she followed him out. Turning back to the others, Tom noted that Chakotay was now missing as well. "Where's the captain?" he asked Harry, who was absent-mindedly moving some cheese and crackers around on his cocktail plate. He stepped out. "Call from Admiral Montgomery." "He'll be right back," Harry assured him. Tom could tell that something was troubling his best friend, probably something more than B'Elanna's tardiness, but at the moment he was simply too distracted to press further. Knowing Harry, Tom would be the first person he'd confide in when he was ready. "That is unfair." Seven's voice rose above the other murmured conversations. "It is not," the doctor replied. "To conclude that all Tellarites are pig-headed when your interactions with the species have been limited to Dr. Deagle is to prejudge them. It is not worthy of you or them," Seven insisted. "Their physical characteristics notwithstanding," Tuvok added softly. "Why you insist on defending the man?" The doctor began, but was interrupted by Chakotay, who strode briskly into the room and made his way straight to Tom. "What is it, Captain?" Harry asked, before Chakotay could speak. "We've received new orders," Chakotay replied, obviously disconcerted. "What happened?" Tom demanded, his gut churning with worry that this might be news about his wife and daughter. "It's the changeling," Chakotay said, diffusing one worry while simultaneously creating a new one. Neither Harry nor Tom needed to ask which changeling Chakotay was referring to. A few months earlier, Chakotay had been kidnapped and impersonated by a founder who, in concert with the Cardassian scientist Krell Mozet, had almost managed to kill Chakotay and his sister. Mozet and the changeling had been experimenting on a group of colonists on Loran II, in hopes of finding a cure for the disease that limited the changeling's shape-shifting abilities, and they would have succeeded without Voyager's intervention. Before Chakotay could continue, Janeway and Owen returned to the room, trailed by Julia. Everyone gathered around as Janeway announced that she and Admiral Paris had just made contact with Ambassador Worf, who had promised to find out what had happened to B'Elanna's shuttle and report back to her as soon as possible. "I'm sorry, Tom," she added kindly. There's really nothing more we can do right now. Perhaps we should all sit down to dinner then, Julia said, trying to make this sound like a pleasant suggestion. I'm sorry, Mrs. Parris, Chakotay replied, but I'm afraid that Tom, Harry, and I will have to disappoint you. When everyone in the room had given him their full attention, he quickly briefed his listeners about their new problem. Apparently, after he escaped from Loran II, the changeling made straight for Karovi. He had been impersonating a Karovian aide for some time, but when he arrived, he murdered the diplomat affiliated with that aide and assumed her identity. I thought he could only impersonate male humanoids, Harry interrupted. We all did. Chakotay nodded. Who was the Karovian diplomat? Janeway asked softly. Merrin Cole, Chakotay replied. In response, Janeway raised a hand to massage her forehead and temples. Merrin Cole is dead, she asked, her voice heavy. I'm sorry, Admiral, she is, Chakotay replied, briefly placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Chakotay was well aware that for several months, prior to their misadventures on Loran II, Janeway had been in serious diplomatic negotiations with Cole. Karovi was debating leaving the Federation. In fact, they had ultimately decided to secede altogether shortly after the changeling had escaped. Janeway had felt this failure keenly, and to learn that it might have been instigated by this changeling was even more disturbing. The good news is, the Karovians discovered the deception and were able to capture the changeling. He is in custody now, and they are putting him on trial for the murder of Merrin Cole and her aide. What are your orders? Janeway asked. Voyager is to report to Karovi as soon as possible. Though they're no longer members of the Federation, the Karovians understand that the changeling compromised our security as well as theirs and are willing to allow us to interrogate him before the trial. They've postponed the trial for 2 weeks to allow us time to get there and debrief him. But in order to maximize our time with him, we need to depart immediately. Tom's heart sank. His duty was clear. He would report to Voyager immediately and begin preparations for their departure. How he would do that while worrying about Bayalana and morale was another matter, one he was not at all sure he had the ability to manage. Tom, Harry, Chakotay said intently, I need both of you back on the ship as soon as you're packed. Aye, sir, Harry said automatically as Tom nodded mutely. Chakotay then turned to Tom's mother. Julia, I can't tell you how sorry I am to take Tom away from you tonight. I know the celebration you have planned would have been lovely. Julia smiled faintly. It's no problem, Captain, she assured him. I've been a Starfleet wife for over 40 years. You get used to sudden changes of plan. Owen straightened a little at that, clearly proud of his wife, and put an arm around her tiny waist. We'll still go ahead with the party, he assured her softly. She smiled, patting him gently on the chest, then said, Well, if you gentlemen can't stay to eat, can I at least send you off with some of tonight's dinner? I would really appreciate that. Chakotay nodded. Yes, ma'am, Harry added with forced cheerfulness. As everyone hustled about saying quick farewells, Catherine took a moment to assure Tom that she would keep him apprised of any news from Ambassador Worf, which did a little to calm him. She then pulled Chakotay aside. I'd like to ask a favour, Captain, she said softly. Name it, he replied automatically. Merrin Cole was more than an associate. I considered her a friend, Catherine said tensely. Chakotay nodded. I understand. I'm going to contact Admiral Montgomery immediately, she continued. The favour is this. Please don't depart McKinley Station until you've heard from me. Done, Chakotay assured her. Do you mind if I ask what you have planned? Catherine raised her determined face to his. I'm going with you, she replied, her voice stone cold. Harry Kim had been dreading this night for weeks. Not this night exactly, but the last night of his leave. And it had just been cut unceremoniously short, almost making what was to come easier. At least the waiting was done. After several weeks of indecision, Harry had finally come to a realization. Now, he simply had to share it with the other person whom that revelation affected. No matter how many times he had rehearsed the conversation in his head, it never seemed to end well. Hence, the dread. He was half-packed when the doorbell of his small apartment in San Francisco chimed. "Come in," he called, stuffing an extra pair of boots into his Starfleet-issue duffel bag before zipping it closed. The door slid open and Libby Weber entered. As usual, she took his breath away. Most of her dark, curled hair had been swept up, leaving only a few tendrils draping down the back of her neck and perfectly framing her face. Her lightly tanned skin was set off beautifully by the deep green tunic she wore over what she always referred to as her comfy black pants. Libby crossed to him immediately, and Harry automatically took her in his arms, hugging her close. She pulled back just enough to say with hopeful eyes, "You said it was urgent." Harry's eyes remained glued on hers as he took a deep breath. "Thanks for coming on such short notice." Libby smiled warmly. "It was you or rehearsing for next week's Tarian Festival." "Not really a hard choice," she assured him. Harry nodded as he gently took her arms, which were still draped over his shoulders, and released himself from her embrace. Concern flashed briefly over Libby's face, and for a moment her gaze shifted over the room until it came to rest on Harry's duffel bag. "You're leaving again, aren't you?" she asked patiently. "I am," he replied, taking a few steps back. "I have to report to Voyager immediately." "How long will you be gone?" "At least a month," he sighed. Harry saw her fleeting disappointment and how quickly she conquered it. "Well, it could be worse." She smiled gamely. "Actually, Libby, it kind of is." Now the concern came to stay on Libby's face. She sat down on the edge of the bed, next to Harry's bag. Libby had been the one true love of Harry's life for more than 10 years. Despite the fact that 7 of those years had been spent apart, they had resumed their relationship almost immediately upon Voyager's return to the Alpha Quadrant. For Harry, it had been a romantic fantasy come true. Until a couple of months ago, when he had finally proposed to her and Libby had done the unthinkable, she had turned him down. She insisted then that she simply needed more time. What Harry had discovered when he thought about it, which was much too often for his liking, was that whatever the problem was, more time wasn't going to solve it. Harry wanted to sit beside her. But he also knew that if he was going to get this out, he'd better stay on his feet. Libby looked up at him warily, her breath coming in short, rapid bursts. "She knows what's coming." "I've given this a lot of thought, Libby," Harry began as kindly as he could. "I love you. I always have, and part of me probably always will." "I love you too," she said softly. "I know, just not enough to marry me." "Harry," she began. "Hang on," he said, raising a hand to stop her. "I know you said you weren't ready, that the timing was the problem. The thing is, timing is probably never going to be our strong suit. I'm a Starfleet officer. I'm always at the mercy of the next mission. Your performance schedule only makes that more complicated." Harry paused and sighed deeply. "I just think we both need to face reality. Marriage isn't something you have to think about, not at this stage in a relationship. If you're not sure now, you're never going to be. I think we both need to accept that and move on." Libby was fighting back tears. Whether they were of disappointment or anger, Harry couldn't tell. She rose and crossed to face him. For a moment she struggled, unable to find words. Finally she nodded. "You're sure this is what you want?" "Of course it's not what I want," part of Harry insisted. "I think it's what's best," he said instead. Libby sighed, then raised her right hand and briefly caressed Harry's cheek. "I wish this wasn't one of those times when I knew there was nothing I could say to change your mind," she said sadly. "I appreciate that," Harry replied. "Okay," she said, dropping her hand. After one last look and a shake of her head, she turned to go. When she reached the door, she turned back, silhouetted in the bright hall light streaming in through the open door. "Promise me something," she asked. "If I can," Harry replied. "Take care of yourself," Libby said. "And let me know when you get back. I understand things can't be the way they were," she went on, her voice shaking. "But I can't imagine a universe in which you and I aren't at least friends." "Neither can I," Harry lied. Libby nodded and was gone. The moment the door slid shut behind her, Harry released a huge sigh and sat for a moment on the bed where just moments before she'd been. The smell of her perfume lingered. It was a light floral scent, never cloying. Harry would miss it. But he also knew that there were worse things than missing someone. Overstaying your welcome was one of them, second only to beating your head against a brick wall. 7 years in the Delta Quadrant had taught Harry a lot, and they had changed him. As he snapped his suitcase shut, the vastness of those changes began to sink in. Libby was his past, and the past was over. He would try to be hopeful about the future. In time, he knew he'd get there. The journey would begin the moment he stepped out his front door. B'Elanna didn't know how long they'd been walking. Had she been able to think straight, she could probably have hazarded a reasonable guess based on their distance from the monastery or the coldness of her extremities. But there was only one thought she could hold in her mind long enough to make any kind of lasting impression. She's gone. At first, it had been a deep wound, gnawing its way outward from the center of her being. Now it was something else, a truth that would strike like a harsh blow, setting her heart racing, and then immediately recede into the distance of her mind. Just when it seemed far enough away that it might be nothing more than a nightmare, it would assault her again. In the brief space that separated the end of this disturbing cycle from its renewal, B'Elanna found neither the strength nor the ability to focus on anything else. Her steps ceased, along with her companions, when they at last reached a clearing at the edge of the forest, which B'Elanna knew began a few kilometers south of the monastery's walls. Wordlessly, B'Elanna watched as the two warriors who had fought at Kalas's side in the nursery began to gather wood to build a fire. Only now did she recognize them: Grak and Dekang. Several weeks earlier, her studies in the library had been interrupted by these two new arrivals. They usually kept to themselves, though they seemed to be interested in the same ancient scrolls B'Elanna was translating. She had always had the uneasy feeling that they were watching her. It was little comfort now to know that they must have been, but with the best of intentions. "Rise," Kalas's voice demanded. B'Elanna tore her gaze from Grak and Dekang to see Commander Locke lying prostrate in the snow before the Emperor. Locke's initial reply was too muted for B'Elanna to hear. Curiosity more than anything carried her toward the pair. Finally she caught a few words. "Beg only for a quick death, though I do not deserve it." "I said, rise," the Emperor repeated more ferociously, and Locke obliged him by pulling herself to her knees. "It is not me you have failed," Kalas said harshly. "I and the other Guardians swore to protect the life of Miral Paris with our own," Locke said in a matter-of-fact tone. "I have failed. My life is forfeit." "Miral Paris is not dead," Kalas replied. Something new sliced through B'Elanna's gut. It might have been hope. "But, Emperor," Locke stammered. "How do you know that?" B'Elanna demanded, stepping between them. Kalas held one hand up to silence her as he removed his duck-tog from his belt. For a moment the edge of the blade pointed toward Locke's throat. Then the Emperor tossed it into the air, catching the blade in his hand and presenting the hilt to Locke. "Should the day ever come that we find Miral dead, I will indeed send you to Greythor. Until then, your life belongs to B'Elanna Torres." Something close to hatred flashed briefly in Locke's eyes. B'Elanna easily understood. To go from serving as the Emperor's personal guard to the service of a half-Klingon commoner would have been a hard choice for any warrior. Most would rightly have preferred death. But Locke's anger quickly passed. With a sigh, she accepted the blade and drew it lengthwise along the flesh of her left palm. As fresh blood dripped onto the snow at her knees, she offered the blade to B'Elanna, saying, "I hereby swear to serve you faithfully until we have found your daughter, Miral. Should I fail in this task, my life is yours to claim." B'Elanna didn't understand why this was so important, but if Callus wished it, she felt she should play along. Mere practicality suggested that at this point she could use all the help she could get. She accepted the blade and used it to cut her own palm. Allowing the blade to fall, she watched as her blood mingled with logs. "I accept your oath," B'Elanna said softly, "and will release you from it when my daughter is once again safely in my arms." "Now that that is settled," Kalis said approvingly, "let us move closer to the fire. There is much to discuss, and little time." B'Elanna turned to see a cheerless blaze roaring in the center of the clearing. Grapk and Akang were standing before it, warming their hands. Callus took his place opposite them and motioned for B'Elanna to sit beside him. Locke rose and began to slowly walk the perimeter. Soon, Grapk and Akang stomped toward her, and after brief, muted discussion, took up positions on either side of their camp. B'Elanna found this protection somewhat comforting. Kalis seemed to accept it as a matter of course. "How do you know that Miral is still alive?" she asked again. "Because I know who took her," Kalis replied. "And why?" "Who?" B'Elanna demanded. "Are you aware that on your mother's side you are descended from a Klingon warrior named Amar?" Kalis asked. B'Elanna was in no mood for a history lesson, but given the fact that the scrolls that had started this nightmare had been written by someone named Amar, she bit back her impatience and simply shook her head. Amar lived 1,500 years ago and was a companion of the original Callus. He fought at Callus's side against Molor when the Empire was founded. Amar died driving our enemies from our lands, but his sacrifice was not in vain. His death, and that of his brother warriors, secured the fledgling Klingon Empire. Is he the same Amar who wrote the scrolls of prophecy that sent Kolar and his people on their quest to find the Kuvamag? B'Elanna asked. He was. Kales nodded. But prophecy is a rare gift. Visionary Klingons have been few and far between in our history. What did he see? B'Elanna asked. You have read the scrolls. You know as much as I do, Kales replied. The prophecies of Amar were vague, B'Elanna argued. They could have referred to any child. Any child descended from a noble house, whose mother was not raised on Konaz. Any child found after two warring houses had made peace. Any child who was recognized as the Kuvama before she was born. Kolis asked kindly. Okay, B'Elanna allowed. But what about the scrolls of Garg? They're filled with the nonsense about the Kuvamad being destined to bring back the Klingon gods. And don't they predate Amar's by almost another 1,000 years? Your scholarship does you credit, Kallus replied. At this, B'Elanna had to forcibly restrain herself from shouting. This wasn't an assignment at the academy. She wasn't looking for a passing grade. This was the life of her daughter. All I want to know, B'Elanna said through clenched teeth, is what any of this has to do with Miral. I, too, was once a skeptic, Kallus went on, as if oblivious to her tone. Though Amar was a fierce and beloved companion, he was long dead, and Garg's words seemed to mean nothing to a race which had long ago abandoned faith in any omnipotent beings in favor of the warrior ethic which now binds us all. What changed your mind? B'Elanna asked. I met your mother, Kallus said, smiling faintly. She came to Borith, determined to undertake the challenge of the spirit. She told me of her vision of you, and she on the barge of the dead, a vision which I have come to learn that you shared with her. B'Elanna nodded for him to continue. I traced her lineage and learned that she was descended from Amar. I began to wonder if she had inherited more than his warrior's strength, if she had also been granted the gift of prophecy. That is why I was so pleased when you followed her here, and gratified to see that you now seem determined to embrace your heritage. I did what I did for my mother and my daughter, B'Elanna said. And your actions have brought honor to both of them. Did my mother have further visions? B'Elanna asked, wondering if, in the brief time they had spent together, reunited on Borith, Miral had forgotten to mention something so significant to her daughter. She did not, Collis replied. But her words were enough to send me searching our past through deeper mysteries which might now be unfolding before us all. I don't understand, B'Elanna interrupted. I do not believe that Amar was ever familiar with the prophecies of Gark. But you and I have now studied them both. What do you see when you look at them? Gark's writings are filled with speculation about gods, and Amar doesn't mention them at all, B'Elanna replied. They seem to contradict one another. Not as much as you might think. Both are products of the men who wrote them, and the times in which those men lived. Garg's preoccupation with the Klingon gods is simply a reflection of the reality that when he was alive there were still many Klingons who believed in gods and prayed to them for various boons. Amar did not share those beliefs, but he still understood the role of the Kuvamag as that of a savior to the Klingon people. What is Miral supposed to save us from? B'Elanna asked. Then, you did not complete your study of Garg's writings. I intended to, B'Elanna replied a little defensively. But then my mother-in-law decided to throw a party. According to Garg, the Kuvamag is destined to save the Klingon people from the Jo'H Al-Mukaddi, Collis replied. B'Elanna struggled to translate. The curse of the gods, she attempted. Collis nodded. I do not pretend to know the nature of this curse. All I can tell you is that there are Klingons still living today who believe that it is real and that it will signal the end of the Klingon Empire. Are they the ones who have taken Miral? I believe so, Collis went on. They are called the Kauhak-Hosh, those who remember all that they know. They were founded during the First Dynasty to gather and keep the most accurate records of the lineages of various Klingon families. They continue to do so to this day, though they were driven underground at the end of the Second Dynasty. Why? B'Elanna was now truly curious. Their leader at the time was a master bladesmith named Halkorin. She served in the court of the Emperor Reclaw. When Catrillin slaughtered the imperial family, Halkorin disappeared, taking the Kohak-Hoch with her. Legend says that she constructed a sanctuary for them, and that only those who join the Order are privy to the location of this sanctuary. Halkorin was a woman, B'Elanna asked, unable to hide her surprise. Collis nodded. A remarkable one. She learned swordcraft from her father, and unless I'm much mistaken, she had a hand in forging the bat'leth you now wield. B'Elanna knew the weapon Kohler had given her was ancient, but she hadn't realized until that moment just how old it really was. To this day, the Kohak-Hosh believe that the curse of the gods is real. They have watched for the coming of the Kuvamag, knowing that it is the only way to avert this apocalypse. But there is another sign of impending doom, one that predates the birth of the Kuvama. This was news to B'Elanna. The scrolls of Gar say that before the Kuvamag returns, Feckle will be reborn. Just as the notion that the Saviour would bring back the Klingon gods, this idea struck B'Elanna as somewhat absurd. I thought Feckler was a mythological creature, the one that guards the gates of Greythor. He is, Collis replied. But I am now certain that our adversaries believe this first sign has already come to pass, and that this is the reason that the Kohak-Hoch have chosen to act now. If they have taken her, it is to protect her until she can play the role which fate has decreed for her. She is alive, B'Elanna, because they would never harm her. Their only interest would be in keeping her safe. While this was somewhat comforting, it was equally infuriating. B'Elanna couldn't believe she was now made to suffer for the backward beliefs of fringe religious lunatics. How do we find them? Was B'Elanna's next question. Collis paused briefly before continuing. The Kohak-Hoch are not the only Klingons still alive who believe that the prophecies of the Kuvamag are real. When Halkorin escaped Katralon's wrath, the new emperor sent several of his most faithful warriors to find and kill Halkorin and the Kor-Hakoch. The descendants of those warriors are still trying to complete this task. They are called the Warriors of Grey Thor. Great. More fanatics. They have been searching for the Kor-Hakoch for hundreds of years and still haven't found them all, B'Elanna had to ask. Callus nodded. I have already contacted them, and they should be in orbit within the hour. They will lead us to the Kor-Hakoch and to Mirrell. Suddenly, B'Elanna was aware of Log standing beside her. Her eyes blazed with barely repressed fury. Pardon, Emperor, but I cannot believe you would entrust your safety and hers to those mongrels. Callus rose. The tingle of restrained energy tickled B'Elanna's skin as he faced his former personal guardian. I would never lead a warrior into battle unaware, he reproached her. Standing to face Callus, B'Elanna asked, What is she talking about? With a final icy glance at Log, Callus returned his attention to B'Elanna. The warriors of Grey Thor believe in the prophecies of the Kuvamag. Where the Kor-Hakoch would protect Mirrell with their last breath, the warriors would prevent the coming apocalypse by simply killing the Kuvamag on sight, he replied. B'Elanna took a second to make sure she had this right in all of its appalling implications. So you've contacted the warriors of Grey Thor to help us find the Kor-Hakoch who have taken Mirrell, and when we find her, the warriors are going to kill her. Callus placed a huge hand on B'Elanna's shoulder. We fight one battle at a time, he replied. It was all B'Elanna could do to keep from screaming. Lieutenant Campbell to the captain. Seated in his ready room aboard Voyager, Chakotay replied, Go ahead, Lieutenant. I am transmitting our updated operations report to you now. Very good. Once all personnel are accounted for, we will have clearance to launch. Keep me advised, Lissa. Aye, sir. Campbell out. Chakotay had always thought that the amount of paperwork required of a Starfleet vessel's first officer was cumbersome. He had thought that right up until he had assumed command of Voyager. It still amazed and slightly galled him that Catherine had always managed to make this part look so easy. As he signed off on the most recent engineering report, he found himself missing B'Elanna more than usual. Though she lacked Vorik's affinity for detail, her reports had always been colourful and more interesting to read. He said a quick silent prayer that word of her safety would arrive soon. A chiming at his door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. He looked up to see Tom Paris ushering in an officer Chakotay had never met. Captain Chakotay, Tom said formally. Allow me to introduce you to our new counselor, Lieutenant Cambridge. Tom then placed a pad, undoubtedly containing Cambridge's orders, on Chakotay's desk. The man in question said nothing, but stood at a vague approximation of attention before his desk. In a glance, Chakotay took his measure. He was human, probably in his mid-50s, which was interesting only in that, by that age, most Starfleet personnel had achieved ranks well above lieutenant, unless they were problematic or had chosen to start their career with Starfleet late. He wore a short, full beard that was a medium brown streaked generously with white, as was his slightly too long curly hair. His uniform, though regulation black and blue, hung loosely on him and was in serious need of pressing or recycling. His boots looked comfortable and hadn't been polished in some time. Chakotay knew it was inappropriate for him to dislike Cambridge at first sight, but at the moment he was having a hard time helping himself. The man's initial impression suggested a propensity for insubordination. Chakotay dismissed Tom with a nod and rose, moving around his desk to extend a hand to Cambridge. "Welcome aboard, Lieutenant," Chakotay said briskly as Tom exited the room, perhaps a little too hastily. Faint surprise and amusement flickered across Cambridge's face as he took Chakotay's hand. "Thank you." Chakotay had never really stood on ceremony. but he was pretty sure there should have been a "Sir" at the end of that sentence. Opting to keep things congenial for now, Chakotay went on, "I wasn't aware that Commander Paris had already managed to secure a replacement for Councillor Astol, much to Chakotay's regret. His first councillor had advised him shortly after their return from Loran II that a family emergency had arisen, and she required an indefinite leave of absence. Chakotay had approved her request, and delegated to Tom the task of submitting the request for a new councillor to Starfleet Command. Cambridge said nothing, but instead of staring straight ahead as protocol would have dictated, he met Chakotay's eyes with polite disinterest. Sensing that it was time to take control of the situation, Chakotay gestured to a long, low sofa that ran along the far wall. "Please take a seat, Lieutenant." With a slight shrug that suggested he'd rather not, Cambridge ambled up the steps dividing the room's two distinct areas, and sat down, crossing his long legs and placing his hands in his lap. To all intents and purposes, he looked as if he owned the room. Chakotay sat opposite him, across the small table, trying and failing to match Cambridge for relaxation. Finally, Chakotay said, "I'm sure I'll be able to learn a lot about you from your service record there, but probably not as much as you can tell me." "How much time do you have, Captain?" Cambridge replied drolly. "Enough," Chakotay said firmly. "What was your last posting?" Cambridge heaved a weary sigh and said, "The last starship I served on was the Melbourne." Chakotay paused to think. The ship didn't sound familiar. In answer to his unspoken question, Cambridge went on, "Which was destroyed at Wolf 359. Chakotay knew the battle well, just as he knew that there had been very few survivors. Though Starfleet's first major confrontation with the Borg had taken place years ago, it could easily have scarred a sensitive soul deeply, and most councillors were known for their sensitivity. "I'm sorry," Chakotay said sincerely. "How did you manage to survive? The first thing I always do when I report to a new starship is make damn sure I know where the escape pods are." "Why is that?" Chakotay asked, his voice hardening. "Practicality and experience," Cambridge said breezily. "Though Starfleet purports to exist under the auspices of peaceful exploration, every vessel I've ever served on has done more than its fair share of fighting." Doing the math in his head, Chakotay realized it had been 11 years since Cambridge had served on a ship. "May I ask what you've been doing since then?" "You may," Cambridge replied. "After the Melbourne was destroyed, I requested a transfer to Starfleet Medical." This was a relief of sorts. If Cambridge had been working at Starfleet Medical all these years, he had to be at least competent in his job. "And why did you decide to return to duty aboard a starship?" Chakotay asked. "I didn't," Cambridge answered. "Then what are you doing here?" Chakotay asked, at something of a loss. "I honestly don't know." Cambridge shrugged. "But I would have to guess that either someone up there thinks highly of you, or they don't think highly enough of me." Chakotay had heard more than enough. He rose to indicate that the conversation was at an end, and after a long pause, Cambridge finally uncrossed his legs and got to his feet. It was unfortunate that there wasn't time to get the councillor off his ship before they departed for Korovi, but Chakotay had already decided that this would be his first order of business the moment Voyager returned to Earth. "Dismissed, Lieutenant," Chakotay said coolly. "Thank you." Cambridge nodded and turned to go. "Thank you, sir," Chakotay corrected him. Cambridge paused and turned, opening his hands in apology. "Thank you, sir," he repeated. Chakotay crossed the room in 2 steps and met Cambridge's mocking eyes with his most stern look. "Despite what you may believe, Lieutenant Cambridge, Voyager is a unique ship with an exemplary crew. We give 150% to our jobs on a slow day. I won't settle for anything less from you. And the next time I see you, I expect your personal grooming to be regulation, your uniform to be pressed, and I'll be looking for my reflection in your boots." "Really?" Cambridge asked in genuine surprise. "Really, sir," Chakotay corrected him again. Yes, sir, Cambridge obliged him, this time with a little more respect. They stared at each other just long enough for Chakotay to realize that his initial dislike had, in a few short minutes, become something closer to contempt. The look in Cambridge's eyes suggested that he wasn't alone in his antipathy. Finally, the lieutenant nodded slightly and moved away. When he'd almost reached the door, he turned and said, Would it be possible for one of your ensigns to direct me toward whatever walk-in closet I'll be calling home for the foreseeable future? There are ship directories in every main hall, Chakotay barked. Learn how to use them. Excellent, Cambridge replied, then just managed to add, Sir. When the door had finally slid shut behind him, Chakotay took a few deep, measured breaths. It had been a long time since he'd met anyone as adept as Cambridge at bringing out his inner hard ass. The only rival that came immediately to mind was the young Tom Paris. Chakotay moved to his desk and picked up Cambridge's orders. They had been signed by Admiral Montgomery. Chakotay took a moment to review Cambridge's attached service record. He had been born in Bristol, England, and studied at Oxford before gaining admission to Starfleet Academy 30 years earlier. Surprisingly, there were absolutely glowing reports attached to each and every one of his postings, including that of his superior at Starfleet Medical. In addition, he had published dozens of articles in psychological and anthropological journals. It was easy for Chakotay to see why anyone with Cambridge's qualifications would be singled out for service aboard Voyager. Had Chakotay never met him, he would have no doubt approved the transfer without a second thought. But somewhere between the deeds and the man was a chasm. Chakotay believed he had no interest in crossing. It was a shame. Glancing at the most recent of Cambridge's scholarly articles, a piece comparing the mythological beliefs of 4 species Chakotay had never even heard of and their psychological relevance, he realized that in any other context he would have found the man fascinating. His musings were interrupted by a familiar voice. "Permission to come aboard, Captain?" Looking up, Chakotay saw Admiral Janeway standing in the doorway. Her face fell a bit when she saw the concern clouding his. "I'm sorry, should I have not?" "Not at all, Admiral," Chakotay said, looking in vain for his smile. "I gather Starfleet Command granted your request?" Janeway crossed to him and nodded. "They've authorized me to evaluate the situation on Kerovi once we arrive to determine whether or not there might be room for diplomatic rapprochement. After everything Merencol and I went through, I sincerely hope there will be." "You shouldn't doubt your abilities, Catherine," Chakotay said with genuine warmth. "Heaven knows I never do." She smiled in thanks as Tom Paris's voice came over the comm system. "Bridge to the captain." "Go ahead," Chakotay replied, noting that Catherine had to bite her lip not to answer for him out of sheer habit. "We've just received clearance to depart." "I'm on my way," Chakotay said. As Chakotay moved toward the door that led directly to the bridge, he asked, "Would you care to join me?" "No, thanks." Janeway smiled. "I'll just catch the turbolift and go right to my cabin. I've got a lot of material to review before we get to Kerovi. And I'm hoping to hear from Ambassador Worf sooner rather than later." "Nothing yet?" "No." Janeway shook her head, obviously disappointed. Chakotay nodded, sharing the sentiment. "Dinner? My cabin, 1900 hours?" he asked. "Is that an order, Captain?" she teased. "Yes," he replied, well aware that as she still outranked him, he didn't actually have the ability to do any such thing. "Then I'll be there." Only after Chakotay had made his way onto the bridge and settled in to watch as Tom guided the pilot, Lieutenant Tare, through their departure, did he allow himself to realize how glad he was to have Catherine aboard again, if only for a short time. He loved leading Voyager and her crew. The ship felt more like home than any place he had ever known. He knew that despite its frustrations and tedium, Catherine truly enjoyed her work as an admiral. But part of him believed that both of them had been at their best when they had served together. For the next few weeks, it would be nice to revisit that. "I've missed her," he realized. acknowledging a simple fact he rarely allowed to surface. Chakotay's next thought was to wonder whether or not she ever felt the same. Kallus had first contacted Captain Tukrek several weeks earlier, right around the time he had made a connection between a meeting he'd had years ago and Gar's contention that the rebirth of Fekkor would signal the fated apocalypse. He had always made it a point to keep an eye on the warriors of Greythor and their captain. Renegade Klingons both fascinated and troubled him. More often than not, they did more harm than good. The Emperor did not believe Trek was aware of the reports of Fekkor's rebirth. Given that this knowledge had come to Kahless in a completely unrelated matter, he doubted that anyone, at least up to this point, had made the connection. But the Kohak Hosh had demonstrated this night that they knew and were several moves ahead of everyone else currently playing this particular round in the Komarex Za. Tukrek's ignorance, however, would undoubtedly serve Kallus and Ba'Elanna well when they ultimately found themselves at cross purposes with the warriors of Greythor, which the Emperor did not doubt they eventually would be. For the time being, Tukrek and his men remained morale's best hope. When the transporter effect finally cleared, Kallus found himself facing not only Tukrek, but also a dozen of the fiercest warriors he had ever had the pleasure of laying eyes on. Their outdated uniforms harkened back to a much earlier era and punctuated their status as privateers. "My Emperor," Tukrek said with obvious respect as he made a low bow. Those behind him likewise bowed. "Welcome aboard the Kortar. You honor us with your presence. The warriors of Greythor are at your service." Pretty words, Kallus thought, but they are only words. The second our interests diverge, Tukrek will remember that he serves no one but himself and a millennium-old grudge. Once this little formality was complete, Tukrek turned his attention to Grapk and Dekang, who stepped down off the transport platform and were each embraced by Trek as if they were family members long ago given up for dead. "Welcome home, brothers," Tukrek said heartily. "You have done well." Grapik and Dekang then moved to embrace the other assembled warriors in a similar fashion. He glanced briefly at Ba'Elanna, who was watching the proceedings like a patrolling saber bear. Doubt flickered furtively across her face when Grapik and Dekang's allegiance was revealed. Kallus had known that Tukrek had sent these two to Burith, undoubtedly to watch Ba'Elanna and Miral. They had both fought with honor at his side, and he trusted them as far as he trusted any of Tukrek's men. Just as he was about to step aside to introduce Ba'Elanna, she whispered in his ear, "Remind me to ask you something later." Kallus nodded, then turned again to Tukrek, who was now staring at Ba'Elanna with disdain. "Captain Trek," Kallus said, "this is my companion, Ba'Elanna Torres, daughter of Miral." "She is the one you spoke of, the thing's mother," Tukrek said, not bothering to hide his contempt. Ba'Elanna tensed at Kallus's side. To her credit, she took a deep breath and refused to rise to Tukrek's bait. Unfortunately, he didn't take this for the gift it truly was. "You are a mongrel," he spat at Ba'Elanna. "I'm half human and half Klingon," Ba'Elanna replied with dignity worthy of the Lady Lucara. Tukrek moved to stand directly across from Ba'Elanna. Only the extra height she gained by remaining on the transporter pad allowed them to see eye to eye. "The Emperor may ask of me what he wishes. By what right do you dare board my vessel and seek my assistance?" Tukrek growled. In a flash, Lorga, who had been behind Kallus the entire time, moved between Ba'Elanna and Tukrek and punched him squarely in the jaw. "Hold your tongue, old man," she shouted, "and take care before you again address the mother of the Kuvama." Tukrek recovered from the blow, laughing heartily. His men joined him, clearly itching for a fight. Tukrek then drew his bat'leth from a leather strap wound across his back as Log simultaneously drew her mek'leth. "Log!" Ba'Elanna shouted. As every eye in the room turned to her, Ba'Elanna drew her own bat'leth and stepped forward. "I'm the one he's challenging," Ba'Elanna said clearly to Lucht. Anyone who challenges you must first get through me, Locke replied, not taking her eyes from Tikrek. Not today, B'Elanna replied. It clearly took every ounce of self-restraint Locke possessed for her to nod and move aside. Tikrek stepped away from the pad toward the center of the room as the others quickly formed a circle around him and B'Elanna, grunting and growling in approval. B'Elanna was the first to strike. Tikrek, who had a head and a half on her in height, blocked it easily, but was clearly surprised a little by the strength behind the blow. Kallus wondered if Tikrek had any idea how dangerous a foe he currently faced. B'Elanna had too much to lose at the moment. B'Elanna then raised her weapon again in a series of blows that Tikrek had a harder time dodging and parrying. She moved quickly, almost frantically, as if all of the frustrations of the last few hours had finally been given the release they needed. Still, there was little tactical skill in B'Elanna's maneuvers, and Kallus worried that nerve and adrenaline were going to get her only so far. The room, which had until now been filled with shouts of encouragement for Tikrek, grew suddenly silent. With B'Elanna's last charge, she had managed to graze Tikrek's forearm with her blade, drawing blood. The Emperor didn't understand this mistake. It should have been an easy enough blow for Tikrek to block, but his attention seemed somehow divided. As B'Elanna backed off to regroup, Tikrek surprised everyone by raising one hand to signal his forfeit and dropping his own bat'leth to the floor. "I concede the victory to B'Elanna Torres, on one condition," Tikrek said sternly. B'Elanna looked as if she wouldn't be satisfied by anything less than Tikrek's head on the end of her bat'leth, but her breath was now coming in great heaves, and she only nodded in assent, even as she continued to shoot duck togs at him with her eyes. "May I see that bat'leth?" Tikrek asked. B'Elanna held it up where she stood, its sharp side levelled at Tikrek's neck. It was a petulant gesture, but Tikrek deserved it. Tikrek approached her fearlessly and examined its surface area as she held it aloft. Suddenly he gasped and focused intently on an indentation, a decorative trefoil in the center of the blade. Then a wide grin of triumph spread across his face. "My brothers," Tikrek declared to all, "behold the end of our search." To Kallus's amazement, Tikrek and all of his men knelt down and bowed their heads before B'Elanna. B'Elanna shot a worried glance at the Emperor, who simply nodded to suggest she just go with it. After a somber moment, Tikrek rose. "You are most welcome among us, B'Elanna Torres, daughter of Miral," he said as reverently as he had first greeted the Emperor. "Fine," B'Elanna replied warily. "You want to explain to me why?" "The bat'leth you are holding," Tikrek said. "Where did it come from?" B'Elanna seemed disconcerted by the ease with which Tikrek had moved from foe to friend, but she was wise enough to prefer talking to fighting. "A warrior named Kohler, whose people travelled tens of thousands of light-years from Konaz, gave it to me when I encountered him in the Delta Quadrant." "Are you aware of its history?" Tikrek asked. "It was his father's," B'Elanna replied, "and his grandfather's before that." "May I?" Tikrek asked. Despite her obvious misgivings, B'Elanna handed the blade to Tikrek. He then pointed to the trefoil. "Do you see this?" "I have eyes," B'Elanna replied harshly. "But do you know what you are seeing?" From the look in her face, she clearly had to concede that she did not. "This is the mark of Halkorin," Tikrek said patiently. "And this bat'leth is the final piece to a puzzle the warriors of Greythor have been trying to solve for 1,000 years." At that, a raucous cheer was raised by the others. As B'Elanna turned to face Kallus, he could see in her eyes that she now shared his thoughts. Neither of them was sure that this was a good thing. "Of course, I told Admiral Montgomery that if the Borg ever do make another assault on the Alpha Quadrant, transphasic torpedoes are going to be our best defense. Temporal investigations be damned." "Uh-huh." Chakotay nodded politely. Catherine knew he wasn't really listening. By her estimation, he hadn't heard a word she'd said for at least 5 minutes. "And I know Admiral Neshayev agrees," Janeway went on. "Though frankly I was incredibly shocked when she arrived at our meeting stark naked." "Right. Admiral Montgomery didn't seem to notice," she went on. "I guess things at Starfleet Command have changed quite a bit since we left." Chakotay murmured, then paused as her words finally pierced his internal musings. "What?" Catherine smiled. "Not a pretty mental picture, is it? Sorry." "My mind was wandering," Chakotay admitted. "That much I gathered." They had already recycled their dinner plates, but lingered at the table in Chakotay's quarters, he nursing a glass of Antarian cider and she working on a cup of cappuccino. "You want to tell me what's bothering you," Catherine offered. "Or maybe just what's bothering you the most right now." Janeway had always known that Chakotay would make an excellent captain, and she had lobbied for him to be assigned to Voyager. But she also knew just how lonely command could be. She had looked to him or to Tuvok when she needed counsel. He had Tom, and if memory served, Voyager had been provided with a full-time ship's counselor since Chakotay had assumed command. But Janeway knew all too well that Chakotay was a deeply private person. The Admiral couldn't imagine how bad things would have to get before he chose to open up to either of those two options. "I'm wondering if we're really the best people for this particular mission," Chakotay said. "The mission to Korovi?" Chakotay nodded. "Yes, we've already interacted with the changeling, and our experience should serve us well. But we were also his victims, and that's going to be pretty hard to compartmentalize when we're face to face again." "We've talked about this before, Chakotay," Catherine said, her voice full of sympathy. "I know what you suffered, not just for yourself and Dr. Kaz, but for Sakaya. Watching my sister die, or almost die, was certainly the worst of it." "I understand you've been assigned a new ship's counselor," Janeway said. "I think you should make sure he's fully briefed on your experiences at Loran II, and insist that he accompany your team when it comes time to interrogate the changeling. He should be able to provide you with a healthy perspective. And I would, if I weren't planning to have him transferred the moment we return to Earth." Catherine was taken aback. "He's that bad?" Chakotay nodded. "Remember the complaints we got when the doctor was first activated about his bedside manner?" Catherine smiled wistfully. The ship's former emergency medical hologram had grown into such a supportive and compassionate physician during their time in the Delta Quadrant that it was hard to reconcile what he was now with what he had been in those early months. "Councillor Cambridge has only completed one full duty shift today, and 3 of the 5 crewmen he met with have already written complaints." "Really?" Catherine grimaced. The best reports found him mildly dismissive and a little hostile. "Have you had a chance to speak with him?" "Oh, yes." "And what did you think?" "I think dismissive and hostile are a little generous." "Well, I can hardly wait to meet him." "Indeed?" Chakotay nodded. "You'd just better hope you don't end up needing his services on this trip. What I can't understand is why everyone at Starfleet Medical is so taken with him. His record is filled with glowing recommendations." "What species is he?" Catherine asked. "British," Chakotay replied. Catherine chuckled lightly in response before adding, "Maybe he takes some time to get to know." "I hope you're right," Chakotay said skeptically. "Ops to Admiral Janeway." Lissa Campbell's voice rang out over the comm system. "Janeway here. You have a priority transmission from Starfleet Command." "Routed to the captain's quarters," Janeway replied, rising to cross to Chakotay's comm station at his desk and activating the interface. A few seconds later, Deccan's ever-composed face appeared before her. "Good evening, Admiral," he greeted her. "I have Ambassador Worf for you." "Put him through," Catherine said briskly, as Chakotay rose to stand opposite her while she received Worf's report. "Before I do so, Admiral, I wanted to let you know that Captain Eden has requested you contact her from Voyager as soon as your schedule allows." Catherine sighed. "Did I cancel that appointment this morning?" she asked. knowing full well she had forgotten to do so before boarding Voyager. "No, Admiral," Deccan said evenly. "I took the liberty of contacting Captain Eden first thing when I arrived, but by then you were already several hours overdue for your meeting with her." "I'm sorry." "Deccan. I did pass your apologies along to her." Catherine looked up to see Chakotay doing his best to hide a smile at her embarrassment. "Tell Eden I'll be in touch as soon as possible," Catherine replied. "Now let's not keep the ambassador waiting any longer." "Yes, Admiral." After a brief interlude, in which Deccan's face was replaced by the blue and white seal of the Federation, Ambassador Worf's face suddenly glowered before her. Janeway knew Worf by reputation and a few brief conversations. She also knew that most Klingons wore a semi-permanent scowl that often belied a well-hidden but slightly warmer spirit. Worf's expression now gave no hint of that warmth, only cold frustration. "Good evening, Mr. Ambassador," Catherine said sternly. "You have news?" "I do, Admiral," Worf replied, "and I wish it were better." Catherine's gut tensed, but she nodded for him to continue. 5 days ago, there was an attack on the monastery at Borg. "What kind of attack?" Janeway demanded. 3 warriors were found dead in the monastery's nursery. The child, Miral Paris, is missing, as is her mother, Emperor Kales, and a member of his personal guard, Commander Locht, Worf reported. "Do you have any idea who was responsible for the attack?" Catherine asked, doing her best to keep her fears tightly reined. "Not at this time," Worf replied. "As Lieutenant Commander Torres was a guest of the Empire during her stay on Borg, this is still considered an internal Klingon matter. Unfortunately, the Federation cannot interfere with the ongoing investigation by the Klingon authorities unless we are formally asked to do so." "But they are investigating?" "Of course," Worf replied. "Chancellor Martok has taken a personal interest in these developments and has demanded hourly updates on the progress of the investigation. He is, however, unwilling to entertain any action at this time by the Federation, though I have offered it repeatedly." "The Chancellor is worried because Kales is missing," Catherine surmised. She could see in Worf's subtle nod that she had guessed right. "But there is no way to know at this time whether or not B'Elanna and Miral are with him." "That is correct. That is unacceptable, Ambassador." "I concur, Admiral," Worf said. "Which is why I have made the Federation's position regarding the safety of its citizens in Klingon space abundantly clear to the Chancellor. He has assured me he takes this matter very seriously, but for now, there is nothing more that you or I can do. I will update you the moment I have further news." It took all of Janeway's diplomatic training to make the "Thank you, Mr. Ambassador," with which she signed off sound moderately congenial. Once the connection was terminated, she looked immediately to Chakotay. His hand was at his brow, slowly massaging the deep worry lines formed along his tattooed forehead. "What do you think?" she asked. A heavy sigh escaped Chakotay's lips as he began to pace the room. "I think we have to hope that Martok gets to the bottom of this before both of us lose our minds worrying about B'Elanna and Miral," he replied. "And in the interim?" Chakotay looked at her, questioning. Finally he answered, "In the interim, we continue on our current mission." Catherine had expected that this would be his response. Despite his Maquis background, of the two of them, he had always tended to play things much safer than she. "Without your first officer?" Catherine asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean the moment you tell Tom Paris that his wife and child are missing from Borg. The only way to keep him on this ship will be to put him in stasis," Catherine replied. "Come to think of it, even that might not do the trick." Catherine recalled vividly that Tom had a particular aversion to stasis chambers and an uncanny ability to escape them, even when supposedly sedated. Chakotay stopped pacing and drew himself up to his full height, hands clasped behind his back. "I think you underestimate him," he replied. "Let's find out, shall we?" Catherine challenged. A few minutes later, Tom arrived in Chakotay's quarters and received a full briefing on what limited information was currently at the captain's disposal. He took the news relatively well. The moment Chakotay had finished speaking, he said, "Thank you, Captain. Of course, I'd like to request an immediate leave." Chakotay blinked back his surprise. To do what? The Delta flyer was brought back aboard just before we departed McKinley Station. "With your permission, I'll take it and begin my search at Borth," Tom replied evenly. "Request denied," Chakotay said softly. Before Tom could protest, he continued, "Ambassador Worf made it very clear that no Federation intervention was required, nor would be welcomed at this time." "That's supposed to stop me?" Tom asked in amazement. "No," Chakotay answered. "Your duty to this ship is supposed to do that." Tom stared briefly at Chakotay in wonder, then raised his right hand to the collar of his uniform, tugging firmly at one of the 3 pips that were pinned there. "Gentlemen," Catherine interrupted, sensing where this was going, "let's think about this." "There's nothing to think about," Tom shouted. "We're talking about my wife and my daughter." "I know that," Chakotay replied angrily. Tom might arguably have loved B'Elanna more than Chakotay did, but the captain had loved her longer, and Myrrel was as dear to him as his own child. Catherine stepped between them. "I realize the situation is delicate, but there has to be another option." "What would you suggest, Admiral?" Chakotay asked, barely concealing his distaste for being second-guessed at this moment. "Were it up to me, I'd alter course right now for Borth," she replied calmly. "We have our orders," Chakotay insisted. "To hell with our orders," Tom interjected. "Commander," Chakotay said harshly, reminding Tom in one word that this was not the time or the place to push too far. He then looked back to Janeway, who stood with her arms crossed at her chest. "If you're worried about the fallout from Starfleet Command, I could pull rank and take the heat for you," Catherine suggested. Chakotay shook his head warily. "You wouldn't?" Catherine gave it a few seconds' thought, then dropped her arms to her sides in defeat. "No, I wouldn't," she replied, "and I apologize for even suggesting it. This is your ship. I'm a guest here. And I would never do anything to imply that you don't have my full faith and confidence. I appreciate that. But I still think we need a better option," she added. Chakotay looked at Tom, then back at Janeway. She knew all too well the many pressures that were being weighed and measured, his duty to Starfleet, his love for B'Elanna and Myrrel, his concern for Tom, and his certainty that to intercede at this point could well set off an interstellar incident. Command is a wonderful challenge, except when it isn't, she thought bitterly. Finally, Chakotay tapped his combadge. "Captain to the bridge." "Go ahead, Captain," Harry Kim's voice replied. "Alter course and proceed at maximum warp to Konaz." After a brief pause of surprise, Kim replied, "Aye, Captain." Tom looked at Chakotay with gratitude. Catherine knew that her face betrayed that as well, mingled with respect. "Now, why didn't I think of that?" "We have 2 weeks to reach Korovi," Chakotay said, in a tone that brooked no discussion. "A detour to Konaz will only take a few days. We'll contact Martok directly and ask to be allowed to assist with his investigation. If he approves our request, we'll notify Starfleet Command. If not, we'll resume course for Korovi." Tom's gratitude faded somewhat. It wasn't everything he wanted, but it was a start. "Thank you, Captain," Tom said. "Is there anything you can tell us about what B'Elanna was doing on Borth since you left, or who might wish Myrrel any harm?" Chakotay asked Tom. Tom eased a frustrated sigh. "Not really," he replied. "We were translating and studying ancient texts, looking for more information about the Kuvama. B'Elanna wanted to learn more about her Klingon heritage for morale's sake, and it seemed as interesting a place as any to start." "Did she find anything to add to what you already learned about these prophecies from our encounter with Kolar?" Catherine asked. "Not while I was there." Tom shook his head, But what? Chakotay asked. I don't know, Tom replied. I've talked to Bialana every week since we've been apart, but lately, I hate to say this, something's felt a little off. What do you suspect? Catherine asked as kindly as she could. I think she's hiding something from me, Tom finally admitted. I wanted to ask, but then when she agreed to come home, Chakotay placed a hand on Tom's shoulder. Don't worry, we'll find them. Tom nodded, though his agreement didn't betray much hope. But by the time we get to Kono S, we need to know more than we do now about anyone who might have done this, Chakotay added. What are you going to do? Catherine asked. I think it's time we asked the smartest people we know for a little help, Chakotay replied. Catherine smiled for the first time since she'd heard from Worf. I should have thought of that too. Captain Eden had read and reread the paragraph in question 3 times before she realized that Tamaris was standing at her desk. As she looked up, her aide said, Please pardon the interruption, Captain, but Admiral Batiste asked me to advise you that he is transporting over. Let me know when he arrives, Eden replied, dismissing her. It was nice that she could look forward to her ex-husband's arrival with only mild annoyance. Clearly, this indicated a healthy level of personal growth on her part. 18 months ago, just after the separation, which she had briefly allowed herself to believe would only be temporary, being in Willem's presence for either personal or professional reasons had been significantly more troubling. Devastating was probably closer to the truth. Eden didn't know how it worked for other people, but she was constitutionally incapable of shifting emotional gears with Willem's seeming ease and grace. It was not okay with her that one moment they had been partners, lovers, and, most important, friends who had built a life together, and the next they were no longer any of those things. It had not been okay for months. It had remained not okay until her good friend Ken Montgomery had gently suggested she might avail herself of the services of a counselor. Luckily, she had seen the wisdom in Ken's suggestion. She had reported to Starfleet Medical and been assigned to Dr. Hugh Cambridge. They had met regularly since then for very productive sessions, and over time she had come to see that what she had called a marriage had been nothing of the kind. Strangers who regularly found themselves seated together on a morning transport might have found that they had more in common than she and Willem. They would certainly have been more polite to one another. In reasonably short order, rather than grieving over the loss of a relationship that she had once believed was all she could have hoped for. She had realized that what she and Willem had once shared had been born of need rather than love, and both of them were definitely better off alone than they had ever been together. Things had further improved when she had been transferred to Project Full Circle. Though the project fell under Willem's authority, he rarely interfered with the team's nominal leader, Admiral Montgomery. Come to think of it, Eden had to wonder why Willem wanted to see her today. It had been over a month since they had last spoken. She returned her attention to the report she was writing, resolved to continue working rather than waste time speculating. Soon enough she'd know why Willem was darkening her door. Inhabited by a loosely affiliated group known as the Mikal Travelers, encountered on stardate 50396. Reports indicate that the planet in question had been settled more than 10,000 years earlier. Artifacts of this ancient civilization were discovered by the Mikal and revered as objects of beauty. There is no indication that the Mikal were aware of any deeper meaning to the artifacts. References to the artifacts also found briefly in the personal logs of crewman Kez. Further analysis recommended based upon, but this was where it got tricky. Further analysis and study of these artifacts was actually critical as far as Eden was concerned. But her knowledge of that fact could not be supported by anything in Voyager's logs. It could only be supported by evidence buried in Eden's subconscious mind. At least she assumed it was her subconscious. Nothing in her conscious mind suggested there was anything of interest or value in the artifacts discovered on this remote planet almost 70,000 light-years from Earth. Until she had seen a hollow image of one of the carvings taken by Kess an Ocampani female who had accompanied Voyager on her journey for only 3 years. Eden had read nothing terribly interesting about the artifacts, and certainly would not have referenced them in her analysis. After Eden had seen the image, it had stirred something within her, something that felt strangely like a memory. She needed to know more. Her gut told her that this was important, but until she could prove it, her instinct would never be taken seriously. Afsarah Eden despised not being taken seriously. She had learned that from her time with Willem. As a result, Eden tended to overcompensate. Since she was aware of this proclivity, she chose to think of it as a personality quirk rather than an annoying fault. She was not sure that her superior officers, particularly Admiral Montgomery, agreed with this assessment, but that was not her problem at the moment. Right now, she simply needed to decide how important it was to include this paragraph and its implied recommendation in her initial report. A chime sounded, and after she called out, "Come in," the door of her office hissed open. Willem Baptiste noted that when he entered Afsarah's office, she didn't bother to look up from her computer. She would keep him waiting as long as it suited her. As he was technically her superior officer, this might be construed as insubordination. But he had also broken her heart, and this meant that rank or no, there would always be a fair number of delicate eggshells strewn between them, and he would do well to tread lightly. Their relationship had become decidedly amicable in the last year, and it served his interests to keep it that way. He could wait. A little passive aggression never killed anyone. "What can I do for you, Admiral?" she finally asked, still refusing to tear her eyes away from whatever she was working on. "Good afternoon to you too, Afsarah." This earned him a glance of interest from her dark, almond-shaped eyes. "I'm sorry," she said lightly. "Was I being rude?" "I prefer to think of you as highly motivated and commendably focused," he replied cordially. This was enough for her to stop working altogether and turn to face him with her full attention. "Now I know I'm in trouble," she said flatly. "Why would you say that? You're being nice." "I've always been nice," he said with mock defensiveness. "It's your story. You can tell it any way you like." "You're looking well, Afsarah," he went on, ignoring the barb. "Thank you, Willem," she said appreciatively. "You look exactly the same." He didn't ask her to clarify. What she thought of how he looked was really of no concern to him one way or the other. "Would you like something to drink?" she offered. "Iced tea with mint, perhaps?" "I would." He smiled. She had always been so eager to please him, and usually succeeded, knowing exactly what he would prefer to drink on this unseasonably warm afternoon. That constant comforting attention had been hardest to lose when they separated. Fortunately, this small reminder of that loss barely stung anymore. It stung even less when she tossed her head toward her office's replicator and said, "Feel free to help yourself." Willem crossed dutifully to the replicator and ordered 2 iced teas. Once they had materialized before him, he returned to her desk, taking the seat opposite her and placing her glass well within her reach. "How is your report coming?" he asked casually. "It would be coming much better if I could nail Admiral Janeway down for more than a few minutes at a time," Eden replied. "Then you're not finished." She paused, giving him a hard stare. Eden wasn't a telepath, but when she looked at him like that, he always felt underdressed, if not completely exposed. "What's your interest, if I may ask?" she finally countered. "For the moment, that's none of your concern," he answered, hoping to imply professional necessity without being too cagey. The right side of her mouth curled upward. She seemed equally amused and intrigued. "Admiral Montgomery indicated that I should take all the time I needed to complete this analysis," she said. "Admiral Janeway has been unavailable for the last several weeks, though I'm assured she'll remedy that when she returns from her current mission. The only other senior member of Voyager's crew that I've been unable to interview is their chief engineer, B'Elanna Torres. Admiral Janeway informed me this morning that her current whereabouts are unknown. Assuming she's not dead, I'll interview her the moment she returns to Earth. Until then, I'm afraid you and Admiral Montgomery are just going to have to wait." Willem nodded politely. He had expected as much. Ken had been copying him on all of Eden's status reports, so he already knew that her final analysis would probably not be complete for several more weeks. He just wasn't sure he could wait that long. Though Eden was unaware of this fact, he had been the one to suggest that she be transferred from technical analysis to her current assignment. Baptiste had never met a more tenacious individual, and her kind of research was exactly what he needed if he was going to get enough evidence to support his proposal in a timely manner. He wasn't sure if taking her into his confidence at this point would help to grease the wheels. If Eden disagreed with him, Vulcans would dance naked in the streets before she would aid his cause. But if she could be made to see reason, there was no one in the universe he would rather have at his right hand in a fight. Baptiste rose and returned his glass to the replicator to be recycled. He remembered all too well that cleaning up after him had been a pet peeve. "I would appreciate it if you would keep me apprised of your progress," he said simply. "In the meantime, I'd like a copy of whatever you have completed up to this point." Eden's eyes betrayed her deep desire to understand why, but to her credit, she only nodded in the affirmative. He was almost at the door before she said, "You're really not going to tell me why you're so interested all of a sudden?" His interest wasn't sudden. It was exactly 9 months old at this point. "I really can't," he replied, as if it pained him more than her. "Have a good evening, Admiral," she acquiesced, returning her attention to her computer. "I'll forward you a draft file before I leave tonight." He nodded and left her alone with her curiosity. The Admiral hated playing these games, but soon enough they would no longer be necessary. Once he was gone, Eden allowed herself only a few moments of consideration before deleting the questionable paragraph. Now that she knew her analysis would be scrutinized by Willem rather than just Ken Montgomery, she absolutely couldn't risk including it. At least not until he tells me exactly what he's planning, she decided. If her history with Willem was any guide, she might very well be the last to know. The scene that met B'Elanna's eyes was disorienting. She knew she was deep in the bowels of the Kortar, an old but well-maintained warship of a class she didn't recognize. She assumed that the space where she now stood with Kalas, Locht, Torkrek, and dozens of his brethren had originally been a cargo hold, but she could have sworn she was standing outside on Con-OS at night. Only the deep, musky odor she associated with too many Klingons in too close quarters and the absence of a breeze seriously distorted the illusion. The moment they had entered the vast space, Kalas had smiled in recognition. On Con-OS, this place was called Kahov. B'Elanna had distant memories of touring it as a child. She had long ago banished the memories of her first visit to her mother's homeworld, because her most vivid recollections of those times were of the many Klingons who stared at her with contempt. Now that she understood that most Klingons stared at any stranger the same way, she took it less personally, but at the time it had only reinforced her desire to be anything but half Klingon. The shrine reproduced here was part of a public sector of the Kartad forest. The monument at the shrine's center, a stone obelisk less than 6 meters tall and roughly a meter square at its base, hadn't been terribly impressive when she was a child. Had she fully comprehended when she was a little girl that the obelisk was 1,200 years old, she might have mustered a little awe. Staring at the perfect recreation of the monument that the warriors had constructed aboard their ship, she discovered some of the wonder she had been unable to summon in her younger days. B'Elanna didn't understand why it was necessary to keep it in a cargo hold when a holodeck would have done just as well. But everything about the warriors she had observed up to this point, especially their antiquated uniforms, suggested that they didn't do anything the easy way, or the modern way. The deck was split level. A deep circular trench surrounded the obelisk, approximately 4 meters in diameter. But the sky above, an exact replica of the stars orbiting Con-OS, was the most breathtaking part of the illusion, and the piece that necessitated a vast volume of space within the ship. B'Elanna remembered the shrine as one of many on Konos dedicated to Kales. She couldn't recall what particular deed worthy of epic song he might have performed at this site, and she felt a little bad about that. The wide, gaping holes in her knowledge of Klingon history had been perturbing enough while she wandered among the other pilgrims on Boreth. Standing in the Emperor's presence, it was downright embarrassing. She felt certain that in the actual shrine there were at least a few plaques that would have filled in the missing pieces for her. Chikrek had apparently not felt it necessary to add these details for this recreation. The assembled warriors began to arrange themselves in a circle around the trench. Only when she reached the lip of the indentation did B'Elanna notice the glints of light reflecting off metal below. The trench was filled with bat'leths, lying end to end in a perfect but incomplete circle. Now that she was a little closer to the obelisk, she also noticed for the first time that it was not simply smooth, polished stone. It was actually quite rough, and was pitted throughout with long gouges that scarred its surface. Finally, her curiosity exceeded her humiliation, and she turned to Kalis. "What is this place?" she asked softly. "It used to be called the Home of the Stars of the Gods," Kalis whispered. "Now, of course, they are the stars of Kalis," he added. "But that was never the intention of its builder." "Who built it?" B'Elanna asked, uncomfortably aware that no one else was speaking. "I do not know," Kalis replied, and B'Elanna instantly felt a little less ignorant. Chikrek stood at the base of the obelisk. He turned his attention to B'Elanna and approached before the Emperor could say anything further. 12 centuries ago, the Peta-Q Halkorin designed this shrine as a gathering place for the Kohak-Hoch. The order was divided into 12 corps, each led by the fierce Est warrior among them. The leaders of the 12 could only be identified to one another by the weapons they carried. Halkorin, may she writhe in agony in Greythor, forged 12 bat'leths and marked them as her own. Only when the 12 were assembled could the secrets of her cursed order be revealed. From a purely tactical point of view, B'Elanna could see the wisdom in this: passwords, codes, hand signs. And the like were all time-honored traditions among those for whom subterfuge was a way of life. At the same time, the machinations of this ancient society also reinforced her certainty that all of these people, Kohak-Hoch and warriors of Greythor alike, were barking lunatics. "What secret do you seek?" Kalis asked. B'Elanna had the sense that he asked the question for her benefit, and was silently grateful. "When brought together in this place, the 12 bat'leths will reveal to us the location of the Kohak-Hoch sanctuary. We know that the sanctuary was created by Halkorin, to hide these heretics and their dark work should they ever fall from favor, as they ultimately did. And the descendants who claimed their place," Chikrek went on, his chest swelling at the fond memory. "Their weapons now rest here. The blade you carry, B'Elanna Torres, is the 12th sword of Halkorin." Chikrek held his hand out to B'Elanna. "With your permission." Kalis nodded, and B'Elanna passed her bat'leth to Chikrek. He then knelt before her and placed the sword in the trench, its ends clanging softly as they were locked into place between the two on either side. The bat'leths now formed a perfect, unbroken circle. B'Elanna wasn't sure what she expected to happen. At first, she decided that the unimaginable stress of the past several hours might finally be taking its toll when she felt her gorge rising and her stomach began to churn. She took a few halting steps to ward off the dizziness as the stars above her head began to spin. She was suddenly aware of 2 strong hands on each of her arms, holding her firmly, those of Kalis and Loch. With a heavy metallic clank, The sensation passed, and B'Elanna realized that it hadn't been her head that was swimming. Whatever mechanism controlled the projections of the stars above her had actually moved, reorienting itself to a new alignment, probably of a particular time and date necessary for the ritual she was now unwillingly sharing. She enjoyed a momentary sense of calm, until the ground at her feet began to glow. Soon enough she realized that the bat'leths in the trench were actually floating on a substance that was now the consistency of molten lava. Somewhere in the back of her mind she remembered that the original shrine had been constructed at the base of a long-dormant volcano, common enough on Kono. Those around her knelt at the site. At first B'Elanna assumed it was more quasi-religious nonsense, until she realized that the now luminous bat'leths had begun to cast laser-like points of light toward the obelisk. The tallest of the warriors, standing right at the lip of the magma, well blocked some of the spectacle by their position. Without reverence, B'Elanna, Kales, and Locht likewise knelt and watched as Tykrek moved about the obelisk, studying and measuring the points on the monument illuminated by the refracted light of the weapons. He then turned his attention to the sky above, comparing the patterns in the stone to those fixed overhead. Finally, Tykrek grunted, "Bridge." "What are your orders, Captain?" a disembodied voice growled. "Set a new course," Tykrek said haughtily. "The sanctuary is located on Davlos." "At once, Captain," the voice replied. As those around her rose and began to congratulate themselves with hearty cries and pounding of chests and shoulders, B'Elanna's eyes remained glued to the obelisk. She promised herself that later she would return and examine every atom of the monument with a scanning device more sensitive than her eyes. She gazed at the bat'leths floating in the trench. A thought gnawed at the back of her mind. For all of its elegance, Halkoran's crude mapping system is ripe with potential for minute variations that would undoubtedly alter the location indicated by the obelisk. Tykrek seems certain that he's found what he was seeking, but without further analysis. I'm not ready to bet my life or morals on his calculations. It was a journey of at least 4 days to Davlos, even at maximum warp. For now, B'Elanna had nothing but time, and she was determined to use it well. She was suddenly aware of Kales, helping her to her feet. When she rose and looked up at him, he said softly, "There was something you wanted to ask me earlier." With so many thoughts racing through her mind, B'Elanna had to search for a moment to recall her question. Finally it came back to her. "On Borith, did you try to warn me of the danger we now face?" He shook his head. "Perhaps I should have," he admitted sadly. "I was confident in my ability to protect you, and I apologize for not sharing my concerns with you sooner." B'Elanna felt her ire rising. Part of her wondered if all of this might have been avoided had Kales chosen long ago to bring her into his confidence. She bit back the first response that came to her as, despite her oath, Locht would probably snap her neck for even the slightest display of impudence toward the Emperor. "I see," B'Elanna managed to reply. Of course, if Kales hadn't written her the cryptic message, that begged the question, who had? B'Elanna was suddenly conscious of her extreme fatigue. Every bone in her body was racked with the pain of either stress or injury. Her stomach began to growl, though the thought of food was sickening. A low, tingling buzz washing over her suggested she'd do well to find a bed soon. It was almost a pleasant thought. To curl up beneath the animal skins she'd grown accustomed to on Boreth, Myrrel tucked into one arm, and, "Oh, dear gods, Tom," she thought, her heart splintering anew in her breast. She hadn't given him a moment of consideration since she had stood before Locht in the audience chamber, making her request. In real time, it had been less than 12 hours earlier, but those hours had been so full of fighting and fleeing and desperate worry. Since Tom had left her on Boreth and returned to active duty, she had grown too accustomed to thinking of her problems as only hers and taking solitary measures to solve them. But now, when the weight of her loneliness was palpable and the ache to feel his arms around her so pressing, B'Elanna saw how well she had deceived herself. Her need for her husband was not an idea. Nor was it something she could turn on and off at will. Like the life of her daughter, it breathed within her. For too long she had only been able to glimpse that soft, tender place in her dreams, when in flashes she could smell the sweet tang of his flesh or feel his imagined hands caress her gently. These dreams had done little to comfort her in the harsh light of day, and so she had buried them, as if she could will them to dissipate, and with them the bond that was so inconvenient when they were separated. Tom would never have done the same. Of that much she was certain. Now she had days ahead to wonder if, when she shared this horrible lapse with him, he would ever forgive her. "To what do I owe the honour of this visit?" Chancellor Martok asked. His question was directed at Chakotay. Though Janeway was the ranking officer, this was, as she had reminded Chakotay when they entered the great hall and were ushered into Martok's private chamber, his idea and, therefore, his hoverball match. The Admiral and Paris stood just behind Chakotay, waiting with palpable impatience. It was only due to the influence of Ambassador Worf that Martok had agreed to the audience at all. Worf stood ominously behind their group, near the ornately carved doors of the suite. Starfleet captains weren't in the habit of requesting audiences with the Chancellor of the Klingon Empire. Chakotay seriously doubted that his request would even have been considered were it not for their personal connection to B'Elanna, and the fact that she had gone missing at the same time as Ka'less. In the brief exchange they had shared with Ambassador Worf, who doled out words with the same care that a Ferengi took when parting with Latinum. They had been told that Martok had agreed to the meeting as a courtesy to the ambassador, but insisted that it take place quietly, so as not to raise questions among the rest of the High Council, now in session. Martok had apparently chosen not to alert the Council to the Emperor's disappearance until he could provide them with Ka'less's new whereabouts, which still remained a stubborn mystery. Chakotay knew Martok by reputation only. His renown as a leader of men in battle preceded him. Martok had come to power during the Dominion War. The very day he arrived on Kon-OS, his position as Chancellor had been challenged by a usurper who had managed to lay waste to the Great Hall and much of the monastery on Borith before that coup had come to its violent and bloody end. Martok bore livid scars, each one a testament to the battles he had fought. He had no need for pretense or a need to show his power. He wore it as easily as the massive cloak denoting his office. Several years earlier, he had lost his left eye at the hands of the Jem'Hadar, but his remaining one rested unnervingly on Chakotay. The captain returned the hard stare with assurance. He knew Martok had no patience for weakness or politics. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Chancellor," Chakotay began politely. "You do us a great honour." Martok nodded, as if that much was obvious. Chakotay decided that there was no way to wade comfortably into these waters, best just to dive in and get it over with. "I've come to offer my assistance, and that of my crew, in the search for B'Elanna Torres, her child, and the Emperor Ka'less. As I am sure you are aware, B'Elanna is the wife of my first officer, Lieutenant Commander Tom Paris, and Mirrol is his daughter. B'Elanna served honourably aboard Voyager during our years in the Delta Quadrant. She is family." "Your concern is appropriate, Captain, and does you credit," Martok replied sternly. "But surely Ambassador Worf has already advised you that our investigation of their disappearance is already underway. We do not require your assistance at this time." Chakotay knew a dismissal when he heard one. He had come too far, however, to accept it quite so quickly. "But perhaps the more resources we are able to apply to the problem, the more quickly we might expect to arrive at a solution," Chakotay offered. "I assure you, Captain," Martok glowered, "it is not a question of resources. I have assigned the finest warriors at my disposal to this task. I know you do not mean to suggest that the Klingon Empire requires the interference of Starfleet in this matter." "Of course not," Chakotay responded immediately. "I wish only to make you aware that, should you decide that our assistance might be of use to you, we stand ready to provide it. Insulting the leader of the Klingon Empire had not been at the top of Chakotay's list of things to do that morning, though from the decidedly chilly reception he was receiving, he felt he might have. "Then you may consider me so advised," Martok said, waving his hand to one of the two guards who flanked Worf by the door. "I appreciate your—" But Chakotay never had a chance to finish that statement. In a flash of movement, Chakotay barely glimpsed Paris out of the corner of his eye, moving toward the wall on his left. A heartbeat later, Tom was holding a huge bat'leth that had been resting in ceremonial elegance on the wall, displayed nobly along with several others that decorated the room. With a cry, Tom rushed toward Martok, raising the sword overhead. But before Chakotay could move to restrain him, that mission was deftly accomplished by the two Yan-Ilith, whose job it was to protect Martok's life with their own. Paris put up quite a fight, but the behemoths on either side of him made that struggle fruitless. One guard wrenched the bat'leth from him, almost tearing his right arm out of its socket in the process, while the other forced Tom to the floor. It ended as quickly as it had begun, with Paris lying at Martok's feet, pinned down by both of the guards. Worf had moved instantly to Martok's side, and now stood there, seething with fury. The only two people in the room with a modicum of composure left were Janeway, who stood by Chakotay's side stoically, and Martok, who hadn't moved a muscle during the attack or its aftermath. "I must tell you, Commander Paris," Martok said with a smirk, "your diplomatic skills leave something to be desired." Chakotay decided that the fact that Martok hadn't ordered Paris to be dismembered on the spot was probably a good sign. Though Worf looked ready to do just that at the Chancellor's request. Tom was still struggling beneath his captor's feet as Chakotay quickly ordered, "Stand down, Commander." "I will not," Paris managed, continuing to grapple helplessly against the two behemoths, whom he could not have hoped to better on his best day. With something like amusement playing across his face, Martok said, "Let him speak." Though it clearly went against their wishes, the two guards unceremoniously lifted Tom to his feet, while continuing to hold him relatively steady in their vice-like hands. "I don't have time for this," Tom bellowed, now that he once again had full access to his lungs. "Conversation, diplomacy. We're wasting time. My wife and my daughter are missing, and I won't stand here and play games while you gamble with the life of my family out of pride." Chakotay understood that this was partly his fault. By reining Paris in, even for the short time it had taken them to reach Konaz, he'd only given him a chance to stoke the fires of his rage. Though he had matured greatly in the last several years, Tom was still a wild and headstrong creature, never more dangerous than when threatened. The captain probably shouldn't have allowed him to be on the away team. "I couldn't agree more, Chancellor," Janeway added, putting Chakotay in an unenviable spot. The captain didn't know whether Martok was driven by necessity or ego. At any rate, an unbroken front was usually strongest, so Chakotay said with all the restraint he could muster, "I apologize for Commander Paris's rashness, but not Tom Paris's actions. She is his mate. We are offering our ship. Iteb quab, kadi jupi shorbi, suvru I." Martok glanced at Worf, who met his inscrutable gaze. Chakotay knew that this little scene was not going to be received well by command. But when negotiating with any culture, it was usually beneficial to find common ground. The Klingons were a people of few words, preferring to allow their actions to speak for them. Tom had done no more than communicate his wishes in a language that Martok would understand. Martok nodded slightly to Worf, and then returned his gaze to Tom. With grudging respect, he said simply, "Very well, boy. Let's see what we can do together to find your family. But you must agree that this attack is much more likely to be the work of the warriors of Graythor," Dr. Harries said for the 5th time in the last 10 minutes. "I do not," Seven replied as patiently as she could. She didn't know if it was Harries' stubbornness. She found most annoying at the moment, or the fact that, to accommodate the Elasian's physiology, She and the doctor had agreed to have this meeting with the Institute's resident Klingon expert in her Zero-G office. No matter what Seven did to focus on a stationary point, or simply remember to take slow, regular breaths, floating freely about the room was a nauseating sensation. Naturally, this unsettling requirement didn't bother the doctor at all. He had no actual stomach to upset, and was able to stabilize his mobile holographic emitter to keep him still in a position several meters above the floor. As a result, he could chat for hours with Harries in complete comfort. To further emphasize the fact, he was actually floating now with his hands in the pockets of the loose dark trousers he wore, paired with a vividly patterned shirt whose design she felt certain he must have gotten from Neelix's old replicator files. His garish attire and self-composure only irked Seven further, because she was currently sweltering in one of her light grey bodysuits, which rarely felt so restrictive. "But, Miss Seven?" Harries began again in a high-pitched nasal whine, an attempt at politeness that only succeeded in hitting Seven's last available nerve. Even the doctor was no match for Harries in the condescension department. Simply repeating a false assumption does not make it any less false, nor does it strengthen a weak argument, Seven interjected petulantly. The first few months Seven had spent in the company of the most adept and facile minds in the quadrant had been a fascinating change of pace from her life aboard Voyager. She and the doctor had been welcomed warmly, and immediately made to feel that their contributions were both unique and valued. Over time, Seven had begun to realize that these wonderful minds were unfortunately housed in the bodies of individuals who usually possessed the emotional intelligence of the average 5-year-old human. As a result, they tended to defend their positions with vehemence, which Seven found inappropriate on a good day and downright annoying on most others. The doctor had explained patiently that often individuals such as these, whose mental gifts so far outpaced their contemporaries, tended to lack the social graces commensurate with their other accomplishments. Seven secretly enjoyed the fact that the doctor's tolerance had finally met its limits when the Tellarite Deagle had joined the group a month earlier. The moment Seven had received Chakotay's message, she had alerted the others to what little they knew of the events on Borith, and everyone had agreed that Harries was the best resource the group possessed when it came to all things Klingon. Harries had obliged them with a lengthy recitation on the legends of the Kuvamag and the various prophecies relating to that mythical figure. Rias possessed an eidetic memory, and had already shared with them several passages contained in dozens of ancient manuscripts, many of which suggested that Miral Paris's unique circumstances had much in common with the promised saviour. Things got muddier when it came to the issue of what exactly the Kuvamag was supposed to save the Klingon people from. The so-called Curse of the Gods was a troublingly vague designation for an apocalypse, particularly since it had been over 1,000 years since Klingon gods had been substantively referenced by any notable scholars. Still, the signs of the pending apocalypse seemed clear enough: the birth of Feckle and the subsequent birth of the Kuvamag. Harries had gone on to present the short list of known believers in these prophecies, and as the only group who was known to still exist were the warriors of Greythor, she had settled on them much too quickly. In Seven's estimation, as the most likely to have committed the attack on Borith. "I do not accept your premise," Harries responded. "Of course you don't," Seven shot back. "If you did, your argument would collapse under the weight of its." "Seven, please," the doctor said briskly, obviously hoping to temper Seven's frustration. "The warriors of Greythor are the only viable candidates for this attack," Harries insisted again. "Their antipathy for the Kuvama is well documented, as are numerous reports of their activities over the last millennium." "The warriors of Greythor were formed to destroy the Ka-Hakhoch, were they not?" Seven asked. "Yes, but they exist only to stamp out every last vestige of these ancient heretics. As you say, but then if they are still active, it is logical to assume that the Ka-Hakhoch are also still in existence," Seven went on. "There is no evidence to suggest—" Harries began. "Seven's right," the doctor interjected. "The fact that the warriors of Greythor have not yet abandoned their quest must mean that, to the best of their knowledge, their work remains unfinished." Seven was the tiniest bit relieved that he had been the one to finish her argument for her. Compartmentalizing came as naturally to her as breathing. But from the moment Chakotay had apprised them of B'Elanna's disappearance, she had been unable to separate her fears for B'Elanna and Myrrel from her need to take constructive action. Debating the obvious with an Elasian who had serious superiority issues wasn't constructive. The truth was, she needed to be right about this, because if she was wrong, B'Elanna and Myrrel were probably already dead. Seven found that thought completely unacceptable. During the 4 years she spent aboard Voyager, prior to its return to the Alpha Quadrant, Seven and B'Elanna had clashed regularly on almost every topic. In truth, the two women had never really warmed to one another, though they had developed a healthy mutual respect. Captain Janeway had always insisted that Voyager's crew was a family, one in whose company Seven would find solace that far outweighed the experience of being a drone in the Borg collective. The sad truth was that Seven hadn't fully begun to accept this notion until that family had parted ways upon their return to Earth. Seven had immediately become reacquainted with her only living biological family on Earth, her father's sister, Irene Hansen. Aunt Irene was a steady, comforting presence. Silently she communicated her utter devotion to her niece, but also refused to smother her in it. Seven was encouraged to pursue any professional or personal activity that interested her, but always found herself looking forward to Sunday mornings, when she would transport to her aunt's home in the Midwest for brunch and lazy afternoon walks. There Irene had proved most adept at a skill that often eluded Seven's former shipmates. Her aunt was an excellent listener. Irene was a gift Seven was extremely grateful for. Once she realized there was no way for her to interact daily with her first real family, Admiral Janeway, Captain Chakotay, Tom and B'Elanna, Harry Kim, Commander Tuvok, Isheb, and Naomi Wildman. Seven had found their absence unsettling. True, she remained close to the Doctor. They worked together every day, and events seemed to conspire to bring her together with her former crew, at least from time to time. Admiral Janeway made excuses to check in with her regularly, and Seven kept a watchful eye on Isheb's progress at the Academy. But the absence, which had begun as a dull ache, had, over time, transmuted itself into a more constant discomfort. The Doctor suggested that she needed to try harder to make new friends. The idea of doing so among the members of the Institute was unappealing at best, and he hadn't blamed her for that. Finally, she had come to accept that the discomfort existed because she truly felt something for the Voyager crew. Feelings, once an object of study, had unwittingly become part of Seven's internal makeup. This realization, and her aunt's gentle insistence that it was a normal part of her humanity, had caused the pain, along with the corresponding loneliness. But that pain had reared a new and very ugly head when Seven was asked to confront the possibility that B'Elanna was dead, and that hurt was magnified when she considered the anguish it would also cause. Tom Paris. She had read it clearly on his face the night she had spent at his parents' home, waiting in vain for B'Elanna to arrive with their daughter. As death was an unacceptable outcome, Seven felt it was her duty to find another, more palatable one. But Dr. Harries, it seemed, had other ideas, and Seven was quickly losing what little patience she possessed. Further, the Doctor added, if the warriors of Greythor were responsible for the attack, it is much more likely that the bodies of B'Elanna and Myrrel would have been found at the monastery. Also true, Seven finished for him. Historically, the warriors make no secret of their victories, and usually display the bodies of their victims as a warning to those who continue to stand against them. Be that as it may, Harries said, but was interrupted by the sight of Deagle, rising to join their ranks. I've discovered something which I believe may be pertinent to your discussion, Deagle announced. The Doctor rolled his eyes. By all means, he said too gallantly to be taken seriously. the Tellarite went on, unperturbed. While in the process of committing our files to memory, I found that several years ago, this group was asked to verify the findings of an anonymous petitioner regarding a peculiar genetic anomaly. A Klingon anomaly. "I have the results here," he said, presenting a pad to the doctor with a flourish. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather just recite them for us?" the doctor asked peevishly. "If you'd prefer." The doctor snapped the pad from Deagle's hand. Seven guessed that even had the pad now in his hand contained the precise coordinates where B'Elanna and Morale could be found, the doctor would probably debate it for several hours with Deagle just to save face. The only thing he seemed to dislike more than Deagle was admitting. Deagle was right. "As I was saying," Ares continued, anxious to return to the argument at hand, "I believe that to purport that the Kauhakosh could have committed such an attack in the absence of any other verification of their continued existence is to grasp at the most flimsy of straws. Perhaps B'Elanna and her daughter were, in fact, the final members of the Kauhakosh. But Seven wasn't listening to Haris anymore. Instead, she watched as the doctor's expression moved from exasperation to curiosity to genuine concern. "What is it?" Seven demanded. "It may be nothing," Deagle began. "Nothing but the first sign of the Klingon apocalypse," the doctor finished, tossing the pad to Seven. Unfortunately, this caused Seven a frustrated moment of gracelessness as she struggled to catch it. After taking only a few minutes more to absorb Deagle's discovery, she and the doctor nodded to one another, their thoughts obviously running along the same disquieting path. The only comforting certainty Seven could find in Deagle's revelation was that the time for theoretical discussions had ended. B'Elanna would have sold her soul for a Starfleet issue tricorder. The Klingon version Log had managed to procure for her was both slower and less precise than the counterpart B'Elanna was used to relying upon. Still, it was the best she could hope for under the circumstances. She had managed a few hours of fitful sleep after the ceremony at the obelisk. When B'Elanna had finally given up on further efforts, despite the fact that her arms and legs felt as if she'd spent the previous day scaling a rock face, she has risen weary but determined to begin her studies of the monument. Kalas had yet to materialize. B'Elanna assumed he was either resting or making nice with T'Krek. Either was preferable to having him stand over her shoulder while she worked. Locht was already fulfilling that duty admirably. B'Elanna had half-heartedly suggested to the woman that she should try and get some rest as well. Locht had been hovering over her at full attention when B'Elanna had awakened in the dank quarters T'Krek had provided them. B'Elanna seriously doubted that Locht had closed her eyes since they left Boreth. Klingons were well known for their resilience, and Locht could probably go at least another day before fatigue would become an obstacle. Still, Locht had dismissed B'Elanna's suggestion with a scoff, and only suggested that B'Elanna cease to worry about her physical needs and instead concentrate on her own. B'Elanna needed something to occupy her mind. Without it, she would go mad before they reached Davlos. Natural curiosity had guided her back to the monument, and she had begun by analyzing the obelisk itself. It had taken hours for her to precisely coordinate the markings rendered in the stone with their stellar counterparts. Once the pattern had become clear, however, it was almost childish in its simplicity. Thousands of stars were actually referenced on the monument's surface. A thorough search of every system would have been impossible even for the vaunted warriors of Greythor, irregardless of the years. Without the coded bat'leths, the map inscribed on the obelisk was useless. She next turned her attention to the swords. B'Elanna had always believed that hers was impressive, if a little ornate for pure practicality. Unlike most bat'leths, which had two sharpened edges that came to points at either end of the weapon, the blade Kolar had given her, modelled on the original sword of Kalas, as were all of the bat'leths resting in the trench, contained a third pointed edge in the centre of the blade. This third edge was also carved with the intricate imperial trefoil design in which was embedded the mark of Halkoran. The metallurgic analysis was equally fascinating. Most bat'leths were forged from Baconite. The swords Halkoran had created were largely comprised of this metal, but also contained trace elements of another substance, which the tricorder could not identify. In all likelihood, it was some rare metal that Halkoran had worked into her weapons, but that, 1,000 years later, might be much harder to come by. B'Elanna knew nothing of the craft of sword-making, but a cursory comparison of her blade with the more modern battle that Lobbed had obtained for her showed clearly that the ancient bat'leths were significantly more robust than those in common use today. The analysis suggested that the ancient blades had been formed by a folding technique that reduced impurities, thereby strengthening the swords and allowing them to maintain their sharpness long past the time when most others would dull. B'Elanna circled the trench, conducting a painstaking scan of every blade. She then darkened the room to study the ways in which the swords cast light upon the monument. Her initial analysis showed that Tikrek had been correct in calculating that the bat'leths pointed to Davlos as the location of the sanctuary. What was most interesting was the fact that it was the impurities within the blades that allowed this effect to be created. The blade should have blocked all light, casting nothing but shadows upon the monument. Miraculously, however, light did penetrate the bat'leths, but only in points where the tricorder indicated were heavy with specific concentrations of bioconite and the other trace metal. Backtracking, B'Elanna compared the metallurgic variations within each blade. She could not imagine the patience or mastery of forging that would have been required to produce impure variances so specifically. Likely as not, the bat'leths were forged, and then the monument was constructed based upon the respective impurities. But even if that was the case, the precision was still staggering. In every instance, B'Elanna found a variance of less than .0027. The tricorder emitted a shrill bleat as it completed its latest set of calculations. She glanced at them, already certain of the result. B'Elanna stared at it for a long moment, then actually rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't imagining things. Every instance but one. B'Elanna paused. There was no question that she had reached her mental and physical limits. Hope and desperation might account for the error she now saw before her. She checked her findings again, then rechecked them 2 more times just to be certain. Only then did the knot in her stomach loosen just a bit. "Lock!" she called softly as she set her tricorder at the lip of the trench and gently removed the bat'leth in question from its place. It sat 3 places away from hers in the circle. "What is it?" Locked asked as she approached. Without taking her eyes from the weapon, B'Elanna said, "How hard would it be to find out exactly where the warriors of Greythor acquired each of these bat'leths?" Locked considered the question, then replied, "I do not know how thorough their records are. Most likely they retain their history in songs and stories." "Oh, let's hope not. I need to find Kalis," B'Elanna said, replacing the sword in the trench and rising to face Locked. "I shall accompany you." "No," B'Elanna replied briskly. "You are going to break into their database and see if there is any written record of these lunatics' exploits. Download whatever you find into this tricorder." The woman looked at B'Elanna, as if she had finally abandoned what few senses Locked had ever given her credit for possessing. "Where you go, I go," Locked replied evenly. "We're not going to argue about this," B'Elanna said fiercely. "In a matter of days, this ship is going to reach Davlos. It will take them less than 24 more hours to thoroughly scan the planet." Locke's right eyebrow twitched. She was either tired or impressed. "By the time they do that, we need to be gone," B'Elanna continued. "And if we haven't figured out where that bat'leth came from and made a discreet escape, we'll never find Mirrell before they do." "And what will you be doing while I conduct this research?" Locked asked. "After I speak to Kalis about stealing a shuttle, I'm going to spend some quality time with the replicator nearest our quarters." Locked favoured her with a hard stare. B'Elanna knew that she had not provided the warrior with sufficient details of the plan that was forming in her mind, but perhaps B'Elanna's certainty was all Log needed for now. "As you wish," she said with a slight nod. B'Elanna hurried from the chamber. It would have been exaggeration to say that she was hopeful, but she was suddenly infused with a heady sense of cautious optimism. For the first time since this nightmare had begun, B'Elanna believed she knew how to find morale on her own, and she had the beginnings of a plan. Its success hinged on too many variables for her to stomach at the moment, but it was enough to keep her feet hurrying along as she made her way through the Quartar. All she needed was one very important piece of information and a little luck. With that, they could be off this cursed ship and reunited with those she actually trusted to get this job done. Most important, Tom. The only remaining question was how long it would take the warriors of Graythor to realize their error and B'Elanna's subterfuge. B'Elanna didn't believe in signs, especially now that she was surrounded by people who consciously chose to live and die by them. But if fate had a hand in any of this, it had finally given her a slim advantage over the warriors of Graythor, and, as she knew all too well, the smallest advantage often meant the difference between life and death. One thought spurred her onward. They're heading for the wrong planet. Admiral Kenneth Montgomery was playing golf. He hated golf. Willem Batiste had introduced him to the game almost 5 years earlier, and in all that time, Montgomery's game had yet to improve. Batiste's, on the other hand, was coming along quite nicely. When they'd begun their regularly scheduled monthly meetings in Desert Springs, they both agreed to abandon the game within a year if neither of their handicaps improved. Over time, however, the tranquility, the dry warmth, and the way in which the activity forced them out of their routine became more of a draw than their respective skills. Very few humans or aliens were really taken with the game these days. Like baseball, for many it seemed to be a quaint anachronism. For Batiste, that had quickly become part of the appeal. He considered it a rare opportunity to get back to nature. An avid camper, Montgomery wondered if Batiste truly understood how ridiculous he sounded when he said things like that. He also wondered why so few aspects of the game, particularly the clubs or the balls, had continued to be adapted with modern technology in the last few thousand years, apart from a few cosmetic alterations to the shape of the putter and wedges. Of course, such adaptations would have made the game easier, but that was apparently not the point. Further, Montgomery had become convinced over the last few years that Batiste must be cheating. That bastard's practicing in his off hours, he thought bitterly, as Willem executed a perfect 300-meter drive that landed just off the green of the 16th hole. The hole was a par 3, but Montgomery doubted he'd reach the green in 4 strokes, especially the way he was chopping up the course today. The Admiral stepped up to the tee and did his best to quiet his mind. Unlike most of his regular duties, multitasking was not a skill that was helpful when applied to golf. Instead, the game required a balance of focus and calm, an ability to get out of one's own way and simply allow the body to execute a single, swift, graceful motion in which the club was responsible for the majority of the work. "Looks like that slice is coming along beautifully," Batiste joked, as Montgomery's shot flew dramatically toward the tree line banking the right side of the fairway. Montgomery replaced his driver in his bag and hefted it onto his shoulder in preparation for the death march to retrieve his ball. Another of Batiste's little quirks was that he insisted they walk the course rather than use hovercarts. This usually added at least an hour or two to their game, but as these meetings were meant to be part recreation, part work, Montgomery rarely found reason to dispute this request until right around the 11th hole, when he found himself wishing that his comm badge would sound, alerting both of them to an interstellar disaster that would make finishing the game impossible. "See you on the green," Montgomery said optimistically as he began his weary trek. "I'll walk with you," Batiste replied amiably. "There's actually something I'd be meaning to ask you about." "What's that?" It took most of the few minutes required for them to reach the tree line and actually find Montgomery's ball wedged between the gnarled roots of a jacaranda. For Batiste to outline the proposal he was preparing to make to Starfleet Command regarding Voyager. Montgomery almost tripped at about the same time Batiste relayed the mission's most startling feature. You want them to what? Montgomery demanded, worried that the heat, the frustration, and the exhaustion might finally be getting to him. You heard me, Batiste replied placidly. Montgomery stepped back gingerly to avoid touching the ball and adding yet another stroke to the game as he considered his friend. He looks serious, Montgomery had to allow. And he sure sounds serious. This could mean only one thing. Have you lost your mind? Montgomery asked. Batiste chuckled, stepping aside to allow him as unobstructed a path to the fairway as his dismal shot would permit. I have not. Batiste smiled. And have you, by any chance, run this absurd notion by Admiral Janeway yet? Was Montgomery's next question. You're the first person I've told, Batiste said casually. I was hoping to get your input, as well as Eden's final report, before I discuss it with the rest of the Admiralty. A Ferengi would have an easier time selling hot water in hell than you'll have getting this past Catherine, Montgomery replied. Most starship captains developed a sense of proprietary regard for their crews, even their former ones, but Catherine Janeway had taken that propensity to entirely new dimensions when she had been promoted to Vice Admiral. True, the circumstances of her ship and crew had been unique, and that alone granted her a certain amount of latitude among her peers. But Catherine's crew was dearer to her than colleagues or friends. To her, they were family. And she watched over them with the keen eye of a mother hen, even from the distance her new position required. Setting that aside for the moment, what are your thoughts, Ken? Batiste asked patiently. Montgomery shook his head, realizing that he'd just pulled his sand wedge from his bag rather than his pitching wedge. At this point, what the hell difference does it make? He thought, lining up his shot with his back braced uncomfortably against the tree. He was half considering his response, and halfway into his backswing, when his comm badge chirped. Amid the desert stillness, it sounded like the firing of a phaser, and he brought the club down sharply, digging into the hard soil and barely tapping the ball over the tree root before it dribbled a few feet farther. Coming to rest several meters short of the fairway, but at least in the relative clear. If you'd like to try that again, Batiste offered graciously. Montgomery waved him off, equal parts disgusted and relieved, and stepped a few paces farther into the trees before he opened his side of the comlink. What is it? He barked in frustration. I'm sorry to disturb you, Admiral, but I have a priority communication for you from Captain Chakotay. Put it through, Montgomery ordered. After a brief pause, Chakotay's voice greeted him. I hope this isn't a bad time, Admiral. Oh, it's an excellent time, Montgomery assured him, grateful at least that whatever Chakotay wanted to discuss with him had brought him a few moments' reprieve from the dismal game. Of course, when Chakotay had finished relaying his message, Montgomery was less inclined toward gratitude. Emerging from the tree line, he found Batiste standing beside his bag, sipping from his water bottle. The hovercart he had called after closing the communication with Chakotay could be heard buzzing toward them from the direction of the clubhouse. Sorry to cut this short, Willem, but I have to get back to San Francisco right away. Captain Chakotay is testing out his improvisational skills, and we'll probably be at war with the Klingons before the day is out. I thought Voyager was on its way to Korovi. They were, Montgomery shot back bitterly. Batiste nodded. Understood. I think I'll play through. Good idea, Montgomery nodded. Give me some time to reconsider. Then you don't approve of my idea? Batiste asked. I don't, Montgomery replied honestly. Of course, I can see the value in what you're proposing from a purely exploratory point of view. But I also believe that sometimes you can ask too much of a person. Voyager's time in the Delta Quadrant wasn't your average deep space Miss Scion. Those people went through hell. I'm not saying they wouldn't be up to it. Voyager's crew is one of the best Starfleet has ever produced, but I would never ask it of them, and neither should you, my friend. Batiste nodded. Montgomery didn't honestly know if he was agreeing with him or simply mustering a new argument. Either way, Catherine will set him straight. And that would be a conversation worth watching, Montgomery decided, if only to see Batiste struggle as futilely as he had all afternoon. Paris barely noticed Chakotay returned to the embassy conference suite. Ambassador Worf had provided them for their work. Spread before him on a table lay the fruits of the Klingons' investigation to date, and they were a sparse meal at best. One of the Klingons discovered dead on Borth had been Kularg. Tom found that one image of the man kept playing over and over in his mind. Once he had wiped away the vision of Kularg lying on the nursery floor, his blood pouring forth from the dagger driven into his heart. Often when Morale had refused to stop fussing, particularly around nap time, Kularg would say, "The time has come for blood pie." The first time he'd heard this, Tom had worried that his daughter had finally become too infuriating for Kularg to handle and had just been relegated to the dinner menu. But before Tom could step in, Kularg had deposited the crying child on her back, on a pile of tanned targ skins, and softly started to assemble the imaginary blood pie on Miral's tummy. He would announce each ingredient, then pantomime placing it on her stomach. Of course, the stirring motion that accompanied each addition was the part that usually calmed Miral the most. This gentle massage, combined with the fascination that would often overtake Miral as she diligently watched the movement of his hands, usually meant that, well before the pie was done, Miral was either laughing from the tickles or fighting to keep her eyes open as sleep overtook her. Tom had never known a Klingon like Kularg, and believed he probably never would again. Klingon society still had rigid ideas about the roles of men and women. Kularg's nurturing instincts might have been construed by some as a form of weakness. Tom saw only honor and strength in the old warrior, and someone he would miss. The only other bodies discovered at the scene were those of two females who had yet to be identified. They were not of a noble house, nor were they commoners. As best anyone could tell, they had never before set foot on Borth, nor on any other Klingon colony. Until they had been found dead, it seemed they had never existed. For the time being, the Klingons investigating the matter seemed to believe that the attack had been directed against Kahless. The concurrent disappearance of Commander Locht, one of his personal guardians, only reinforced this notion. It was no secret that there were still many Klingons who had difficulty accepting Kahless as their emperor, symbolic though that title was. Clone or not, the man had already provided such valuable service to the Empire that Tom saw this point as completely moot. But Paris worried that Martok's only interest in the events on Boreth was to make certain that this was not the prelude to another attack on his position as Chancellor. Usually, Tom didn't suffer from delusions of grandeur or the belief that the universe revolved around him or his small cares. But he firmly believed that the attack had been directed at Miral. The problem was, he couldn't prove it, and until he could, he wasn't going to change the focus of the investigation. He wished Tuvok was here now. The Vulcan who had once been Voyager's tactical officer was now teaching at Starfleet Academy. But during their time in the Delta Quadrant, Tuvok had demonstrated on numerous occasions that he possessed a keen investigative sense, beginning with an encounter with two warring cultures during which Tom had been falsely accused and convicted of murder. Tuvok's tenacity had saved his life. Paris couldn't help but think that if Tuvok and his tenacity could be brought to bear, it would aid his efforts immeasurably. Depending upon how things developed in the next few hours, Tom decided he should make this recommendation to Chakotay and Janeway to see if there might be any strings that could be pulled. One of Worf's aides, an efficient human named Giancarlo Wu, who had gone out of his way to be helpful, entered the conference room carrying a rather large box. He placed it before Tom and said gently, "Commander, these just arrived. They are all of the personal items that were left in your family's quarters on Boreth." Paris thanked him with a nod, then steadied himself to begin going through them. "Have they been thoroughly analyzed by the investigative team?" The young man cleared his throat and replied, "If by analyzed you mean tossed carelessly in a box and labeled for storage, then yes." Paris had to swallow hard before he could reply, "Thank you," his voice thick with emotion. At the far end of the table, Chakotay was conferring with Admiral Janeway. Tom caught bits and pieces, including Chakotay's remark that Admiral Montgomery had been apprised of their situation and would provide them with new orders shortly. As long as those orders didn't include continuing on their former course to Karovi, Paris couldn't have cared less. In the meantime, he knew that both of them were studying recent starship traffic around Borith, along with the lists of all those who had been in residence at the monastery at the time of the attack. Forcing himself to keep in mind that the items in the box before him were simply objects, and not the last pieces of the wife and child he would never hold again, Tom began to sort through them. The first thing he discovered was the civilian clothes B'Elanna had worn when she first came to Borith, as well as a number of robes and hide cloaks she had accumulated. Several soft pieces of cloth, the Klingon analogue of diapers, were also present, and though Paris knew well that they had been scoured by rough Klingon hands after each use, he still believed he could smell Miral, or at least the scent he had last associated with her. On every one of them. It was more than he could bear. Tom's heart heaved within his chest as the hot tears he had forbidden to fall rose to his eyes. Setting the cloths aside, he struggled to focus. He recognized all of the box's contents thus far, but noted that a few important things were missing, among them Miral's favorite blanket and B'Elanna's bat'leth. The only two things B'Elanna wouldn't leave behind if she'd been forced to leave Borith in a hurry. This thought was at least almost comforting. At the bottom of the box was a light cloak B'Elanna usually wore at bedtime. Tom knew that it would be covered with her scent, and for a moment felt his legs shudder beneath him. He gathered the folds of fabric in his hands, kneading them gently for a moment, trying to find the strength not to wallow, when a faint crackling sound met his ears. Paris played the fabric over again in his hands, and discovered the source of the sound, a small piece of parchment crumpled in one of the pockets. He removed it and laid it carefully on the table, assuming it would be a scrap of text B'Elanna might have made note of in her studies. Much as he dreaded the thought of another visceral reminder of her absence, the sight of her handwriting, Tom forced himself to open it carefully so as not to damage the delicate page. It was written in Klingon, and it was not written by B'Elanna's hand. The only word he could make sense of at first almost dropped him to his chair. Kuvama. He knew that with some effort he could translate the rest. He just wasn't sure if he wanted to. Like as not, this was part of B'Elanna's research, nothing more. Part of his mind insisted. Tom studied the other words. The next one he recognized made his heart beat even faster. Danger. Finally, Tom abandoned his attempt and simply scanned the words into his tricorder. A moment later, the horrific translation glowed out from the tiny screen. You and the Kuvama are in danger. The pain that had been strangling his heart only moments before was immediately replaced by rage. She knew. Where or when B'Elanna might have received this message was unclear. But suddenly the faint misgivings he'd had every time they spoke for the last several weeks became both crystal clear and horrifying. You and the Kuvama are in danger. B'Elanna had lied to him. True, it was a lie of omission, but he wasn't ready to grant her anything. She knew. She knew, and she didn't tell me. Had he been able to think more clearly, he might have found some solace in the fact that here at last was tangible proof that his gut had not been mistaken. Finally, he could present the Klingons with evidence that they were sniffing the wrong dung heap. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp intake of breath from the other side of the table. He looked up to see Admiral Janeway rising to her feet as a relieved smile spread across her face. Turning, he found the reason. Standing at the door to the conference room were B'Elanna, Lot, and the Emperor Kallus. All three of them looked like hell. Hovering behind them was Ambassador Worf. He nodded briefly to Tom, then backed from the doorway to allow them privacy. Kallus and Lot moved toward the far side of the room. Though they had never met Chakotay or the Admiral, they, too, seemed painfully aware that Tom and B'Elanna both needed a moment before whatever else was to come could begin. B'Elanna's face held its fierce determination for the first few moments her eyes locked with Tom's. But soon it started to crumple as pain and fear met the desperate need she seemed to be trying to communicate. Tom's heart answered hers with a brief mutual longing and relief. But it was replaced almost instantly with the knowledge of her betrayal, and how much that betrayal might have cost them both. Tom wanted to go to her. She wasn't rushing to him, though, and he thought ungenerously that her guilt must be holding her back. Finally, however, he realized that there would be time for arguments and recriminations later. For now, at least, she was here, and that was something. Tom started forward on trembling legs and crossed the small space separating him from his wife. He just didn't know if the first thing he should do was to kiss her or kill her. The quarter had been in orbit above Davlos for 17 hours. 10 hours ago, their initial scans had revealed no indication that the sanctuary might be found there. But T'Krek was too keen a hunter to be dismayed by such a setback. The Kohak had mastered the ability to hide themselves. Obviously, some sort of energy field or natural anomaly was interfering with the ship's sensors. The only solution, therefore, was to look closer. 20 teams had been dispatched to the planet in shuttles to facilitate the search. Thus far, none had reported any anomalous findings that might point to their quarry's hiding place. But T'Krek had learned patience. As an added precaution, he had decided to keep their honored guests secured within quarters until their search was complete. He knew that once they found the infernal child and ended her life, B'Elanna would either kill him or, much more likely, die trying. He had tried repeatedly, while en route to Davlos, to make the Emperor see that this was the only way. The Kohak had survived this long only because they had a clear purpose, a destiny. From what Grapk and T'Kang had learned on Borith, T'Krek no longer doubted that Miral Paris was the Kuvama. Had they completed their appointed task, T'Krek would have been able to kill the child himself on Borith. But at least his brother warriors had done part of their job right. This meant that each man had lost only an arm by T'Krek's hand, when they had made their final report to him and offered him their lives for their failure. But the Emperor had refused to acknowledge T'Krek's reasoning. This had been troubling, but not altogether unexpected. The Emperor would say only that his interests were those of the Empire. How the birth of a child who would call only destruction down upon them was meant to serve the Empire, Trek could not understand, but Kales had only looked at him with a benign sense of superiority when he made this point. Perhaps T'Krek should try again. Though he was unwilling to abandon the idea that they would eventually find the Kuvamag on Davlos, their victory would be that much sweeter should the Emperor stand beside him when he cut the child's throat. T'Krek opened a comm channel. T'Krek to Emperor Kales. There was no answer. Emperor Kales, respond, T'Krek ordered. Again silence. T'Krek turned to the warrior manning operations. Liger, locate the Emperor. Liger nodded and performed a quick scan. The Emperor is in his quarters. Is he alone? No, Captain. B'Elanna Paris and Commander Locht are with him. T'Krek wasn't going to grovel. Kales might be the Emperor, but this was his ship. Bring him to me, T'Krek ordered. 2 minutes later, a frantic voice came over the comm channel. Captain, this is Marent. Report, T'Krek said calmly. The Emperor's quarters are empty. A tricorder was adapted to display false life signs. T'Krek's tone made the price of subsequent failure on Marent's part painfully clear. Find them. B'Elanna's first request, once she and Tom had shared an awkward embrace that promised a much longer conversation later, had been that the group adjourn to Voyager before discussing anything in detail. She and Kales had spent 20 minutes with Ambassador Worf before being escorted to the embassy conference room, briefly recounting the events of the last week. Locke had been busy at the time overseeing the transfer of the shuttle they had stolen from the Kortar to the custody of the Defense Force officer on duty at the orbital docking station above Konaz. Both Janeway and Chakotay had greeted B'Elanna more warmly than Tom, and both had agreed immediately to her request. As Chakotay and Wu were finalizing the details, Worf re-entered the conference room and headed straight for Callus. "The Chancellor has asked me to advise you that you will have the full support of the Klingon Defense Force at your disposal in your continuing efforts to recover Miral Paris," Worf announced. Before Callus could respond, B'Elanna cut him off. "Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, but this is a family matter, and I would prefer to handle it with Voyager's help." Worf turned his grim visage to B'Elanna. "I apologize, Commander, but I was under the impression that Voyager would be returning to its previous mission. Of course, I can contact Starfleet Command and request other Federation support if you would prefer." "That won't be necessary," Chakotay intervened. "I've kept Starfleet apprised of our situation." Worf nodded. "But you should know this, Mr. Ambassador," B'Elanna went on. "The warriors of Greythor intend to find and murder my child. Should I cross paths with them again, I won't hesitate to kill every last one of them to prevent that." To her surprise, Worf almost cracked a smile. "Then you will need to act quickly if you intend to beat Martok to it," he replied dryly. The shock on B'Elanna's face was apparently all the encouragement he needed to continue. Until this afternoon, the Chancellor was not aware that the warriors of Greythor were still active. They have, from time to time, provided admirable service to the Empire in the past, but only, it seems, when the mood strikes them. The Chancellor intends to bring them to heel. They will fall in line, or they will be disbanded. Good luck with that, B'Elanna thought, catching Callus's eye and noting the subtle shake of his head, suggesting he also believed this would prove a difficult nut for the Chancellor to crack. 15 minutes later, Log had rejoined them in Voyager's main conference room. Also in attendance was the ship's senior staff, including Harry Kim, who had almost wept with relief when he first laid eyes on B'Elanna, Operations Officer Lissa Campbell, and the new ship's doctor, a Trill named Jaram Kaz. B'Elanna had heard a great deal about Kaz from Tom. Apparently his symbiont had shared a troubled personal history with the changeling they had confronted at Loran II, and Kaz had almost died in their efforts to stop him. He had also been of great service when Voyager had first returned to Earth and become embroiled in a covert plot by a deranged admiral to form a new Borg collective. This, it seemed, had been the impetus for Chakotay to request his assignment to Voyager on a permanent basis. Both Tom and Chakotay thought highly of Dr. Kaz, though frankly, B'Elanna wondered how he could ever replace the only doctor she had ever truly felt comfortable with, the ship's former M-Hage. The only other officer in the room whom B'Elanna had never met was the ship's new counselor, Lieutenant Hugh Cambridge. He barely nodded to her when they were introduced and studiously kept his own counsel as B'Elanna and Callus, in turns, brought everyone in the room up to speed regarding the events on Boreth and what they had discovered aboard the Kortar. Only when Callus shared his belief that the Quahak Hach were responsible for Miral's kidnapping did a faint, interesting escape Cambridge's lips involuntarily. A sharp glance from Chakotay was met with a withering nod, and Cambridge retreated into silence. Callus glossed over their escape from the Kortar, as if it had been a mere inconvenience. B'Elanna's recollection of barely managing to rig her tricorder to fool the ship's sensors, and the subsequent hours she, Callus and Locht, had spent crawling through the ship's maintenance tubes to reach the shuttle bay undetected, was more colourful than Callus's version. But she was happy to banish it, along with Locke's quick dispatch of the guards who had been assigned to the cloak-equipped shuttle they ultimately stole, to the realm of bad memories. Tom seethed quietly by her side. The only two people in the room who seemed to be even cognizant of the tension flaring between them were B'Elanna and Cambridge, who glanced at Tom several times with a bemused expression. He appeared to be attempting to calculate just how long it would take before Tom's patience with the proceedings came to an end. When it finally did, Cambridge actually checked his chronometer and nodded to himself, suggesting that his estimate had been accurate. "So, if the sanctuary isn't on Davlos, then where the hell is it?" Tom said, once Callus had finished describing their escape from Tay Creek's vessel. "And how long before the warriors of Greythor realize they're looking in the wrong place?" Harry added, clearly trying to assess the dangers Voyager might face now that they had become part of the equation. While we were on the Quatar, I was able to do a thorough analysis of the Halcoring bat'leths, B'Elanna said, picking up her part of the story. And one of them was a forgery, Cambridge interjected. That's right, B'Elanna said, unable to hide her surprise. How did you know that? Chakotay asked sharply. There have been numerous accounts over the years of weapons designed by Halcoran that later turned out to be forgeries, Cambridge replied. Unless I'm much mistaken, Halcoran's weapons still fetch considerable sums in any illegal weapons market. Her swords, in particular, are highly prized, hence the proliferation of fakes. Bat'leths like the ones she's describing would be considered museum pieces today, and definitely priceless. So how does that help us find Miral? Tom said pointedly to B'Elanna. Since the impurities in the swords provide the key to decoding the markings on the monument, only the true bat'leths can give you the right answer, B'Elanna replied evenly. T-Crek's calculations could be off by hundreds of light years. The forged bat'leth was acquired only 30 years ago from a man named Kopek. Do we know where he is? Tom demanded. He is now a member of the Klingon High Council, Carlos replied, and as soon as we are done here, I will contact him to discuss his dealings with the warriors of Greythor. There was no mistaking the ominous tone in Carlos's voice. As B'Elanna briefly considered how glad she was not to be Kopek right now, a voice sounded over the comm system. Bridge to Captain Chakotay. Go ahead. We are being hailed by the Klingon ambassador to the Federation. His personal ship had just entered orbit, and he had 2 representatives from the Federation Research Institute on board who are requesting immediate transport to Voyager. Chakotay and Janeway immediately exchanged a knowing smile. Janeway rose from her place and said, If you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll meet them in the transporter room and bring them up to speed. B'Elanna was briefly puzzled until she remembered that Seven and the Doctor had joined the Institute several months earlier. Though part of her felt she should wait for their arrival before continuing, the expectant faces of the others convinced her to continue. I brought the 11 true bat'leths with me, B'Elanna said, leaving T-Krek with replicated fakes. All we have to do is find the final sword of Halcorim and take them all to the actual sanctuary on Konos. That is, of course, Cambridge began. Then, with a deferential glance at Chakotay, asked, May I? Chakotay nodded, and Cambridge went on. Assuming that the Quo-Hak-Hoch are in fact responsible for Miral's abduction. They are, B'Elanna shot back automatically. That remains to be seen, Cambridge replied. What makes you think they aren't? Tom asked harshly. B'Elanna reached for his hand, and he just as quickly pulled it away. Cambridge shot an appraising glance at Carlos before continuing. Forgive me, Emperor, but the last tangible proof that the Quo-Hak-Hoch even exist is over 800 years old. There was a dispute over the rightful inheritance in 2 ancient houses, and the Quo-Hak-Hoch were contacted to mediate because at the time it was common knowledge that their records of all Klingon lineages were the most accurate in the Empire, and the least tainted by any political intrigues. Their data files of the houses were produced, and the dispute was settled, but not before there was an attack, undoubtedly by the warriors of Greythor, and all representatives of the Order present at the mediation were killed. Since that time, no verifiable record acknowledging any activity by the Quo-Hak-Hoch has been discovered. Is this true? B'Elanna asked Carlos. It is, he replied. However, they remain, in my estimation, the most likely to have committed this crime. Your estimation? Tom asked with evident frustration. The Emperor is right about one thing, Cambridge said in a more conciliatory tone. Of all the various sects known throughout Klingon history to have taken the prophecies about the Kuvamarg seriously, the Quo-Hak-Hoch were the most adamant in their faith. It's difficult to imagine that they could have existed, undetected all these years, but not impossible. The hypothesis would be more sustainable if we also possessed evidence that the first sign of the Joa-Cha-Muka-Di had come to pass. I find it hard to believe that anything else might have caused the Kohak-Huk to act so precipitously and thereby risk revealing themselves after all this time. "The first sign has come to pass," Collis assured Cambridge. "Really, sir?" he asked, clearly intrigued. "Can you prove this?" "What is he talking about?" Tom interjected. "I'll explain later," B'Elanna said. "Or I could explain now," an imperious voice from the doorway said. B'Elanna turned. "Don't you mean we could explain?" The doctor corrected 7 of 9, who stood beside him in the entryway. Admiral Janeway ushered them into the room as the doctor went on. "The Klingon ambassador was kind enough to give us a lift when he was apprised of our mission and its sensitive nature," the doctor added. "We were reluctant to transmit our findings to you, even over encrypted channels," 7 went on, "as we could not be certain that they would not be intercepted. The ambassador's was the first and quickest transport we were able to obtain." "Yes, Ambassador Lantar was quite accommodating," the doctor replied too ironically to be taken seriously. "If you hadn't insisted upon trying to bend his ear every 5 minutes of our journey," 7 began to chide him. "Thank you both," Chakotay interrupted, ending further discussion of this unhelpful topic. "I'm sure I speak for everyone here when I say welcome aboard and thank you for coming. Any information you can provide will certainly be most helpful." As the doctor took a moment to greet his old comrades and to introduce himself to Cambridge and the Emperor, 7 addressed herself to B'Elanna. "I am pleased to find you unharmed," she said with compassion, which almost startled B'Elanna. "Thank you, 7. I can assure you that I have no intention of regenerating until we are able to locate Miral." B'Elanna was so moved by this sentiment that she was unable to find words. She nodded gratefully, after which 7 moved to the room's display monitor, where she quickly downloaded a datapad. Once everyone present had quieted, 7 began. "Several years ago, the institute where the doctor and I are currently working was asked to analyze the genomes of 3 Klingon children who were born with a birth defect which until that point had never before been seen." Images of the children appeared on the screen behind her. The collective intake of breath from most of those around the table assured her that she had everyone's complete attention. "As you can see, these children appear to be severely deformed. Their cranial ridges are overdeveloped, distorting the facial structure, and the teeth, particularly these paired incisors which protrude through the upper and lower jaws, are overly elongated and pronounced." Dr. Kaz rose quietly from the table and moved closer to the screen to study the display more carefully. "Of course, the more serious defects are not obvious," the doctor said, crossing to stand beside 7. "Malformations in the brain and hormonal imbalances resulted in the absence of all higher reasoning functions, while elevating their natural aggression. Had these children survived, they would have developed into creatures driven purely by instinct, quite ferocious and extremely dangerous." "What happened to them?" Dr. Kaz asked. "The individual who requested our group's assistance did so anonymously," 7 replied. "But we were advised that all 3 of the children died prior to the inquiry." B'Elanna had been unable to tear her eyes from the screen from the moment 7 had brought up the image of the children. Though she had never been one to take Klingon mythology too seriously, particularly before their encounter with Kolar in the Delta Quadrant, she had to admit that had she seen this image in any other context, only one thought would have entered her mind. "Feckle," she said softly. Paris rose from the table, unable to contain himself any longer. "Would someone, for the love of all that's holy, please tell me what this has to do with my daughter?" "Tom, please," B'Elanna said, turning her fear-filled eyes to his. "It's quite simple, Mr. Paris," Cambridge said. "Klingon Apocrypha say that the Empire will only be destroyed by the Joa-Cha-Muka-Di, or Curse of the Gods. Two signs precede this curse: the rebirth of Feckle, a creature well known in Klingon mythology as the beast that guards the gates of Greythor, followed by the birth of the Kuvama. The only Klingons known who still take these prophecies seriously are the Quahak and their historic enemies, the warriors of Greythor. Given the fact that both signs have arguably now come to pass, it seems only likely that both groups would believe that the pending apocalypse will follow briskly on their heels. Turning to Kales, he went on, "Your reasoning about the identity of Miral's kidnappers is indeed most sound, sir. Only one question remains." "What is that?" Kales asked. "Who betrayed the identity of B'Elanna's child to the Quahak?" Cambridge asked. "I don't understand," B'Elanna said. "Who, besides you, your husband, the Emperor, and your former crewmates, had any idea that your child might be the Kuvama?" Paris and B'Elanna both turned to each other, searching for the same answer. "No one," Tom said, at a loss. "Then I suggest you look for the culprit here," Cambridge tossed back. "That's enough," Chakotay barked, silencing Cambridge. "Sir, I believe you have a meeting on Konos," he said. Kalis nodded. "I will make contact as soon as I have further news." As he strolled from the room, he paused to grasp B'Elanna and Tom firmly by the shoulders. "Your daughter needs you now more than ever," he said intently. "See that you do not fail her." B'Elanna nodded as she saw the blood rushing to Tom's cheeks. Finally, he grasped her hand. It was a small gesture, but it almost brought tears of relief to B'Elanna's eyes. "We will remain in orbit until we receive word from the Emperor," Chakotay advised the room. "In the meantime, Lieutenant Kim, you should begin preparations for a potential attack by the warriors of Greythor. Once they discover B'Elanna's ruse, they probably won't have a hard time figuring out where she would have gone next." "Captain," Dr. Kaz interjected, "I'd like to spend some time reviewing 7 and the doctor's analysis. We would be happy to assist any way we can." The doctor assured him. "Keep me apprised of any new developments." Chakotay nodded. "Dismissed." He then rose and crossed to Paris and B'Elanna, who were sitting in loaded silence as the rest of those assembled moved from the room, the only exception being Admiral Janeway, who followed closely behind Chakotay. "I know this isn't the reunion you were both hoping for," Chakotay said gently, "but I'm sure you could both use a little time alone." Paris started to contradict him, but Chakotay raised a hand to silence him. "You're off duty until further notice, Commander." Then he added, "Get some rest. You're both going to need it." Janeway stepped closer to take B'Elanna's free hand and to place another on Tom's shoulder. "I don't want either of you to worry," she said in her most determined voice. "We're going to find Miral, even if we have to rain down fire on the entire Klingon Empire to do it." B'Elanna managed a mute nod as Tom replied, "Thank you, Admiral." As everyone made their exits, Chakotay caught Cambridge's eye, and with a nod directed him to join him in the hallway. Once Cambridge had obliged him and the others were well out of earshot, Chakotay said, "That was an impressive display, Lieutenant. I had no idea your knowledge of Klingon mythology was so sound or so deep. Then I can only presume you gave my service record the most cursory of glances before contacting Starfleet personnel to request my immediate transfer," Cambridge replied. "I beg your pardon," Chakotay snapped back. "As well you should, sir," Cambridge said. "For what it's worth, I have no objection to serving aboard Voyager for as long as you're willing to have me. To be honest, I've never seen a group of people so thoroughly in need of my services." Chakotay had only a few seconds to stand in shock before his combadge chirped, "Ops to the captain." "We'll continue this discussion later, Counselor," he said coolly. "With a soft, 'Of course, sir.'" Cambridge executed a slight bow and stalked off toward the turbolift. Chakotay took a deep breath before tapping his combadge. "Go ahead. You have a priority transmission from Starfleet Command." "Route it to my ready room," Chakotay replied. A few minutes later he was seated at his desk, and the face of Admiral Montgomery appeared on the screen before him. "What is your current status, Captain?" Montgomery inquired. "The Emperor, his personal guard, and B'Elanna are all alive and well and have rendezvoused with Voyager," Chakotay replied. "That's good to hear," Montgomery said with genuine relief. "Then I presume you have resumed course for Karovi?" Chakotay took a deep breath. "No, sir. Morale Paris is still missing, but we believe we have a solid lead and will discover her whereabouts shortly. I've been assured that Chancellor Martok has been advised of our activities and is in constant communication with the Emperor, who is still assisting us with the search. Until Morale has been found, we must continue in our efforts." Montgomery stared back at Chakotay appraisingly. "I'm sorry, Chakotay, but I can't allow that. As it stands now, you will barely have time to reach Karovi before the trial begins." "Would it be possible to contact the Karovians?" Chakotay asked. "Perhaps if we explained the nature of the problem." Montgomery shook his head. "We're barely on speaking terms with the Karovians as it is. They want to know why we failed to capture or kill the changeling at Loran II. The 2 weeks grace period they allowed before beginning the trial was all the courtesy they can be expected to extend us." "Why can't we simply interrogate the changeling once the trial is over?" Chakotay asked. "Prior to joining the Federation, the Karovian justice system offered only one penalty for a convicted murderer: execution," Montgomery said sternly. "Their membership status only changed a few months ago," Chakotay said. "Have they completely overhauled their legal system in that short time?" "Not yet," Montgomery replied, "but the public is exerting considerable pressure on the government to reinstate capital punishment, especially given the nature of the changeling's transgressions. The Karovi were our allies when we fought the Dominion. They know how to kill a changeling, and I wouldn't be surprised if they found that it was a tidier way to deal with this problem and the public outcry than figuring out how to keep him locked up for the rest of his very long life." "When did abandoning moral principles become tidy, sir?" Chakotay asked. "You missed the war, Captain," Montgomery replied gravely. "It was, without a doubt, one of the darkest periods in Federation history. Our principles took a beating, and the losses sustained, combined with the potential devastation of our way of life, forced everyone involved to make difficult decisions. I'm not convinced that the Karovian government will cave to the pressure, but I'm also not certain that's a risk we should take right now." Chakotay paused to give the Admiral's words the consideration they deserved. "Then perhaps you should dispatch another ship to Karovi as soon as possible," Chakotay finally replied. "Are you refusing a direct order, Captain?" "I'm sorry, Admiral, but at no point in this conversation do I recall hearing you order me to resume course for Karovi." Montgomery faced Chakotay in steely silence. "Now that I have been fully briefed on the events on Borith and the forces involved, I believe that without our assistance, the odds of safely recovering Mirrol will be slim to none." "The needs of the many, Captain," Montgomery began, "are being considered," Chakotay finished for him. "More is at stake here than Mirrol's life. We've already discovered evidence to suggest that this is simply the prelude to a more serious crisis for the Klingon Empire. This issue is not many or one, Admiral. The issue is, which many are we most concerned about right now? I honestly believe that it is right here that Voyager and her crew can do the most good." Montgomery could clearly see he wasn't getting anywhere. Finally he replied, "I'll see if we have any other ships that could be dispatched in time for Karovi. In the meantime, I want hourly updates on your status, and at the first opportunity, I expect you to resume your former course. Understood, Admiral?" Chakotay nodded. "Thank you." Montgomery closed the channel. Chakotay did not doubt that his instincts in this matter were correct, though he paused to wonder if his personal misgivings about the mission to Karovi might be clouding his judgment. He agreed that it was vital for Starfleet to interrogate the changeling sooner rather than later, but that was one demon he was in no particular hurry to face, and he couldn't imagine what it would do to his crew's morale were he to inform them that the search for Mirrell was being abandoned. As Catherine had suggested, the best person to discuss this with was probably his ship's counselor. Of course, that thought was only slightly more unappealing than confronting the changeling. It was small comfort to realize that there was one person on board who would certainly relate to his dilemma and whose counsel he would welcome. Chakotay to Dr. Kaz. Kaz here, Captain. Please report to my ready room. Actually, Captain, would you consider joining us in sickbay? We've just stumbled upon something you should probably see right away. I'm on my way, Chakotay replied, making a mental note to stop by engineering first. It seemed likely that Seven and the Doctor would be staying a while, and though the Doctor didn't actually require a living area, Chakotay would do him the courtesy of providing one, if only to give Dr. Kaz a break from time to time. Seven's needs were more challenging. The regeneration alcove she'd used in the cargo bay when she lived on Voyager had been dismantled months ago, but the specs were still in Voyager's database. Vorik would need to assign a team to construct one as soon as possible. From the sound of Jarum's voice, Chakotay seriously doubted that whatever he, Seven, and the Doctor had found was going to be good news. Kahless watched as Councillor Kopek entered his private office in the Great Hall and immediately called for increased illumination. The Var-US candle wall sconces were probably a nice touch when he was tossing one of his all-too-eager bedmates across the hand-carved Ledka wood desk for a quick dalliance between council sessions. But they would be hell to read by. Kahless had been waiting in the office for only a few minutes, having dispatched Kopek's aide with orders to bring the councillor to him immediately. Those minutes had been sufficient to further damn the man in the Emperor's eyes. For a warrior to surround himself with objects of honour and victory was one thing. For him to revel so garishly in decadence and luxury was a clear sign that the man had completely lost his way. If the true way was ever shown to him, Kahless thought, quietly simmering. No, he answered his own question. The true path of a warrior was the birthright of every Klingon, whether base or noble-born. This Pedicue had turned his back on the ideals that made a Klingon worthy of honour. Of that much, Kahless was certain. Kopek seemed surprised to see the Emperor standing in the centre of the room. Perhaps he believed that his aide would never have allowed the Emperor into his private office alone, as if the snivelling Yintag had a choice, Kahless thought with satisfaction. Whether Kopek and his men truly believed in the restored Emperor, they would never cross him openly in the Great Hall without exposing themselves to Martok's wrath. Emperor Kahless, Kopek greeted him with a scowl. You honour me with your presence. Just as you dishonour me with yours, Kahless replied. Any pretense of cordiality dropped from Kopek's mien. What do you want? Kopek demanded. Kahless wanted to make him suffer more, but time was his fiercest enemy at the moment. 30 years ago, you conducted a transaction with the warriors of Greythor, Kahless said simply. You provided them with a forged bat'leth, supposedly created by Halkorin. Where is the real one? 30 years is a long time, Emperor, Kopek said warily. I cannot honestly say I remember the exchange you refer to. Kahless's blood cried out for an appropriate response to this insolence. He did not doubt he could best Kopek in combat, but victory over a man with no honour tasted bitter as sour warnog. Kneel, Kopek, Kahless said softly. Kahless was demanding no more than he deserved, and much more than Kopek would ever willingly pay. But the man hadn't survived through so many years of political subterfuge by not knowing which battles to fight. With forced humility, Kopek grudgingly knelt. Kahless closed the distance between them in 2 steps, and placed his duktog at Kopek's throat. Has your memory improved? Kahless asked. Kopek remained motionless, but his hateful expression betrayed the violent action he clearly wanted to take. In truth, the knife Kahless held was the dullest weapon at his disposal. He was almost pleased that Kopek hadn't forced him to use it by rising to the bait. I will never understand why Gowron agreed to make you Emperor, Kopek snarled. I expect nothing less of you, Kahless replied, sheathing his blade. Kopek started to rise, but with a glance, Carlos kept him on his knees. Some years ago, a common woman came to me, as hundreds have since, to lay her cares at my feet and beg for guidance. "What has this to do with me?" Kopek demanded. This woman had been seduced by a great warrior, or so she thought. She had borne him a child out of wedlock, the warrior's firstborn son. Grim recognition flickered across Kopek's face. She had feared for the life of the child. She looked on it only with a mother's love, but even she could see that the child had been born cursed. Still, she presented him proudly to his father, and he repaid her trust by taking the child to the top of Mount Vor and dashing its brains out with a rock. Kopek met the Emperor's unflinching gaze. The woman sought only wisdom, to understand how she had failed. Had the child's birth been a sign that taking the warrior to her bed had been wrong? He was already promised to another in marriage. And had the warrior done right in destroying the evidence of their affair? After a long pause, Carlos went on. "I told her that the only error she had made was to trust you, Kopek." "You cannot prove any of this," Kopek hissed. "But I can," Carlos replied. "Once you had murdered your child, you set fire to its body. But the woman could not bear to watch it burn. When you departed, leaving her to her misery, she doused the flames and buried the child's remains in an unmarked grave in her parents' field. She still visits it, once a year, to remind herself of her youthful folly and rededicate herself to the path of honor. Analysis of the remains, coupled with her testimony, would surely provide all the evidence the Chancellor would need to make your shame a matter of public record. To dishonor you before the Council and strip your house of its name and considerable wealth." "You did not see the child," Kopek raged. "It was a deformed monster." "Then he took after his father," Carlos replied. Finally, Kopek bowed his head. "The bat'leth you spoke of earlier," Kopek said, "is no longer among the holdings of my house." "Where is it?" Carlos demanded. "It was sold to a private collector on the Laya the Fourth. A name, Kopek. Fister Brill," Kopek replied. "But I warn you, she will never part with it willingly." "That is not your concern," Carlos assured him as he strode past Kopek toward the doors. Kopek rose and called to Carlos. "Am I to assume our business is concluded?" Carlos turned. "Do you honestly believe that the Klingon Emperor would trade in shame and dishonor?" he bellowed. Kopek involuntarily took a step back in response. "Your guilt is yours to bear." "It will remain yours for as long as the woman who came to me lives. Should I ever learn that she has died anywhere but peacefully in her bed many years from now, I will reveal your dishonor to all. Her life is all that I have risked in coming to you now, and all that I demand from my silence." Kopek had the temerity to look relieved. "But fear not," Carlos went on. "I doubt that your many sins since that day on Mount Vor will be as easy to expiate. You will fall, Kopek, because you live only to hold on to your power and to accumulate more. Martok works daily to restore the Empire to the path of honor, and there is no place for you on that path. You will learn the true way, or you will reap the seeds of self-destruction you have so carefully sown." With that, Carlos left Kopek to his thoughts. Though it was most likely a futile gesture, Carlos had knowingly chosen to give Kopek an opportunity to reclaim his honor. He doubted the Pet Q would take it. Once a road was as well worn as the one Kopek currently walked, it was no mean feat for any man to willingly choose another, but Carlos believed that no Klingon was beyond saving, even Kopek. Paris's new quarters on Voyager were those that had once belonged to Chakotay. One of his promotion's perks, the suite was much larger than either Tom's or B'Elanna's previous one and easily accommodated both of them. They had retreated in tense silence following the briefing. The moment they entered, B'Elanna went immediately to the suite's fresher. She knew that the sonic shower would effectively eliminate the many unpleasant smells that had been her constant companion since departing Borth. But what she really needed was the longest, hottest bath ever. While she showered, Tom had been thoughtful enough to provide her with a replicated tank top and pants. This could only mean that before they slept, which both preferred to do without clothing, they were going to talk. B'Elanna thought ruefully. When she finally emerged from the bathroom, Tom was seated in the suite's dining area. He had replicated several servings of snack foods, none of which tempted B'Elanna in the least. "Feel better?" he asked. "Not really," she replied honestly. The only thing that might accomplish that would be for him to take her in his arms and hold her. But he seemed in no hurry to do that. "Tom, she began. He turned on her, his eyes alight with brittle anger. "How could you?" he demanded. "How could I what?" she asked, genuinely at a loss. She knew he must be devastated by Moral's absence, but whatever was devouring him from the inside out was more than that. In response, he tossed a crumpled piece of parchment onto the floor between them. B'Elanna recognized it at once, and was a little relieved to at least be able to name the monster now sharing the room with them. "I wanted to tell you," B'Elanna said softly. "But it slipped your mind?" Tom asked, rising from his seat. "No, it just... You decided to put your life and Moral's at risk without even so much as mentioning it to me," Tom shouted. Finally, B'Elanna found her own rage. "And what were you going to do about it?" she demanded hotly. "Made damn sure you both left Borth, for starters," Tom shot back. "Your life was here, Tom." "And from here, there was nothing you could have done to help us," B'Elanna insisted. "My life," Tom said, aghast. "You're my life, B'Elanna. Miral is my life." "None of this means anything without you." B'Elanna was struck more by the force of his words than the substance. Before she could summon a response, he spat, "And if you didn't want me to return to active duty, you should have just said so." "That's not fair," B'Elanna cried. "You were miserable on Borth, and we both knew it. You were practically climbing the walls, and the first chance you had to leave, you did it so fast I'm surprised you didn't leave a warp trail." Tom closed the space between them. His breath was coming in quick spasms, and his face was flushed. In better days, this might have been all the impetus B'Elanna would have required to forcibly throw him to the floor before ripping his uniform off him. "This isn't my fault, B'Elanna," he warned. "It's yours. And we might not even be here right now if you had decided to tell me what was going on. But you didn't. You lied to me. Several times. And now we might never see Moral again, thanks to your stupid pride." The soft, brutalized center of B'Elanna's being began to wail. This was the place that she had guarded from everyone she had ever known. Until Tom. This was the part of her he had promised to cherish and protect when he made her his wife. B'Elanna could have gladly closed her eyes and willed herself to die, so devastating was the thought that he would ever intentionally hurt her like this. "I should have come running to you at the first sign of trouble. I should have remembered that I am nothing but a woman, a delicate flower to be admired but not respected. I apologize for forgetting my place in this marriage. Do you feel better now?" This wasn't going at all as B'Elanna had anticipated. She knew he would be angry with her for not contacting him the moment Miral was taken. And she honestly believed he had a right to that anger. Further, she did believe that the lion's share of responsibility for this tragedy should reside permanently on her shoulders. But she didn't think a little compassion from her husband would have been out of line either. Tom couldn't think for a second that his suffering at this moment could possibly eclipse hers. The truth was, she could only fight alone against so many fronts, and she had neither the patience nor the strength for this one. Tom had the good sense to at least appear to be abashed by her words. But B'Elanna's rage, once kindled, was never so easily slaked. I came back to Voyager because I believed you would help me, Tom. But this isn't helping. And if you can't find it in yourself to stand beside me right now, then I suggest you get the hell out of my way." B'Elanna turned on her heel and started toward the door. She didn't know where she was running to, only that she could no longer bear to be in the same room with Tom. "B'Elanna, get back here!" he shouted after her. But the moment she reached the door and activated its sensor, she found herself facing Counselor Cambridge. "Is this a bad time?" he asked. "Actually it is," Tom said. "Excellent," Cambridge said, stepping inside. Before the door slid shut, B'Elanna noted the face of Commander Locht, standing stoically outside their quarters, obviously still on duty. Tom seemed to sense that his anger might have just found a more appropriate target. Stepping toward Cambridge, he said, "What I meant was, you shouldn't be here right now. If my wife or I require your assistance, we'll make an appointment." "Everyone on this deck knows that you both require my assistance, Commander," Cambridge said sharply. "None of them are getting any sleep right now, that's certain." B'Elanna found herself staring open-mouthed at the counselor. Very few people, even professional therapists, would so easily wander into a Coscarai pit. "Sit down, both of you," Cambridge ordered. Some deeply embedded Pavlovian response to authority kicked in. Or maybe they both simply recognized a stone wall when they saw one. Regardless, both of them perched side by side on the long end of the desk nearest the door. Now apologized to each other. Tom's mouth joined B'Elanna's in the open and shocked position. "Time is precious," Cambridge added, encouraging them to get on with it. "I won't even insist that you mean it for now." "Look, I don't know who you think you are, Lieutenant," Tom said, "but this is completely out of line." "I couldn't agree more," Cambridge said evenly. "Both of you are behaving like children." "I don't think," Tom began. "Do either of you give a damn about your daughter?" Cambridge interjected. "Because if you don't, you'd be sparing the rest of us a great deal of hazard, if you'd just acknowledge that fact right now." B'Elanna felt a rush of fresh, hot tears rising to her eyes. She turned to Tom and saw that he too was struggling to hold back an onslaught. Cambridge studied them in silence before continuing. "I see. Then might I suggest that rather than setting aflame the few tattered shreds of a cord that are holding your marriage together, you focus only on Myrrel right now. These other quibbles, who did or did not do what to whom and when, should definitely be discussed at some length when this crisis has passed, but for now they're a waste of precious energy and will only serve to further divide you. How you've managed to remain a couple this long without learning to disagree constructively will surely top our future sessions. But allow me to redirect your attention to the ball on which the eyes of both of you should be glued. The life of your daughter and, most likely, the fate of the Klingon Empire is now hanging in the balance, and keener wits and calmer heads than these are going to be required if all this is to have the slightest chance of ending well. Those who have taken your child are not going to part with her willingly. Save your strength for them, and in the meantime, get some bloody rest." The counselor's diatribe effectively drained the heat and tension from both of them. "He's right," B'Elanna said, turning to face Tom. Tom nodded, mutely. "I'm sorry," B'Elanna offered. This time, Tom did reach for her, and for the first time since she'd seen the anonymous warning, she remembered what it was to feel safe as his arms pulled her close. The sensation was fleeting, but it grounded B'Elanna long enough for her to realize that there was truly nothing she could not forgive Tom, especially careless words spoken in anger. "Let's get some sleep," Tom murmured softly into her neck. "I don't know if I can," she nuzzled back. Ahem, Cambridge cleared his throat. "I'm sure sickbay has something that might help with that." Tom kept a firm hand around B'Elanna's waist as they followed Cambridge out of their quarters and made their way to sickbay. B'Elanna would have wrapped him around her like a blanket if she could have. So desperate was she to never again feel such a palpable distance between them as she had until this moment. Locht automatically fell in step behind them. As they walked, B'Elanna said softly to Tom, "Why do I like him?" "I can't imagine," Locht replied tonelessly. Admiral Janeway intentionally took the longest route possible from the mess hall back to her quarters. Immediately following the meeting, she'd stopped by Neelix's old kitchen, driven there by nostalgia as much as the need for a quick snack. Though the food preparation area, at one time the captain's personal dining area before Voyager had been flung across the galaxy, had been replaced by several new replicators, she could easily imagine the Talaxian who had become dear to her as any member of her crew. Humming softly as he bustled about in the small space, struggling to make the dining room as close to home as possible for the crew. Though she and Neelix still kept in touch, the time between communications was now calculated in months, a fact she genuinely regretted. As it happened, nothing the replicator could produce really tempted her, so she settled for a fresh cup of hot coffee before turning her steps back toward her cabin. Prior to this mission, she had boarded Voyager only once since its return from the Delta Quadrant, and at the time, the ship had been in pieces, and she had been leading an assault team whose primary mission was to return 7 of 9 to the cargo bay and give her adequate time to regenerate. As she walked, Janeway realized she was unconsciously heading toward sickbay. She knew Seven and the doctor would be busy with Dr. Kaz, digging deeper into the genetic defect they had discovered, but privately she hoped she might steal a few moments alone with Seven. They hadn't had a long chat in a while, and Janeway wanted to make sure that Seven was all right. She'd sensed more than a little tension between Seven and the doctor in their recent briefing, and could tell that Seven was straining a bit under the pressure they were all experiencing. No doubt Seven was determined to solve this problem for all of them, but Janeway didn't want to see her taking too much on herself. She passed a few new faces along the way, as well as plenty of old ones. Most seemed genuinely pleased to see her, and stopped briefly to chat. It was gratifying to see that so many who had served with her in the Delta Quadrant had remained on board when the ship returned to active duty. She doubted that anyone who had requested reassignment would have been denied. But it seemed that the bonds they had forged over those tumultuous 7 years remained strong, and their presence was a testament to that, as well as to their faith in Captain Chakotay. Janeway didn't regret her choice to accept promotion, but she would have been lying if she'd said that a part of her didn't miss walking these halls and knowing that she belonged to them. She stopped in her tracks at the sight of Harry Kim dispatching a security team throughout the deck for what was probably a drill. She remembered how mercilessly Tuvok had ridden his security staff when he had held Harry's position. She had rarely, if ever, found cause to question Tuvok's mastery of combat tactics, and knew that Harry's ability to move seamlessly from operations to head of security was in no small part due to the vast experience he had gained while serving with the Vulcan. On paper it might have looked like an abrupt duty change, and a challenge that Kim was ill-prepared to meet. But Harry was as bright, dedicated, and well-rounded a young officer as she had ever met. He thrived on a challenge, and for someone who was certainly destined to assume command of his own ship one day, he would benefit immeasurably by spending as much time at tactical as Starfleet would permit before assigning him to his next logical post. As some very lucky captain's first officer. Once Harry had dismissed his team, he looked up to see Janeway standing nearby. His face broke into a wide, boyish grin, and Janeway couldn't help but remember the way he'd stood in her ready room so alert she worried he might strain himself when he had first reported to duty aboard Voyager. "It can't be 8 years ago. It feels like yesterday." "Admiral," Harry greeted her cheerfully. "Carry on, Lieutenant," she smiled. "I'm sure you're very busy right now." Kim's smile dissipated. "Has the Emperor made contact yet?" "No, but I'm sure Chakotay will inform you when he does." Harry nodded before adding, "It's good to have you here, Admiral." "It's good to be here," she replied. "Though I wish it was under happier circumstances." "Of course." "How are your parents?" she asked. "Oh, they're wonderful," he replied. "I spent a few days with them just last week. At the rate they're going, They'll probably outlive us all." Janeway smiled. In a softer, more conspiratorial tone, she added, "And what about that charming young woman, Miss Weber, isn't it?" Harry's face fell. "She's fine, but she and I— well," Janeway's heart broke for him as he went on, "we've decided to part company. I think it's for the best." "Oh, Harry, I'm sorry to hear that. It's all right, it happens." "That it does," Janeway said, nodding. It was an unfortunate reality that often relationships between Starfleet officers and civilians were difficult to maintain. For a long time, hers and Mark's had been a pleasant exception to that rule. She would have thought that if anyone was capable of making it work, Harry would have found a way, but she didn't know Miss Weber all that well and trusted that if he thought this was the best course for them, it probably was. "Be sure and give my best to your parents the next time you speak to them," Janeway said warmly. "I will, ma'am," Harry said automatically before correcting himself. "I mean, Admiral." "It's all right, Harry." Janeway smiled. "This certainly feels like crunch time to me." Over Harry's shoulder, Janeway saw Councillor Cambridge, Tom, B'Elanna, and Commander Locht walking hastily through the hall. They seemed intent on their destination, and Janeway hesitated to derail them. At least it seemed that Tom and B'Elanna had resolved some of their differences. You could have cut the tension between them in the conference room with a laser scalpel, but now they walked arm in arm. Janeway stepped aside to allow them to pass when B'Elanna's borrowed comm badge chirped. "Bridge to Commander Torres," Lissa Campbell's voice called. "Go ahead," B'Elanna said. "Incoming transmission for you from Konaz." B'Elanna looked to Tom before replying. "Route it to sickbay. I'll be there in just a minute." Kim joined the group immediately as they continued down the hall. Janeway debated only a few moments. She knew that in her quarters, dozens of communiques were awaiting her attention. Deccan had advised her just after she had returned from the embassy that the list of messages waiting for her review was growing longer by the second. But none of that could vie with any credibility for the top spot on her list of concerns right now. Whatever Callis had discovered could hold a vital clue to Moral's location, and though her presence wasn't necessarily required, Janeway couldn't bear the thought of rustling through red tape while everyone else worked on this problem without her. It had always been the most difficult part of her nature with which to contend. She was a capable leader, but she was also never more at peace than when her sleeves were rolled up and she was actually working on a tangible problem. Unfortunately, the days when Janeway could simply join B'Elanna in engineering for hours at a stretch realigning magnetic constrictors or tinkering with the dilithium matrix were long gone. For whatever reason, fate had placed her here and now, and the only clear course she could see ahead ended with Muriel safely back in her parents' arms. The rest would simply have to wait. Janeway chose to leave the communiques unread, for now, and redirected her steps to join the others, going to sickbay. Chakotay had already received Jarum's report, peppered with interruptions from Seven and the Doctor. To his credit, Dr. Kaz was unruffled by their constant clarifications. He might have been relatively new to Voyager, but Kaz had quickly become a presence Chakotay felt he could trust and lean upon, and he'd more than proven his worth. His grace in dealing with Seven's imperious presence and the Doctor's tendency toward condescension, which it seemed had been nurtured during the Doctor's time at the Institute, only enhanced Chakotay's regard for Kaz. The captain was surprised when the doors whisked open and Cambridge entered, followed quickly by Tom, B'Elanna, Harry, Catherine, and Commander Locht. "Collis has found something," B'Elanna said immediately. "Doctor, may I use your office?" she asked. "Of course," Kaz replied. Paris and B'Elanna hurried into the small office, separated from the rest of sickbay by a transparent wall. "The rest of you should hear this," Chakotay said, inviting the others to crowd around the display station near Biobed 1. Dr. Kaz, Seven, and the Doctor have made significant progress in their analysis of the aberrant Klingon genome. It appears that the mutation which resulted in the birth of these children is not, as we first suspected, a random anomaly, Kaz advised the group. Fascinating, Cambridge intoned, staring at the findings on the display. As you can see, Seven continued, the mutation is the result of an expression of this recessive base pair combination. Starfleet's classified database contains a significantly larger control group of Klingon genomes available for comparison than those at the disposal of the Institute. So we were able to compare our findings against a much larger population, the doctor added, not to be outdone. The bottom line is, Kaz went on, this isn't a mutation at all. It's evolution, Cambridge said softly. What does that mean? Harry chimed in. It suggests that, over time, significantly larger numbers of Klingons will be born expressing these characteristics, Kaz said. What we're seeing might actually be the next step in the development of the Klingon species. But don't populations typically evolve traits that are beneficial to the species? Kim asked. This looks more like some kind of devolution. While we have no idea how successful, Kaz said, or what the longevity of these Klingons would be, it is clear enough that they will possess strength and ferocity that far outstrip their present-day counterparts. All we can say for sure is that more Klingons like these will be born, and if their birth rate ever surpasses those of the Klingons living today. The curse of the gods, indeed, Cambridge finished. Is it some sort of programmed DNA molecule? Harry asked. It's possible, Kaz replied. Otherwise, it's difficult to understand why it has remained dormant for so long. It's also possible, as the sequence is recessive, that random. The doctor began. Their musings were interrupted, however, by B'Elanna and Paris, emerging from Kaz's office. Carlos knows where the 12th Bat'leth is. He wants me to join him on Kono S. He can have a ship ready to depart within the hour, B'Elanna reported. Chakotay didn't doubt for a moment that while B'Elanna might see this as the most useful course she could take right now, it wasn't the smartest. I'll go, Tom said, as if reading Chakotay's mind. Captain, with your permission, I'd like to join Commander Paris, Harry added. A moment, please, Janeway interrupted. B'Elanna, where is the Bat'leth? Nalaya I-4th, she replied. In that case, I have an alternate suggestion, Janeway said. Admiral? Chakotay asked. Nalaya I-4 is less than a day from Earth. And it's at least 2 days by shuttle from here, she said. I'll contact Tuvok. I'm sure he'd be willing to take a few days' leave to retrieve it for us. He could rendezvous with Voyager more quickly than any of you could get there and back. No one seemed inclined to question her. You think he'd do it? B'Elanna asked. Of course he would, Janeway assured her. I agree, Chakotay said, effectively ending further discussion. If you'll excuse me, Janeway said, hurrying from the room. Tom gently guided B'Elanna toward Dr. Kaz. Was there something else? He asked pleasantly. B'Elanna sighed, resigned. I was actually hoping you might have something to help me sleep. Kaz nodded. This way, he said, and directed her toward a biobed. I'll contact Callis and inform him of the change in plans, Tom said softly to B'Elanna, moving back to Kaz's inner sanctum. Harry? Chakotay asked. Yes, Captain. Would you check with Lissa and make sure she's arranged for quarters for our guests? And check with Lieutenant Vorik to see how the temporary regeneration alcove I requested is coming along. Right away, sir. These would normally have been duties for his first officer to perform. But Chakotay was determined to keep such things off Tom's plate for the next few days. B'Elanna needed her husband more than Voyager did right now. Dr. Kaz, I'd be willing to stay and continue our research, the doctor said hopefully. Dr. Kaz was due to end his duty shift several hours ago, Seven said pointedly. Oh, I don't mind, Kaz said, loading a hypospray for B'Elanna. Get some rest, Jerm, Chakotay ordered Kaz. You are, of course, welcome to continue working, Doctor, he assured the MH. Perhaps our time would be better spent preparing our report to the Klingon High Council, Seven suggested to the doctor. Why don't we see how Vorik's work is coming along first? Harry offered diplomatically. Very well, the doctor sighed. I should definitely take a look at any temporary regenerative device he constructs for Seven to make sure it is compatible with her needs. The captain had to suppress a grin at the look of disdain on Seven's face. How have these two managed to work together day in and day out? Chakotay wondered. They had been an incredibly efficient and helpful pair while serving on Voyager, and he knew that their mutual affection and regard for one another were well entrenched. But familiarity had a way of breeding discontent at times, and Chakotay secretly worried that both of them might need to broaden their social horizons to avoid putting too much strain on their friendship. He had noted, in the few times they'd met over the last several months, that the pair seemed to spar more forcefully than he could remember. Seven and the doctor dutifully followed Harry from sickbay, while Kaz conferred quietly with B'Elanna before administering a portion of the hypospray and providing her instructions for further use, should she require it. Chakotay was about to depart when he noted Councillor Cambridge staring fixedly at Commander Locke, who was hovering as near to B'Elanna as decorum would allow while she spoke with Kaz. What happened next took everyone left in the room, Chakotay most of all, by total surprise. With a grace and dexterity Chakotay would never have suspected. Cambridge passed by Commander Locke nonchalantly, as if he were merely heading for the exit, and as soon as he had passed her line of peripheral vision, turned quickly and kicked the woman's legs out from under her. "Councillor Cambridge!" Chakotay shouted as Locke attempted to recover, but before she could, Cambridge struck her repeatedly in the gut and face, momentarily subduing her. He then grabbed both of her arms and pinned them behind her back, locking her into a kneeling position. "A moment, Captain," Cambridge gasped as he tightened his grip to ensure that Logged was truly under his control. "Explain yourself, Councillor," Chakotay demanded, as B'Elanna and Kaz moved cautiously toward the pair. "What the hell are you doing?" B'Elanna asked, already a little groggy. "If you want to know where the Kohak-Hoch have taken your daughter, Commander," Cambridge replied, "you can either wait for your friend to retrieve the final bat'leth, or you can simply ask this woman. I'm sure she can tell you. She's one of them." B'Elanna seemed as stunned by this as Chakotay. "Can you prove this, Councillor?" the captain asked sharply. "Absolutely," Cambridge insisted, "with a little help." Locke seethed and hissed as she struggled in his grasp. Chakotay stepped forward. He didn't trust Cambridge, but then Locke wasn't shouting out any denials either, which he certainly would have been doing in her position. "This is absurd," B'Elanna stammered. "Release her." "Gladly," Cambridge replied cheerfully, "just as soon as someone pulls back her baldric and tunic so that her thoracic spine can be clearly seen. There you will find a brand, the mark of Halkoran, which all members of the Order sear into their flesh when they are initiated." Chakotay threw a questioning glance at B'Elanna and could see that she was every bit as confused as he. "That's not possible," B'Elanna said, doubt creeping into her voice. "Bloody hell, just do it," Cambridge retorted. "I'll do it," Chakotay said, moving closer. As quickly as possible, he pulled down the back of Locke's tunic, and there, just as Cambridge said, was a scarred mound of flesh, in a shape too precise to have been a simple birthmark or battle wound. "He's right," Chakotay said in disbelief. "What's going on?" Paris asked, emerging from the doctor's office. Before anyone could reply, Chakotay heard a loud cartilaginous snap as Lobb threw her body forward, lifting Cambridge from the ground and rolling him over the back of her head. Whatever damage she might have done to her shoulders in the process didn't seem to be a problem, as she quickly climbed over the councillor, thrusting a hard elbow into his upper back, rendering him unconscious. Chakotay immediately dove for Locked, but missed, landing instead atop the inert Cambridge, while Kaz had the good sense to call for a security team. Righting himself, Chakotay saw Paris moving to confront Log, who quickly drew a small blade from her belt and sent it whirring into Tom's leg. Paris crumpled to the floor as B'Elanna cried out his name and Chakotay struggled to find a piece of floor to stand on. Kaz was the next to take a run at Locke, but she dispatched him quickly, turning the only weapon at his disposal. The half-empty hypo of the sedative he'd given B'Elanna against him, and he, too, stumbled back as soon as the medicine hit his system. B'Elanna was struggling to remain alert as she threw herself at Locke. In her weakened state, Locke quickly subdued her, and by the time Chakotay was on his feet, Locke was standing with her back to the biobed. B'Elanna's body held in front. A larger Klingon blade held precariously at B'Elanna's throat. "Let her go," Chakotay said, hoping against hope that the woman could be reasoned with. "I cannot," Locke replied, as if this saddened her almost as much as Chakotay. She then shouted a command to the computer, and she and B'Elanna disappeared in the glistening beam of a transporter. The doors to sickbay slid open, and a half-dozen security officers poured in. Chakotay didn't have to think too hard to imagine where Locke would have taken B'Elanna. "Red alert," he called out. "Computer, lock down the shuttle bay immediately." Two of the officers were lifting Tom to the nearest biobed as another tried to revive Dr. Kaz, while the rest of the group hurried out of the room. "Chakotay to the doctor, medical emergency." Within seconds, the doctor materialized before him, and after a quick, "What happened?" followed Chakotay's abrupt gesture toward Tom. The doctor cleared a path through the remaining security team and activated the biobed's surgical arch. The captain then rushed for the door, but was halted as the deck jerked beneath him, almost sending him sprawling. "Kimja Chakotay," Harry's voice called. "Go ahead," Chakotay replied, stumbling into the corridor. "The Delta flyer has just blown its way out of the shuttle bay," Harry advised. "Tractor them," Chakotay ordered, "and transport me immediately to the bridge." Seconds later, Chakotay materialized next to the tactical station, where Kim was struggling to get a lock on the hijacked shuttle. Chakotay watched as Locke executed a dive roll to evade the blue beam meant to tether her irrevocably to Voyager. Soft bluish wisps began to stream from the shuttle nacelles, and Chakotay smiled, sensing they'd just caught a break. From the look of it, the Delta flyer's warp engines might be malfunctioning. "Stay with her," Chakotay ordered Lieutenant Torre at the helm. Torre did her best to turn the ship's bulk, even as Locke reversed the course of the Delta flyer and flew straight toward Voyager. For a breathless moment, Chakotay feared collision, but as the flyer filled the main view screen, Locke finally succeeded in bringing the shuttle's warp engines online. In a blinding flash, the small craft disappeared. "Follow them," Chakotay ordered. "Acquiring warp trail," Campbell called from ops. After a few frustrating seconds of silence, Chakotay barked, "Where are they headed, Lieutenant?" "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know," Campbell replied. Kim crossed the few feet separating tactical controls from ops and studied her readouts. "She ghosted the trail," Harry finally announced, slamming his fist down hard on the console. "She what?" Lieutenant Torre asked. "Just before she went to warp, she dumped enough warp plasma into the area to fool the ship's sensors. We can't acquire her heading, Captain." "She's gone," Harry said, shaking his head in frustration. The captain took a few deep breaths, until the adrenaline that had been coursing through him for the last several minutes dispelled, and his heart slowed to match the pulse of the blinking red lights illuminating the otherwise darkened bridge. "Stand down, Red Alert," he ordered. "Chakotay to sickbay." "I'm a little busy at the moment, Captain," the doctor's voice replied. "Is Councillor Cambridge recovered?" Chakotay asked. After a short pause, the doctor said, "He's conscious, if that's what you're asking." "Have him report to my ready room," Chakotay said menacingly. "Carry him if you have to." The events in sickbay were a blur to B'Elanna. One moment she'd felt the pleasant wash of relaxation as Dr. Kaz's sedative entered her system, and in the next, all hell was breaking loose. Locke had been on her knees. Then she'd thrown a dagger at Tom. Someone had screamed, "Was that me?" The next thing B'Elanna remembered, she'd been dumped into a soft leather chair. As she struggled to remain conscious, she'd seen Locked powering up a shuttle control panel. "What am I doing on the Delta Flyer?" Then an explosion. And B'Elanna had been forced to dig her hands into the seat to avoid being tossed out of it. When the rocking and bucking had finally stopped, B'Elanna found herself wanting either to vomit or to sleep. A face appeared before her, much too close, and a cold, rough hand was probing her neck. B'Elanna forced words through her parched throat, a side effect, no doubt, of the sedative. "Tom, we'll survive," Locke assured her. "I intended only to disable him, and my aim was true." "You swore to protect me," B'Elanna barely managed. "That is exactly what I am trying to do," Logue said calmly, as B'Elanna fell into a chasm of darkness. Janeway strode briskly into Chakotay's ready room to find him pacing like a caged tiger before his desk. "What happened?" she asked. "Commander Lote is a member of the Quahak Hook. She's taken B'Elanna and the Delta Flyer, and I haven't a clue where they've gone. Oh, and she almost killed Paris in the process." "Almost? The doctor is performing surgery right now." The blade missed his femoral artery by a hair. "The doctor says he'll make a complete recovery." "At least that's good news," Janeway said. "Isn't it likely that wherever Log's gone, it's probably the same place they took Morale?" she added. Chakotay shook his head. "Maybe. That's assuming Morale is still alive." "She has to be," Janeway said, as if willing it to be so. "Catherine, she's been missing for over a week," Chakotay replied. "And I don't think anyone knows what the Quahak Hoach's agenda is, or the lengths to which they'll go. We didn't even know one of them was among us. Locke knows what we're planning, and who's to say they won't kill Morale just to keep her from us, especially if we're on the right track." "So we're damned if we do and damned if we don't?" Janeway asked. "Where's your optimism, Captain? I suppose it's taken a beating over the last few days." "That's understandable, but the law of large numbers says we have to catch a break soon, right?" Janeway moved to halt Chakotay in his steps and stared into his troubled eyes. "You've done everything possible to fix this, Chakotay. You've bucked command, risked insulting the Chancellor of the Klingon Empire, helped to uncover evidence of a more serious threat now facing the Klingon people." "Not bad for a week's work," he said wryly. Janeway smiled. "Did I ever, in the 7 years we served together, do anything that led you to believe that being captain was easy?" He shook his head. "No. You just made it look that way, most days." Janeway nodded, acknowledging the compliment. "I spoke with Tuvok. He'll be on his way to Nalaya IV within the hour. Then with any luck, we'll be on our way in a couple of days." With a shake of his head, Chakotay added, "Ken Montgomery will probably have me demoted to crewman and scrubbing plasma conduits by that time." "Right? Not if I have anything to say about it," she replied firmly. They were interrupted by a chiming at the door. "Come in," Chakotay called. Councillor Cambridge entered, looking more than a little the worse for wear. "You wish to see me, Captain?" he asked. Chakotay turned to face him, his weary misgivings replaced by righteous anger. "What were you thinking?" he asked harshly. Cambridge stood his ground. "It occurred to me that the sooner Commander Log was revealed for the traitor she is, the sooner we might find Merle Paris," he said evenly. "And it never crossed your mind that it wasn't your call to make?" Cambridge paused for a moment to consider this. "You mean, why didn't I come to you first to express my concern?" he asked. "Exactly. I was taking the initiative," Cambridge suggested. Chakotay looked ready to strangle the councillor. "If you'll recall, at our last staff meeting, I did advise you and everyone present of the likelihood that someone close had betrayed B'Elanna on Borith," Cambridge added. "It's a pretty big leap to go from there to attacking the woman in sickbay." "Not really," Cambridge replied. "I'd observed the commander throughout the meeting and for some time after. Her body language alone was practically screaming that she was hiding something. In addition, she never let B'Elanna out of her sight except to argue with her husband. I admit it was a good, though not terribly difficult, leap of logic. "The next time you decide to take a leap," Chakotay said, his jaw clenched, "you will run it by me first. Your precipitous actions resulted in the capture of B'Elanna and almost killed Tom Paris. Not to mention a nasty bump on the head," Cambridge offered. "Had you told me what you were thinking," Chakotay went on, "we could have had a security team present when we confronted her. Your instincts were right, but every other choice you made was absolutely wrong." Janeway wondered if she was going to have to physically restrain Chakotay. The results were unfortunate, but she honestly believed that, had Chakotay been the one to discover Locke's subterfuge, he would have probably acted on it as recklessly as Cambridge had. "I wonder if he realizes how much he and Cambridge have in common, or if, given that, these two will ever get along." Cambridge had the good grace to look humbled. "I apologize, Captain," he said seriously. "Dismissed," Chakotay hissed. Given how little intelligence he had for this mission, Tuvok believed he was making excellent progress. Naturally, he took no joy in this. He was Vulcan. But he allowed himself to feel satisfied by his work. He had reached Nalaya IV and entered orbit in just 12.5 hours after leaving Earth. At Admiral Janeway's request, Starfleet Command had provided him with a Type 9 shuttlecraft, which he was most comfortable piloting, as these small, sleek vessels had been part of Voyager's standard complement. Tom Paris and B'Elanna Torres had done no end of tinkering with the Type 9s over the years, and Tuvok had learned from them how to tweak the dilithium matrix and push the warp engines, rated for warp 4 and below, to almost warp 6 without compromising the ship's integrity. He had been forced to override several of the safety systems. Given the constraints of time, Tuvok felt the choice was both logical and appropriate to the situation at hand. Nalaya IV was sparsely populated, a backwater planet favored by those who wished to unobtrusively carry on activities of dubious legality or to simply disappear. There was nothing in the Starfleet intelligence files relating to anyone named Fisterbro. Tuvok's sensor sweeps of the planet had revealed only 2 compounds likely to be hiding the artifact he sought, the 2 that appeared the most innocuous to his initial scans. The first was registered as the home of a Ferengi merchant. Tuvok did not doubt that the interior would be the height of gauche, but the exterior of the structure was actually quite shabby. A well-concealed sensor net ringed the property, and the majority of its discernible defenses appeared to be automated. The second was an architectural masterpiece, a dwelling embedded within a cliff overlooking one of the planet's 4 largest bodies of water. Its opulence would have been more appropriate to Risa. Everything about it, from the lushly landscaped gardens and sculpted fountains, to the graceful lines of the stone facade, and bays of 10-meter-high windows that no doubt offered staggering views of the ocean, suggested a luxurious retreat. What caught the Vulcan's attention was not the 2 armed guards who patrolled the mansion's front entrance, but the 16 others who were equipped with sensor-resistant armor that made them nearly invisible to Tuvok's orbital scans. Either the occupants of the mansion had made far too many enemies in their lifetime, or they were intent on protecting something with deadly force. This site also had dozens of sensor dead zones, which had initially read as natural formations beneath the dwelling, but upon closer examination were clearly shrouded to fool scanners. Logic suggested that the occupants of this palatial home were most likely either to possess the item he was seeking or to know enough about the planet's other residents to best direct his efforts. Tuvok transported into a ravine a half-kilometer from the property's perimeter. After a brief hike through the dense brush that covered the hillside, he found a natural rock outcropping to reconnoiter the compound. Visual survey of the armored guards suggested that they were incredibly diligent and precise. They paced their assigned perimeters with a steady gait, leaving no expanse wide enough for an intruder to compromise their patrol for more than 2 seconds at a time. Tuvok's tricorder also detected several power sources buried at regular intervals in the rocks, 100 meters beneath his feet, which were probably evidence of an energy field of some kind that would activate in the event of a breach. If he'd had a security team at his disposal, it might have been possible to quietly disable enough of both the field generators and the guards before the occupants of the residence could retaliate. As Tuvok was alone, he decided that a solo stealth approach, no matter how well executed, was probably little more than a suicide attempt. That left only one decidedly unpalatable option. Rising from the rocks, he evaluated the security of the compound. Tuvok dusted off his uniform and keyed his tricorder to interlink directly with his shuttle's transport system. Seconds later, he engaged the transporter and appeared, just as he had calculated, at the front door of the mansion, where the two armed guards positioned there, obviously startled by his abrupt appearance, immediately trained their weapons on him. "Good afternoon," Tuvok greeted them cordially. "What do you want?" one of them growled. "I wish to speak to the owner of this residence," he replied. "The owner isn't here," the other grunted. Tuvok took a fraction of a second to center himself, before quickly grabbing the business ends of both weapons and jerking them from the guards before they had a chance to fire. He then dropped low, digging the butt of one of them into the first guard's abdomen before swinging wide with the second, smashing it into the second guard's head. A few blows later, both guards were sitting in an unconscious heap beside the door, and both of their weapons had been disabled. Tuvok then proceeded to tidy his jacket and pants from the scuffle. He stepped over the guards and knocked upon the heavy wooden door. A few moments later, he heard a muted series of clicks, and the door swung open, revealing a petite woman of indeterminate age, with fine golden hair falling just past the waist of a midnight blue beaded gown, the cut of which perfectly accentuated her well-toned and equally well-proportioned figure. The woman's obsidian eyes, set beneath precisely arched brows, met Tuvok's without flinching. With a graceful gesture, she swept the tresses framing her right cheek behind a delicate ear, revealing that the pinna contained two openings to the auditory canal, one in the center, and the smaller one near the upper edge. The flesh at her temple was raised by several delicate involutions. He was instantly intrigued. He had never met a lion before. "How rude," were her first dismissive words. "I apologize for any inconvenience my arrival may have caused," Tuvok said, "but it is imperative that I speak with the owner of this residence as soon as possible." "You might have simply asked," the woman replied, gazing at her unconscious guards. "In fairness, I did." The woman's face cracked around the edges of her mouth in a hint of a smile. "Come in," she said. The Vulcan followed her through a high atrium that was filled with dozens of varieties of fragrant flowering plants. Among them, Tuvok noted a few species of rare orchids. A wide arch opened at the end of the hall, leading to a sunken living area with exquisitely carved furniture and a bay of high windows. Centered on the room's main wall was a painting Tuvok could not immediately place, but it appeared to be in the impressionistic style favored on Beta Z during the cultural renewal 5 centuries ago. A few tasteful sculptures, writhing nudes in a rare crystalline stone that suggested they had originated on Deneva, were strategically placed. However, the item that stopped Tuvok in his tracks was a small lamp encrusted with amber gemstones, set on a pedestal behind an opaque force field. Tuvok stepped closer to make sure his eyes were not deceiving him. The low flame emanating from the lamp was said to be eternal. Its color was the rarest blue-green, and it could only have originated in one place. "May I ask how you acquired the Light of Amonak?" Tuvok asked. "Legend reported it had been stolen from a Vulcan temple 2,000 years earlier." "You may ask," the woman replied, approaching Tuvok with a clear glass of greenish liquid and offering it to him as she sipped from her own. "If you will tell me what brings a Starfleet instructor to Nalaya, Commander Tuvok." Tuvok considered his response. Clearly, in the few moments it had taken him to disable her men, she had managed to learn more about him than he would have thought possible. "You have me at a disadvantage," Tuvok said, accepting the glass, but forbearing to drink from it. "You have no idea," she replied. "I have come seeking someone named Fisterbrill," Tuvok said, opting for honesty. At the moment, it seemed the best defense. Again, her face cracked into a subtle, wistful smile. "I haven't heard that name in years." "But you have heard it?" Tuvok asked. "Why are you here, Tuvok?" she asked a little more insistently. Tuvok felt his senses tingle uncomfortably. It was nothing more than a faint dizziness, but he was instantly aware that she was somehow attempting to probe his mind. A thief and a highly adept telepath, Tuvok thought calmly. He was aware that many Ulians possessed a unique type of telepathy. Their special gift was the ability to probe and bring forth long-forgotten memories in others. Centuries ago, this skill had been used toward destructive and violent ends. To the best of his knowledge, most Ulians currently working within the Federation focused their abilities on retrieving memories, which would allow them to create a vast repository of historical data. Instantly, the violating sensation passed. "I seem to be getting a little rusty," she replied, clearly more embarrassed by her failure to hide her actions rather than the fact that she had tried in the first place. Interesting as this woman was, Tuvok was ever mindful of time's inexorable forward motion. "I was led to believe that a trader named Fisterbrill acquired an ancient bat'leth, crafted by the Klingon master Halkoran, approximately 30 years ago from a warrior named Kopek," Tuvok advised her, "and that Fisterbrill now resides on Nalaya IV. Not much of a warrior," she said with what seemed like bemused regret. "Then you know the object of which I speak?" Tuvok inquired. The woman paused, her eyes boring into Tuvok's, before she answered with a slight nod. "I am prepared to offer any consideration you might request in return for borrowing the sword for a short time," Tuvok said. "The sword is priceless," the woman replied. "But then, you know that, don't you?" "It is without any measurable market price," Tuvok acknowledged. "But as with most things, I am certain that we might agree to a remuneration you would find acceptable." "Why did you not attempt to take it by force?" the woman asked. "It seemed a futile gesture," Tuvok replied, "as this compound is eminently well defended." "Hulk and Renton's efforts suggest otherwise," she said, visibly chagrined. "They were taken by surprise," Tuvok assured her. "I am sorry, Tuvok," the woman said, "but there is nothing you could offer me which would convince me to part with the bat'leth. It was most challenging to acquire, and though you seem honest enough, I seriously doubt that if I allowed you to depart with it I would ever see you again. On the contrary, madam, I give you my word that I only require its use for a brief period of time, after which I will personally see that it is restored to you." "Your logic is flawed, Tuvok," she said evenly. "Which part?" "Your assumption that you will be leaving here at all," she replied. Tuvok tensed, setting the untasted beverage on a near table. "And why is that?" "I receive so few visitors anymore," she said almost playfully, "and I have no intention of parting with the most intriguing one to cross my path in some time." Instantly, a force field snapped into existence, blocking the room's only exit. The only consolation Tuvok could immediately find was that, for the moment, she was trapped behind it along with him. Tuvok did not doubt that she believed she had the power to hold him indefinitely. But he also realized that she had just revealed what might very well be her only weakness. "You require companionship," he stated flatly. "That's one word for it." Tuvok actually recoiled at the thought of physical contact with the woman. Her obvious beauty aside, it would be akin to caressing a live grenade. Before he could formulate a response, he saw himself clearly standing in a cavern lit by the dancing flames of a welcoming fire. He had visited this place many times, both in life and in his thoughts. It was the temple his father had sent him to as a young man to learn to overcome an inappropriate emotional attachment he had developed for one of his classmates. Though he usually reflected with gratitude upon this memory, there was no comfort in it now. He stood as he had the day he'd arrived, filled with righteous anger at his father and trembling with rage at the thought of being separated from Jara. She released him from this memory, and Tuvok found himself gasping for breath. The respite, however, was too brief. She began to hunt like a scavenger through his mind. Images he had long repressed were forced to the surface. He sat opposite Kes in his quarters on Voyager. She was attempting to visualize the subatomic structure of a cup of tea. As she mentally excited the particles, she lost control, and Tuvok's mind began to burn with the heat intended for the tea. He briefly tasted the blood pouring from his nose. He stood in a detention cell, his mind locked in a meld with Long Suder. Violence he had only imagined coursed through him. He touched upon an unknown desire to find pleasure in the infliction of pain, even as he watched Suder raise his hand to crush the skull of crewman Darwin. Then the memories rushed forward in a torrent he was unable to still. A Hirogen hunter struck him in the face. He gasped for air as a cargo bay was filled with blinding smoke. The last shreds of his identity trickled through his fingers as the Borg Queen made her horrifying presence known, welcoming him into the collective. In the distance, someone was shouting. He returned to the present moment to find himself lying on the floor, choking on his screams. She stood over him, her face alight with something close to joy. "My goodness," she said. "I didn't realize how lucky it is that you've come. We should be able to enjoy ourselves like this for days." Tuvok felt no fear as she said this. He did, however, realize that if he did not find a way to defend himself against her assault, he would probably not last the afternoon, let alone as long as she intended. He forced himself to look beyond her at the light of a monarch. The flame danced before him. It took every last ounce of control he still possessed to close his mind to all but the movement of the fire. He felt her again in his mind, but now she stood behind a wall which rose higher and higher as his meditation on the light restored the tranquility he associated with his normal conscious state. "What have you done?" she demanded, her voice instantly dropping its flirtatious tone. Tuvok pulled himself up gently and sat upon the nearest ottoman as he replied, "Perhaps if you told me exactly what you seek, I might be able to accommodate you." Her incredulousness was apparent. "You would offer yourself to me freely?" Nothing could have been further from the truth. "If you will agree to allow me to borrow the sword," he replied. "It seems I have underestimated you, Tuvok," she whispered. "You have no idea." She knelt before him in a pose which suggested submission. The air practically crackled with the tension of anticipation. "Show me," she said. "Show you what? Your pain." Placing his fingers over her brows and cheekbones, he gazed directly into her eyes and said softly, "My mind to your mind." She gasped with what Tuvok sensed was pleasure as he slowly entered the cavernous depths of her consciousness. The mental barriers he had constructed over the years to protect his psyche from telepathic intrusion had been fortified by the light of a monarch. He worked with surgical precision, offering her the images he knew she sought, but finally he controlled what she saw. She sipped greedily at each violent confrontation he fed her. She saw him fight the Kazan, the Vidians, the Alarians, the Mari, and the Borg. She witnessed the havoc he wrought upon his quarters in the dark days following his meld with Suder. She lingered lovingly over the anguish he had known in bidding farewell to Nos. Even as he occupied her with these images, he probed her mind for the information he required. He quickly discovered that beneath her enigmatic facade was a mind almost drowning in a vast and tumultuous sea of deception. Her raw strength was palpable, but it paled in comparison to the depths of her need. He passed over dozens of identities she had assumed over the years of acquiring her massive wealth. Even he could not determine at this point who she truly was, or once might have been. He glimpsed multiple attacks upon innocent minds she had ravaged in the name of her unquenchable thirst. More importantly, Tuvok saw the precise location of the backleth he was seeking, along with the codes required to deactivate her security grid. He felt her buck beneath him attempting to reassert her control over the meld. For all of its intensity, her mind was a crude weapon. It could never hope to compete with the 100+ years he had spent honing his mind to a finely disciplined beam of pure white light. Though she had not earned his compassion, he felt obligated to offer it nonetheless. "You suffer needlessly," Tuvok assured her. "It is not my suffering that is of interest," she replied. "It is yours." Only then did he truly accept the reality that for her, no amount of mental discipline he might be able to briefly impose upon her could ever heal the wounds that separated her from sanity. Tuvok knew what he must do. He felt her tremble beneath his hands. The intimacy she so desperately desired was the weakness that would allow him to breach the last of her defenses. Though Vulcans did not experience pain in the ways that most humanoids did, it was a part of them. Tuvok brought this buried force to bear, the true depth of agony he had experienced in his life, and gave her every bit of it, everything she thought she wanted from him, and had already determined to tortuously drag from his mind the moment he had knocked upon her door. Yes, the part of her mind which was still intact cried out. Then Tuvok gave her more. He felt her utterly abandon what little control she still maintained, even as she realized fleetingly what this abandonment would likely cost her. A few minutes later, he terminated the meld. She crumpled to the floor, her beautiful shell now housing a mind which had been forced to retreat in the wake of the fury he had unleashed upon it. He carried her gently to a chaise that faced the light of a monarch. He positioned her so that its flame would be the first thing she would see when she eventually regained consciousness. Its calming force would do much to ease her troubled psyche when she awoke. He had no difficulty deactivating the room's force field or locating the bat'leth. It was housed in one of several storage rooms, carved into the cliff beneath the house. Only once he was safely returned to his shuttle and had set his course to rendezvous with Voyager at Konoz, did he allow himself to reflect on his actions. Though he could never condone the wanton destruction of sentient life, he could rest in the certainty that what he had done to her had been merciful in comparison to what her mind had revealed that she intended to do to him. His only regret was that at no point in the meld had he actually been able to discover her true name. The last few hours had been the hardest for Tom. The doctor had done his typical exemplary job repairing the damage done by Locke's knife. The knowledge that he had once again lost his wife was a wound that continued to fester and was beyond the ministrations of anyone. He was teetering on the edge of a place he hadn't visited within himself in a long time. Despair. Assembled in the transporter room were Chakotay, Admiral Janeway 7, the Doctor, Harry Kim, Councillor Cambridge, and the Emperor Kahless. Tuvok's shuttle had just entered the bay, and he was at this moment en route to the transporter room. As the group stood in tense silence, Tom overheard Kahless say something in a low voice to the Doctor. "It is an amazing piece of technology," the Doctor replied to the Emperor's query. "And it allows you to travel anywhere you wish?" "It does." The Doctor nodded proudly. "I will admit that when I was first activated and was confined to either sick bay or the holodeck, it was hard to imagine what I was missing. Now, I simply could not fathom my existence without this mobile emitter." At last the doors to the transporter room slid open and Tuvok entered, carrying the bat'leth, which Tom would have sworn was B'Elanna's had he not known otherwise. "I hope we haven't put you to too much trouble, Tuvok," Chakotay said amiably. "None that bears discussing at the moment." Tuvok replied. Turning to Paris, Tuvok said, "Admiral Janeway has advised me of the developments here. Any assistance I may provide in locating both B'Elanna and Morale, I am at your disposal." "It's good to see you too, Tuvok," Paris replied, warmed by the sentiment. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, shall we?" Janeway asked of the room. As those assembled arranged themselves on the transporter platform, Kim, Seven, Tuvok, and Chakotay dividing the 12 bat'leths between them for their journey to the planet, Chakotay turned to Janeway, saying, "Should we advise Chancellor Martok of our impending arrival and request his permission to access the monument?" "Why?" Kahless interjected. "It's my shrine." No one, least of all Paris, seemed inclined to argue with that. B'Elanna stirred from the deepest sleep she had enjoyed in a long time. The baby. Morale was crying, "She needs me!" B'Elanna had become most adept at navigating through Morale's first several months of life. Despite her semi-conscious state, she rolled over onto her side, reaching out for her daughter. Her fingers met cold, hard stone. B'Elanna forced her eyes to open and found herself lying on a smooth stone shelf in a small cell hewn from solid rock. The faint buzz of a force field met her ears. Lifting her sluggish body, she turned and saw that the cell's only entrance was blocked by an energy barrier. The memories returned. Locht had captured her and taken her from Voyager. B'Elanna had no idea where she was or how long she'd been unconscious. She had set out to rescue Morale and instead become Locht's prisoner. Impotent fury washed over her as B'Elanna was forced to accept the fact that she had, once again, failed her daughter. Then Morale cried out again. B'Elanna's heart began to run a thready race. She practically flew toward the doorway of her cell, only hesitating to touch the wall of deadly energy that was the last barrier separating her from her child. Her mind worked the problem. The field's generator had to be buried beneath the rock walls. If she could find a sharp enough edge, she could dig. B'Elanna turned, scanning the room for anything that could be useful. If nothing else, her hands might have to do. A shadow fell over her from behind as Morale's screams intensified. Wheeling around, B'Elanna saw Commander Locht standing on the other side of the barrier. She was holding a very unhappy Morale in her arms. "Morale!" B'Elanna shouted in mingled joy and frustration. Her arms physically ached to assume Locht's burden. She started toward the doorway, but Locht stopped her with a brisk, "Stand back." Locht then nodded to someone. B'Elanna could not see, and within seconds the force field dropped. It took every ounce of self-control B'Elanna possessed not to charge forward as Locht calmly entered the cell. Only once the field had blinked back into existence did Locht extend her arms and allow B'Elanna to take her child, who was literally clawing her way out of Locht's embrace to her mother. The moment her arms were once again wrapped securely around her daughter, B'Elanna sank to the floor, cradling Morale, alternately hugging and kissing her. Though Morale welcomed this at first, soon enough it was clear. B'Elanna was practically smothering her, and Morale again began to struggle and cry out. B'Elanna released her gently, and Morale pushed herself onto the floor. Once she was solidly on her hands and knees, she did something that threatened to tear B'Elanna's still pounding heart from her chest. With only moments of unsteadiness, Morale pushed herself up onto her tiny legs and began to teeter forward and away from her mother. After only a few seconds, her unsteady gait toppled her forward, but even finding herself again on the floor, Morale only cried out lustily, not in pain, but in frustration with herself. "Oh, my sweet darling," B'Elanna cooed as she crawled toward Morale. "You're walking?" With a determined scowl, Morale again pushed herself up, and this time she giggled at herself before clapping her tiny hands together and reaching out for B'Elanna. "Your daddy will be so proud." B'Elanna congratulated her. In reply, Morale barked out aloud, "Da!" There were many sins B'Elanna intended to make Locht answer for at a more appropriate time. Denying her the opportunity to witness her daughter's first steps, and from the sound of it, Morale's first halting attempt at a word, were at the top of that list. "As you can see, your daughter is unharmed," Locht said evenly. In a flash, B'Elanna closed the space between them and drove her fist into Locht's gut. As expected, Locht recovered quickly, throwing B'Elanna to the ground. To B'Elanna's delight, she clutched her abdomen and demanded, "What was that for?" "Tom," B'Elanna said fiercely. Locht replied with a weary nod of respectful acknowledgement and said, "You must be starving." B'Elanna was, but her pride reasserted itself. "What are you going to do with us?" she demanded. Locke took a deep breath, considering the question. "If you will refrain from acting rashly, I have much to show you. I can assure you, any attempt at escape is futile. There is nowhere to run." "I'll be the judge of that," B'Elanna thought. "Lead the way," B'Elanna said haughtily, scooping Miral up from the floor. Locke started walking, and B'Elanna followed her out into a dimly lit hallway. It was like stepping into the bowels of an ancient dungeon. Apart from the occasional energy barrier, suggesting the existence of more cells like B'Elanna's, this was as dank and forlorn a place as she had ever seen. She had believed from day one that the Cawhak Hoch were fanatics, blinded by religious obsession. Their prison only solidified her belief that this accursed order was a remnant of the past. B'Elanna tightened her grip on her daughter, swearing she would bury it once and for all. Miral squirmed in her arms as Locke led them up a short staircase carved into the rock. B'Elanna shushed her as they emerged into a vast cavern. Like the chamber below, it had been excavated from rough stone, and it reached over 100 meters above and in all directions. The stone edges protruding from the walls were the only remnant of the room's original nature. The cavern was a warren of high-tech chambers, from what B'Elanna could see, devoted primarily to scientific research. Embedded in almost every wall of the part he yawned space were activated displays. Peeking where she could, B'Elanna glimpsed surgical bays, massive scanners and diagnostic interfaces, and a variety of devices, the purpose of which she could only guess. It reminded her vividly of a Starfleet facility. Every surface was clean, the air had a tinny, recycled quality, and light poured into the chamber, courtesy of a ring embedded into the rock over 10 meters above her head. There were Klingons everywhere she looked. None of them were dressed as warriors, but they wore woven tunics in varying colors, which suggested some division of labor. "Not what you were expecting?" Locke asked, interrupting her thoughts. "Not exactly," B'Elanna had to admit. Locke continued on, past this hive of activity. Occasionally someone would look up as they walked and grace B'Elanna and Miral with a reverent nod or slight bow. B'Elanna found it mildly distasteful, but managed to respond as graciously as possible with a nod of her own. Finally, they emerged into a larger partitioned space. It was filled with tables, not unlike those in Boreth's library, and the walls were lined with shelves housing scrolls, many of which rested behind energy barriers, no doubt to protect them from the ravages of oxygen exposure. Above these shelves, larger automated drawers had been set into the rock. They stretched all around her, and so high into the wall above that B'Elanna could not see where they terminated. Groups of workers were collected at a few of the tables, poring over manuscripts, making notes on standard pads. Locke led her away from them, toward an empty table that offered a semblance of privacy. "This is our Hall of Records," Locke began, once B'Elanna was seated with Miral in her lap. The child seemed exhausted by her earlier exertions, and was slowly drifting toward what B'Elanna felt certain would be only a short nap. The Cawhak Hoch were founded over 15 centuries ago. Our initial purpose was to keep records of all Klingon births, deaths, and marriages. As the great and noble houses of the Empire began to grow and prosper, our work became more valuable. Very few Klingons of so-called noble birth were anxious to see their bloodlines diluted by mixing with commoners. Emperors rose and fell on our watch, and as their interests often diverged of necessity from truth, we were both a blessing and a curse, depending upon who was in power at any given time. "And when did you go from being custodians of history to religious fanatics?" B'Elanna demanded. "The faith of our people is part of our history," Locke chided her. "Very few Klingons still hold that faith in any regard, but it has sustained us for thousands of years. When the prophet Ammar was slain at Kahless' side, his mate joined our order. She brought to us the original scrolls of Ammar and reaffirmed our belief, as expressed by Garg, that in time the will of the gods would be made known to us." B'Elanna nodded for her to continue. As you already know, the day came when we were forced to continue our work in secret. Halcorin, one of our most illustrious members, created this sanctuary for us and provided us with the means to exist undetected for all time. Throughout the centuries, we have kept abreast of all technological advances and put them to good use. We now possess the most accurate records of the genetic history of the Klingon species ever compiled. How thrilling for you, B'Elanna observed dryly. You should take care, B'Elanna, Locke said coldly. Right now, we are all that stands between the Klingon Empire and its downfall. Because of this curse? B'Elanna asked disdainfully. Our faith has long foretold the two signs of the curse of the gods. Understand that when we say gods, we are not referring to some non-corporeal entity to be prayed to in times of need or feared in times of peril. It is our belief that long ago, the first Klingons had an interaction with what we presume to be an alien species. These aliens would have been sufficiently advanced at the time of this encounter to appear godlike to our forebears. It is also likely that these aliens were driven out by those they thought to control or abuse. The Klingon heart is now as it has always been, fierce and unbending. And so the Klingons killed their gods because they were more trouble than they were worth, B'Elanna said. Our research shows, however, that there was some early corruption of the original Klingon genome, possibly as a result of experimentation or interspecies relations with these aliens. It is slight, and it did result in the adaptation of several favorable traits, our redundant organs, for example. We have long suspected that the curse of the gods would be an inevitable expression of this taint. As the Federation Research Institute verified at our request, and as your own friends confirmed, this corruption will result in a struggle between two kinds of Klingons, which will tear the Empire apart. Only the Kuvama can save us now. B'Elanna interrupted her harshly. The scrolls say that the Kuvama will bring the Klingon gods back, and by doing so will avert this curse. Miral is an infant. How is she supposed to fulfill that destiny, living in this cave in the middle of nowhere? Miral cannot escape her fate, and the curse, seemingly fulfilled, will take time to come to fruition. Within 30 generations, the Klingon species as it exists now will cease to be. Thekel Verths will gradually outnumber those of normal Klingons, and our destruction will follow. Miral has more than enough time to fulfill the prophecy. But it is of the utmost importance that she be protected until she is old enough to do this. It was never our intention to deprive you of your child, Locke assured her. But we have always been cognizant of the threat posed by the warriors of Greythor. Would the warriors of Greythor have even known about Miral if you hadn't kidnapped her and forced Kahless to contact them? B'Elanna shot back, her frustration mounting. The moment Grapp and Takang arrived on Borith, I knew their brethren would not be far behind, Locke replied. Realization struck B'Elanna. You and the Kuvamag are in danger. You were the one who sent me the warning. Of course. Then why didn't you just let me take Miral and leave Borith? B'Elanna asked. You failed to consider the peril you would put her in should you ever return to Starfleet, especially as uninformed as you were at the time, Locke insisted. Had you applied yourself more diligently to your studies, perhaps? I get it, B'Elanna snapped, unwilling to be lectured like a schoolgirl. We are the only ones who can keep Miral safe. And we will die to the last initiate before we will fail in our duty to see that she fulfills the role fate has prescribed for her, Locke said more patiently, diffusing some of B'Elanna's hostility. B'Elanna sighed deeply. Religious fanaticism was one thing, and quite easy for her to dismiss. But the beliefs of the Kohak-Hoch, substantiated as they apparently were by the science, were a little harder to fault. B'Elanna pulled Miral closer, briefly disturbing the child's sleep. At the very least, she could relate to the Order's desire to sacrifice themselves, if need be, for Miral's sake. There was nothing B'Elanna would not do from this point forward to try and spare Miral this fate, even if it meant finding these mysterious gods herself and dragging them back to Konos. "I understand," B'Elanna grudgingly admitted, "but I'll never leave Myrrel with you." "She's my daughter. She deserves a normal life, no matter what fate might have in store for her." "I have a suggestion I would ask you to consider," Log said. "What?" "Join us." B'Elanna took the suggestion like a slap across her face. She had the good sense to realize that Log seemed to believe she was bestowing a great honor upon her. Pity was, there was no way B'Elanna would ever be able to accept. If Tom had been like a caged targ on Borith, she couldn't imagine what it would do to their marriage to take up residence here. When B'Elanna didn't answer immediately, Locht rose from the table and said, "Perhaps you should take some time to consider it." "I will," B'Elanna agreed. As they made their way back toward the far end of the cavern, B'Elanna was struck by something she hadn't noted at first, so overwhelmed had she been by the many surprising details of the sanctuary. Before she could ask Locht about it, the overhead lighting dimmed and a soft alarm began to sound. Locht quickened her pace, B'Elanna rushing behind until they had cleared the workstations. To the right was the staircase leading down to the holding cells. To the left was a small archway, leading to another tunnel. At the entrance was what looked like a small decorative sculpture, a circular base with a small stone monument extending up from its center. The stone was now pulsing with a bright white light at regular intervals that matched the sound of the alarm. "What's happening?" B'Elanna asked. "Something has triggered the planet's orbital security perimeter," Locht replied, as shouts and orders erupted around them. Workers poured out of their research spaces and hurried into the tunnel past the miniature version of Halkoran's obelisk, and from the distant sound of clanging metal, they were arming themselves for battle. Voyager, B'Elanna thought, hope giving her a new rush of adrenaline. Locht hurried B'Elanna back to her cell and pushed her inside. There, B'Elanna found a plate of fresh bread and dried meat waiting for her beside a large pitcher of water. B'Elanna gingerly set the sleeping Myrrel down on the stone bench where she had awakened, thinking Locht gone, but just as she had done so, Locht grabbed the child with one hand and leveled a disruptor at B'Elanna with the other. "What are you doing?" B'Elanna shouted, waking Myrrel. Locht backed from the room, and the force field sparkled into place. "Consider my offer, B'Elanna," Locht said grimly before disappearing from view. B'Elanna could have wept with rage. Instead, she settled for slapping the force field and received a healthy shock and singed flesh for her trouble. She paced back toward the bench and, in her anger, tossed the plate of food to the ground. Locht had lulled her into trust and once again betrayed her. "At least she's consistent," the voice of reason managed to pierce the dissonance of B'Elanna's mind. It sounded eerily like the voice of Councillor Cambridge. B'Elanna stopped to collect herself. Howling at the fates or berating herself for her stupidity was of no use to morale. If Voyager had found them, or worse, if the warriors of Greythor were at the door, B'Elanna would do well to prepare for battle. She dropped to the floor and collected the food she had discarded. She forced it quickly down her gullet, devouring every last morsel and washing it down with the water. As she ate, she considered her options. Wherever they had taken Myrrel, it was undoubtedly the most secure Locahan within the compound. Much as she hated to admit it, B'Elanna should at least try and join the fight if the warriors of Greythor were at hand. As she imagined the battle and saw Locht leading her forces, she remembered the question she had wanted to ask Locht before the perimeter alarms had sounded. Every face she had seen when they toured the sanctuary was female. She had been trying to imagine Tom there with her and realized how lonely and out of place he would surely feel. "Where are all the men?" "Another big tree, some more pretty flowers," Kim said, cataloguing the results of his visual scan of a sector of Signet 4. "Are we boring you, Lieutenant?" Seven asked. 7. Harry, Carlos, and Cambridge were standing in Voyager's astrometrics lab, scrutinizing every square millimeter of the planet. Halkarin's obelisk had told them was the location of the hidden Kohak sanctuary. Everyone present had expressed both awe and relief when the bat'leths B'Elanna had provided them had worked exactly as she described, once they were placed at the monument. The ship's initial sensor sweeps of the surface had revealed nothing to suggest that any humanoid life forms were present on the planet. But as Harry had mentioned, perhaps one too many times for Seven's patience, he decided silently. This verdant, lush world sure was pretty. "Seven, what am I looking at?" Harry asked, staring at a geothermal scan the sensors had just spat forth in a three-dimensional holographic representation at one of the adjacent terminals. Seven moved from Kim's side to examine the findings. "I recalibrated the sensors to look for geothermal anomalies. If anyone is operating from a hidden location, it is likely to be buried either within a natural rock formation or perhaps beneath the surface of one of the planet's oceans. As there are no obvious power sources present, I concluded that they are most likely tapping into the planet's core for sustainable resources," Seven advised him. "Or they've got one hell of a cloaking system," Harry added. Seven ignored him, studying the display for a moment as Cambridge took the opportunity to better study her lithe and obscenely well-proportioned frame, which was quite gloriously accentuated by her deep red one-piece bodysuit. For reasons Harry wasn't tempted to analyze too deeply, the counselor's harmless appraisal and obvious appreciation of what he saw sent a tinge of jealousy shooting up from the depths of Harry's psyche. "It's none of your business," Harry's better angels advised him as his cheeks began to redden. It was true that any man with a pulse, and probably some women come to think of it, couldn't help but admire Seven's physical attributes. Harry had barely been able to speak in complete sentences in her presence for the first several weeks she'd been aboard Voyager. But his initial attraction had become brotherly affection over the years. She might look like every man's fantasy, but once you got to know her, Seven was much too complex to simply relegate to the realm of eye candy. In many ways, she was as innocent as a child. She was still learning what it was to be human. This brought out Harry's protective side, and that seemed to be kicking in with a vengeance as he observed Cambridge. "Anything worth taking a closer look at, Seven?" Kim asked in a brisk tone, which had the immediate effect of redirecting Cambridge's attention from Seven to him. "Perhaps," Seven said, altering the display to zoom in on a particular sector. "Bring up the surface scan of Sector 347, she said imperiously, moving back to the main screen. With an inward smile, Harry noted that she hadn't even observed Cambridge's interest. Of course, Seven was like that when she was working. She could focus with an intensity unknown to most humans. Harry then turned his attention to Sector 347. "Pretty rocks in a mountain," he said. Seven obliged him with a sidelong smirk. "The thermal scans of this area show anomalous readings. These spikes are higher than other comparable rock formations on the surface," she said, watching carefully as the display panned over the area. "What exactly are you hoping to see?" Cambridge asked, clearly not wanting to be left out of the conversation. "I'm not sure," Seven replied. "Go back," Collis's voice interrupted. Harry jumped at the urgency in the Emperor's tone. The entire time they'd been standing in this room, he had seemed content to merely observe their progress. Kim didn't think that Kalis had moved a muscle in the last hour. Harry had actually forgotten he was there. Seven reversed the scan to retread the ground it had just covered. "There," Kalis said softly, stepping closer and pointing to an outcropping of rocks near the base of the area's highest mountain. "I don't see anything," Seven said, pausing the display. "Magnify that section," Kalis commanded. Harry studied the rocks for anything that might explain the Emperor's sudden interest. "This is a waste of time," he thought, frustrated. "There it is," Cambridge said almost reverently, moving to Collis's side. "There, what is?" Seven asked pointedly. Harry was relieved to know that he wasn't the only one in the room who couldn't see whatever had caught the Emperor's attention. "Computer, overlay this grid with an image found in my personal archive. File Cambridge, Klingon Mythological Studies, Kohak Hoch, Mark of Halkarin," the counselor ordered. The computer complied, and a sloping vertical line, intersected by 12 smaller lines, appeared over the rocks. Scale to size, and look for comparable pattern in the rock face. A few moments later, the computer completed the operation, and the mark of Halcoran was shown to match perfectly with what looked like a natural scarring of the rocks. "Wow," Harry said, impressed. "Computer," Seven requested, "calculate the likelihood that this pattern occurred naturally. Cross-reference all planetary scans." The computer's cold, feminine voice responded, "Probability that the pattern is naturally occurring are 46,739,000 to 1. "We found them," Carlos said assuredly. Turning to Kim, he said, "Collect a security team, Lieutenant, and have them ready to transport to the surface immediately. Make sure your team is comprised of your finest warriors." Despite the fact that Harry didn't actually report to the Emperor, he found himself starting directly for the door when Cambridge interrupted. "Pardon me, Emperor, but that would be an incredibly bad idea." "Why?" Kalis demanded, clearly shocked at the insolence. "Is it your intention to overwhelm the hundreds of warriors in the sanctuary below with the force of a handful of Voyager's finest, or did you have a more subtle attack in mind?" Carlos simply stared at Cambridge in wonder. "As we do not possess sufficient numbers to overwhelm them, at some point we must consider entering into negotiations. And for that to succeed, we might not want to offend them right off the bat," Cambridge went on. "Offend them how?" Seven asked. "How does it go?" Cambridge mused. After a moment he quoted, "Beyond the gate she joins in noble stead, the path where only men must fear to tread." Callis glared hard at the counsellor until his lips broke into a wide, ferocious smile. "Your studies do you credit, human?" Callis nodded approvingly, "though it is a dubious translation of Brachtun's letter. I'll admit the Klingon text doesn't rhyme, but the meaning is unaltered. And Brachtun was, arguably, the last Klingon to actually speak directly with a member of the Koh-ha-Koch and live to tell the tale," Cambridge replied. "His daughter, wasn't it?" "Excuse me," Harry interrupted. "What's the problem?" Kalis answered his question with one of his own. "Who among your crew are the fiercest women warriors?" the Emperor asked. Lissa Campbell had barely closed her eyes when Kim's voice came blaring over the comm system, ordering her to the transporter room. She'd completed 2 full duty shifts on the bridge before turning over ops to Ensign Lazran, a Betazoid who was far too young and eager to please for Lissa's tastes. Unfortunately, as soon as he had assumed his station, Lazran had discovered a strange energy reading, a subtle gravimetric displacement, which Lissa had first noted some 9 hours earlier and quickly relegated to the realm of odd things often encountered while scanning space. Lazran had insisted on running a full spectral analysis, which had, as Lissa anticipated, yielded no new information. But given the fact that the anomaly had first appeared on her watch, she'd felt duty-bound to see the quest through to its end. After advising Lazran not to take the disappointing results of his snipe hunt too hard, and grabbing a quick dinner in the mess, she'd hurried to her quarters more than ready for the 3 hours of sleep she now desperately needed before Alpha shift began. She'd arrived in the transporter room to find Admiral Janeway already briefing Lieutenants Samantha Mapplethorpe and Vanessa Waters. 7 of 9 was conferring with the transporter operator on duty, a soft-spoken, burly man, Ensign Donner, suggesting that she was already apprised of the mission's specs. Lissa was quick to grasp the broad strokes. They had located what they believed was the entry to the Koh-ha-Koch sanctuary, and theirs was the first team being sent to breach the perimeter. Only after they had beamed down to the surface and begun the short hike to the plateau that they believed concealed the entrance, did it dawn on Lissa that she was surrounded by only female officers. Sure, it happened from time to time, but it was a little odd, especially considering the fact that Commander Paris should have been leading the charge to recover his wife and child. "Is it me, or are we a little estrogen-heavy this trip?" Lissa quietly remarked to Waters. "Weren't you listening?" Waters asked a little petulantly. The trim, white-haired security officer seemed to be having a little more trouble with the climb than Lissa, who was a passionate and frequent hiker. I'm running on about 15 minutes of sleep, Waters. Want to cut me a little slack? The Corps Hack Hosh are supposedly all female, Waters advised her between heavy breaths. Carla says if we send men to the sanctuary, it adds insult to injury. Any man who enters is killed on sight. Women, they might at least talk to. It's like a rule or something. Sounds like a dumb rule to me, Lissa replied. I mean, how do they, or what do they do when, that's just no fun at all. Before Waters could reply, Admiral Janeway had reached the crest of the plateau and signalled for the team to halt. After a quick scan and a brief conference with Seven, the message was relayed down the short line for everyone to stay put while Janeway and Seven approached the entrance alone. Lissa's phaser was already in her hand, and for good measure she scouted the terrain. At first blush, it looked like an excellent spot for an ambush. And given the fact that sunrise on this part of the planet was about a half-hour away, the dim twilight only enhanced her sense that they were being watched by one or many, who had them at a considerable disadvantage. Still, Voyager sensors were no doubt trained on the away team, and should be able to alert them to any imminent threat. At the entrance, which appeared to be nothing but a wall of solid rock, Janeway and Seven were arguing. It wasn't the first time Lissa had seen these two buttheads over the years, and depending on the circumstances, they could be entertaining to watch. Back in the Delta Quadrant, 7 of 9 had always been the person on Voyager who didn't seem the least bit awed by their formidable leader. Right now, between her exhaustion and the uncomfortable squatting on the side of a mountain, Lissa just wished they'd get on with it. They seemed to reach a consensus, and Janeway tapped her comm badge quickly and spoke into it so low that Lissa couldn't make out the words. Lissa then heard the hum of a transporter beam, and a bat'leth appeared on the ground at Janeway's feet. The Admiral claimed it and attempted to wedge it into the rock face. As Lissa found herself wondering if the Admiral hadn't gone round the bend, the solid wall actually vanished, revealing a small opening. I'll be damned, Lissa thought, remembering that Starfleet didn't just give those extra pips away. Janeway signalled for the rest of the team to join them. All right, she said, once they were gathered. I'm going to take point. 7, you'll bring up the rear. Weapons at the ready. Our tricorders can't penetrate this rock. There's either a natural or technological barrier scattering our signals, so we really don't know what we're going to find in there. A lot of really frustrated Klingon women, Lissa surmised, but refrained from saying it aloud. Actually, the thought was more than a little disconcerting. Klingons, male or female, could be formidable adversaries, and none of them could afford to forget that. Lissa fell into line directly behind Janeway as they entered the tunnel. Almost immediately, her nostrils were assaulted by a gust of rank air. Janeway switched on her palm beacon. They cleared the tunnel, which led the team into a much larger space. Mapplethorpe had already exited the tunnel, and Waters was huffing behind her. 7 was probably irritated no end, Lissa thought with a grin. As Lissa took a few steps farther into the cavern, she was searching for the switch to her own beacon. She realized that the sound of heavy breathing she'd first thought was Waters was actually coming from the wrong direction. As a whip of adrenaline rushed up Lissa's spine, she turned to Janeway, who was playing her light slowly over the cavern in the direction of the disconcerting sound, which was now mingled with a metallic clank Lissa couldn't place. Finally, Lissa found her beacon switch, though she almost dropped her phaser in the process. Her beam of light momentarily transected with Janeway's, then moved farther to the left, illuminating a face that Lissa's worst nightmares couldn't have coughed up on their best day. A sharp intake of breath from Janeway alerted Lissa to the fact that the Admiral might be paralyzed with fright. It certainly seemed like a viable option. The creature, or at least what she could see of it, was covered in greyish-white fur streaked with what Lissa could only assume was blood. The shape of its massive face was reminiscent of a polar bear's, but where that animal had always had a benign and regal appearance to Lissa, This creature's gaping maw was filled with rows of jagged teeth, and its fierce orange eyes were tainted with feral desperation. Around its neck was a heavy iron chain. Lissa followed the chain and found its end embedded in the wall of the cliff. The leash was clearly meant to limit the creature's movement. The creature let out a deafening roar that should have brought the cavern down on top of them. Without further thought, Lissa thumbed her phaser to maximum stun, took 2 quick steps to place herself in front of Janeway, and fired. Her beam struck the creature's right shoulder, and Lissa watched in horror as the energy discharge was dispersed over the animal's fur, doing no damage whatsoever. Then she understood. The creature's oily coating, undoubtedly applied by its keepers, somehow acted as a scattering field diffusing her phaser fire. The next ear-splitting roar first caused Lissa to take an immediate step back, even as she thought she heard Janeway shouting for her to hold fire. Then, the creature fixed her solidly with a cockeyed grin and shook its head rapidly. Lissa realized with growing alarm that she had unintentionally just become the most interesting thing in the room. Suddenly, she felt the wind knocked out of her as something very large and sharp came swiping into her midsection from the right. The next thing she knew, the foulest stench she'd ever smelled was upon her, as she found herself staring at nothing but crusted yellow teeth. "Hold your fire!" Janeway commanded, as she hurried Lieutenant Mapplethorpe back toward the tunnel. The others had just emerged, and were quickly moving toward the right of the cavern, as far from the terrifying noise as the space would allow. Janeway's first instinct had been to rush to Campbell and try to pull her clear of the creature's range of motion. But the razor-tipped claw that had felled her, then dragged her to the mouth of the creature, had made that choice impossible. Before Janeway could move, the creature had ripped Campbell's head from her body. The several crunches that followed suggested that Lissa's misery was over, while simultaneously causing Janeway's gorge to rise. Once the creature seemed satisfied that it had dealt with the threat, it roared again and loped forward, but was quickly straining against its leash. The rest of the team had at least 10 meters of space in which to maneuver, but the only real option left to them was to retreat the way they had come. As long as that chain holds, Janeway thought grimly. "What the hell is that?" Waters whispered frantically. "A target," Seven replied calmly. "Geez, Seven, I didn't really want to know," Waters said. "It is a bear-like predator native to—" Seven began. "We'll put it in the report, Seven," Janeway hissed to silence her. The target continued to eye them hungrily. "So, back the way we came, then?" Mapplethorpe urged. "Not yet," Janeway said. "Seven, focus your light just past the creature's head." Seven did as she was told, and quickly illuminated what Janeway was sure she'd already seen, another tunnel leading farther into the mountain. The only way to get there was to somehow get past the target. Janeway knew they only had a few minutes at the most to make a decision. She considered the notion that their 4 remaining phasers might succeed where Lissa's solitary one had failed, but it didn't seem likely. Clearly, the Korhak-Hak had tools up their sleeves that were completely unknown to Federation science. While it was possible that there were several other entrances to the cavern, given the fact that one of Hal Corran's bat'leths had opened the door, it seemed likely that this was meant to be the road to the sanctuary. This also meant that there had to be a way to get past the target. But how? Perhaps the beast had been trained to recognize members of the Order, or maybe something simpler. If brute force wasn't going to get the job done, what were the other options? An idea flickered briefly into Janeway's mind, courtesy of a Doberman pinscher who had once taken a liking to Molly, her Irish setter. As the only other choice was retreat, and Janeway hadn't come this far to be defeated by fear, she turned to the others. "I'm going to try something. If it doesn't work out, you're to return to Voyager immediately," she said quickly. "What are you going to try?" Seven asked. "What do you mean, work out?" Waters demanded frantically. The Admiral faced both of them with her sternest gaze. They both clearly recognized from her expression that she was impervious to argument, and nodded without further questions. Janeway then turned and squared her shoulders. She took a few halting steps into the darkness toward the target. "Nice bear," she thought grimly. The creature rocked its head in her direction. The cavern was now faintly illuminated by the other's wrist beacons, but there wasn't enough direct light on the animal's face for Janeway to get a sense of its intentions. She stepped forward again, and the beast raised itself up and lumbered toward her. Well aware that this might be the worst choice she'd made in a long list of questionable calls over her lifetime, Janeway took another step forward and extended her right hand, palm up. From this distance, the beast could easily take off her arm, probably up to the shoulder. The creature emitted a quick huff of air and growled menacingly. Janeway stood her ground, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was looking for a way out of her chest, whether the rest of her body intended to come along or not. A heavy, wet, noxious tongue landed on Janeway's palm. Grimacing, she forced herself to remain still. Once the creature had had a good taste of her sweat, it lost interest in Janeway and retreated back to its corner. It left just enough space for her to move past it toward the far tunnel, which she could clearly see sloped downward. When she was several meters down the tunnel, Janeway turned back to see the wide-eyed faces of the away team. She nodded encouragingly, and Seven was the next to step up, mimicking Janeway's movements precisely. Waters and Maplethorpe were harder to sell, but to their credit, followed Janeway's lead, and a few moments later, all four were moving cautiously down the tunnel. "That was a foolhardy choice, Admiral," Seven admonished her softly. "Are you arguing with the results?" Janeway asked. "No," she said, "though I don't understand why the creature allowed us to pass." "We need to get you a pet, Seven," Janeway replied. "Admiral, if the Korhak Hawk have to use this entrance, there had to be a way past the creature that didn't include killing it, much as I would have liked to for Lys's sake," Janeway said wearily. "It's used to the company of those who interact with it regularly, which means the Korhak Hawk are also probably comfortable around it. You had to be willing to set aside your fear and let it get to know you a little. Many animals, no matter how ferocious they may appear, can be quite gentle and accommodating to their masters. By standing up to it in a non-threatening way, you let it know that you are part of its pack. While I find your reasoning sound, it was still a huge risk to take," Seven said. "Not when you consider what we stand to lose if we fail," Janeway replied. Voyager's bridge was shrouded in tense silence. At Chakotay's left, Tom Paris sat with concentrated intensity. He had raged privately to Chakotay when he learned of Locke's treachery, and Chakotay had allowed him to blow off steam. He still didn't know if Tom was angrier with himself or with Bialana for their current predicament. Since then, he had alternated between barely repressed fury and a darker despondence. If they didn't succeed in finding and safely returning Bialana and Myrrell to him, Chakotay worried that his old friend and trusted first officer might never recover. Come to think of it, that wasn't a scenario Chakotay had any interest in exploring either. "Status: Ensign Lazarun," Chakotay said. "Sensors show no sign of the away team, Captain. We lost them the moment they entered the mountain," Lazarun replied. It wasn't surprising, and actually gave credence to Carless's belief that the Korhak Hawk were hiding within, though Chakotay couldn't imagine what technology they were using to flummox the ship's sensors. A brisk sigh escaped Paris's lips. Chakotay knew that if he didn't provide Tom with an outlet for his aggression soon, the waiting would drive him over the edge. Problem was, there was simply nothing any of them could do until the Admiral reported in, or missed her first scheduled check. Kim suddenly called out, "Captain, I'm picking up a vessel decloaking to starboard." "On screen," Chakotay ordered, rising to his feet. "Who the hell is that?" he asked as the ungainly ship came into view. "It's the Kortar, sir," Lazarun's voice replied. Chakotay had feared for days that Tukrek's vessel wouldn't be far behind his. Had Chakotay been in his place, he would have begun tracking Bialana and Kalas as soon as they'd escaped. As it stood now, Chakotay had no idea how long the Kortar had had Voyager in its sights. "Red alert," Chakotay ordered. "Harry?" "Shields are at maximum, Captain," Harry replied. "Arming phasers." "Hail them, Lazarun," Chakotay said. After a brief pause, Lazarun replied, "No response, sir." Chakotay watched as the Cortar moved at low impulse past Voyager and assumed a slightly lower orbit of the planet. Within a few moments, bright bursts of orange phaser fire erupted from it and began bombarding the planet below. "What are they targeting?" Chakotay asked, more for confirmation, because he already knew the answer. "Sector 347, Harry replied. "They're bombarding the area surrounding the mountain presumed to be hiding the sanctuary." "They're trying to flush them out," Paris said sternly. "Or, from this distance, they can't be more accurate," Chakotay suggested. "Captain, I'm detecting transporter activity," Lazarun interrupted. "How many?" Chakotay asked. 100 Klingon life signs are now on the surface, moving toward the entrance our team discovered. "Open a channel," Chakotay called. "They can hear you, sir," Lazarun replied. "This is Captain Chakotay of the Federation starship Voyager. We are on a rescue mission, and your actions are putting our people at risk." "You think they don't know that?" Tom asked softly. "Cease fire and transport immediately, or we will take action," Chakotay finished. Personally, he didn't feel that T'Krek deserved the warning, but protocol demanded it. "They've completed another transport," Lazarun advised. In the time Chakotay had given them, the strength of their forces on the surface had just doubled. "Harry, target their weapon systems and fire," Chakotay ordered. T'Krek clearly anticipated the move. Voyager's phasers barely grazed the target as the Cortar's helmsman began evasive maneuvers. The turbolift doors slid open, and Kalis and Tuvok stepped onto the bridge as Harry called out, "They are returning fire." Voyager shuddered under the impact. "Shields are holding," Harry advised. "Attack pattern, Omega Pi," Chakotay ordered in response. "Captain," Kalis called as Tare and Harry executed the maneuver, positioning Voyager between the Cortar and the planet, "I will lead a team to the surface to engage the warriors of Graythor." "Do it." Chakotay nodded as the ship took another hit. "Permission to join the away team?" Paris asked immediately. Chakotay stared hard at Tom, but it wasn't really a tough decision. "Bring them back to us," Chakotay said firmly. "I will, Captain," Tom replied. As Tom followed Kalis to the turbolift, Harry said, 6 teams are assembling in the transporter rooms, but will still be outnumbered 3-1, assuming the Cortar doesn't send more troops." Chakotay didn't like the math, but given the size of his crew, there wasn't much he could do about it. "Captain, I'd like to join the away team." "As their commanding officer?" Harry asked. Chakotay cut him off. "I need you on the bridge right now, Lieutenant." "I will assume Lieutenant Kim's post, Captain," Tuvok offered. "Very well." Chakotay nodded. Chakotay appreciated Harry's request. The Cortar was engaging defensively. Their true goal seemed to be to keep Voyager busy while their men attacked the sanctuary. T'Krek wasn't doing any serious damage to Chakotay's ship, and probably wouldn't until the captain forced his hand. "Tarly, we need a little distance so we can drop shields and transport our teams down." "Aye, Captain." Within moments she had maneuvered the ship at 1/4 impulse, just clear of the Cortar's weapons. Chakotay followed her actions from the command console embedded in the arm of his chair. The captain ordered Lazarun to drop shields and authorize the transports. They barely had time to restore their shields before the Cortar moved into position behind them. Almost 70 of Chakotay's crew were now on the planet, about to engage the warriors of Graythor in battle. Chakotay didn't honestly know if it was a battle they could win. The odds were definitely against them. But he knew for certain that defeat wasn't on their minds as they rushed headlong to the aid of their companions. "Voyager's personnel have engaged the warriors on the surface," Tuvok called out from tactical. "Gods of my fathers, give them strength." Chakotay silently prayed. 7 of 9 had never had a bat'leth held at her throat. There was, unfortunately, nothing she could do about it for the time being. The away team had been ambushed in the tunnels by a dozen Klingon warriors armed to the teeth, and Janeway had given them unequivocal orders to surrender. Seven agreed with the Admiral's choice, but she remained unhappy with the immediate results. Seven had been agitated from the moment they entered the target's cavern. Her pent-up worry for B'Elanna and Myrrell aside, watching the creature dismember Lieutenant Campbell had been a horrific and wasteful spectacle. She had maintained her composure, yet an unfamiliar voice had stirred, demanding action. The Cahak had caused considerable pain and disruption in the lives of those she cared about, and it had to end. Sacrificing her life in a futile gesture against the superior force that had captured them, Seven realized, would not bring her any nearer her goal. The Cahak led the away team through a series of winding, downward-sloping tunnels. The shaft they chose had been invisible to her tricorder until they entered it. It was clearly a shortcut known only to the Order. The route Janeway's team had followed after confronting the target had been significantly more hazardous. The first obstacle they had encountered had been a series of swinging bridges suspended over a long chasm. Constructed of brittle wooden slats, the bridges had creaked ominously under their weight, and the team had been forced to cross them, one uneasy member at a time. Waters had been the one to discover that crouching low while walking, a difficult balancing act that was most painful to the thighs, kept the bridges steady and allowed for quicker passage. Next, they had encountered a junction where 13 shafts led in varying directions. Their tricorders were useless at aiding them in a choice, and checking each one individually was definitely a worst-case scenario. Mapplethorpe had noticed that above each shaft was an engraved marking. The tricorder had successfully translated them as Klingon pictographs, precursors of the written Klingon language, with very simple meanings like birth, honor, glory, battle, and death. Initially, this hadn't made their selection process any easier, until Janeway had observed that the orientation of the symbols suggested the path of one's life. Beginning with birth, one moved through battle to honor, glory, and ultimately death. Beyond death was a symbol, the tricorder translated as memory or history. Seven had intuited that, given the Cahak obsession with the past, this might be the right road. Because the Cahak were Klingon, Mapplethorpe had urged them toward battle, while Waters thought honor more appropriate. Finally, Janeway had pointed out that there was only one pictogram that represented a part of life that was solely the purview of women. A few hundred meters into the tunnel marked birth. They found themselves surrounded by the warriors who had taken them captive. They had reached a terminus, and each had been silently assigned 2 women to guard them, while the leaders of the warriors had inserted a bat'leth into the wall and triggered an entrance into a larger chamber. In the brief glimpse she'd had before the door had slid shut, Seven had noted a flurry of activity in the vast space beyond. She surmised the activity was connected to the distant but regular blare of what sounded like an alarm, and wondered if their presence had activated the warning system. After a few moments, the door slid open again, and Commander Locke moved quickly toward them. Before she reached them, the ground shook and particles of loose dust filled the air. "What was that?" Janeway demanded. "Undoubtedly your people are losing patience with your efforts, Admiral," Locke said briskly. "That's not Voyager," Janeway corrected her. "We're not due to check in for a few more minutes, but even if we missed that contact, they would never fire directly on this place without ascertaining that we were already dead." "We should oblige them," the warrior holding Seven suggested unhelpfully. Another warrior rushed to Locke's side and whispered something in her ear. The only word Seven could make out of the hasty communication was, "Greythor." "Take them to the holding cells," Locke ordered, and immediately the guard behind Seven dug the blunt end of her weapon into Seven's back to urge her forward. "We would prefer to fight at your side," Janeway said calmly. Locke looked back, clearly surprised by the Admiral's offer. "The warriors of Greythor have arrived," Janeway said evenly. "They have come to kill Myrrell Paris, and no one here will sit idly by while that happens. We have betrayed you "And those you hold most dear," Locke countered. "You cannot be trusted." Janeway abruptly grabbed the blade of the weapon levelled at her throat, drawing blood from her palm. She then raised her dripping hand to Locke and said, "I swear to you now that we will stand with you against those who have come to kill us all. Once they are defeated, we can discuss the fate of Miral Paris." Locke favoured Janeway with a hard stare, then drew a short sword from her belt and unflinchingly opened a gash into her left hand. Raising it, she clasped Janeway's and said, "I accept your oath." Janeway nodded grimly, and Locke turned, saying, "Follow me." Kim thought he had been well prepared for conflict. He and his security staff had drilled repeatedly on the holodeck in various combat scenarios. As Klingons made some of the most challenging opponents, they were often chosen as opponents in training simulations, exclusively, since Harry had learned of the threat posed by the warriors of Grethor. Unfortunately, the reality of this situation bore little resemblance to any of the simulations. The warriors of Grethor were vicious. They seemed to take pleasure in the gory chaos surrounding them. Their weapons of choice were variations on Klingon bat'leths, mek'leths, and shorter blades they sent whizzing through the air with alarming accuracy, though they were also armed with disruptors. It also didn't help that they were engaging them on a hillside, and for now the warriors held the higher ground. There was little usable cover. The hillside was dotted with scrub brush, and the loose soil made keeping one's feet in balance almost impossible. Harry had led his team to a rocky outcrop that offered a semblance of protection. From there, they fanned out through the brush on their bellies, looking for clear shots in an attempt to pick off as many of their foes as possible with their phaser rifles. It seemed that no matter how many they felled, there were always more. The warriors had successfully formed an impenetrable line along the ridge that led to the sanctuary's entrance. The other two Voyager teams, one led by Callus and the other by Tom, were spread out along the hillside. Their cover was equally sparse, and for every shot they managed to get off, 4 came answering back from the warriors' disruptors. In the first few minutes of battle, Harry had lost Peterson and Palizzolo, and he could see the bodies of at least 5 more security personnel lying dead on the hillside. What they needed was a way to breach the line. Settled behind a rock, and stinging from dozens of small burrs that had punctured his uniform as he crawled through the brush, Kim signaled for Ensign Ward to lay down cover fire. Ward rose and fired his volley, and Harry turned quickly, stabilized his elbows on the rock, and fired 5 clean shots, successfully picking off one of the warriors above. "This is getting us nowhere fast," Ward said grimly as he crouched, narrowly avoiding a disruptor blast that pinged off the rocks above and started a small downpour of loose grit onto Harry's head. "Harry, can you hear me?" Tom's voice shouted through Harry's comm badge. "We're pinned down about 20 meters from your position," Harry replied. "Kahless is going to swing his men wide to the left and charge that flank. Prepare to lay down cover fire." "Understood," Harry said, motioning to his team to collect themselves and hurriedly advising them of their new target. Moments later, they rose and sent a barrage of fire toward the warriors, collected at the farthest left edge of the ridge, as Kahless cried out, leading 12 of Harry's best men and women up the hill. Rhaegar and Dusan fell instantly, but the others managed to reach the line, where they immediately engaged the warriors in hand-to-hand combat. In the subsequent chaos, an opening appeared in the center of the line, as the warriors nearest the fray turned to aid their comrades. Kim ordered his team to concentrate their fire to the right of the breach, hoping to widen it while avoiding firing too close to the Starfleet officers who had charged the line. Paris's team clearly had the same idea, and within minutes the line had been successfully divided. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Tom called over the comm badge. It was time for his team to assault the line. Given their position, Tom's team would have to go first, but Harry would be on his heels. "We're right behind you," Harry replied. Kim motioned to his team to lay down cover fire. Tom's team had barely begun their ascent when a fresh group of warriors poured through the breach in their line and charged down the hillside directly toward Tom's position. "Oh, hell," Ward said in disbelief. Harry didn't have to order his men to do the obvious. They immediately turned their rifles toward the onslaught, taking down as many warriors as possible before they reached Tom's officers. And still, more were coming. Janeway stood between Seven and Waters. The dozens of women waiting at the main entrance to the sanctuary chamber had been arranged in columns, preparing to meet the warriors of Graythor, should they find their way through the maze of caverns above. An eerie calm had descended upon them. Overhead, the cry of a warrior or the clash of metal would reach their ears, but few among the ranks even flinched at the ominous sounds. With a nod, Locht, who stood at the head of the line next to B'Elanna, dispatched 20 warriors who went rushing into the tunnels above. Janeway hadn't been allowed to greet B'Elanna when she had been brought to join the ranks, but she had caught sight of Janeway and Seven, and clearly her spirits had been buoyed by their presence. Janeway was pleased that Locht had accepted her suggestion to allow B'Elanna to join their fight. Soon, the pings of disruptor blasts came echoing down, along with what sounded like a distant, steady march. It's only a matter of time now, Janeway thought, steeling her nerves with a deep breath. Stay with them, Chakotay shouted to Tare. Tuvok, keep targeting those disruptors. Bursts of angry energy flew from Voyager's phaser array as Tare maneuvered into position off the Kortar's aft bow to give Tuvok a clear shot. Unfortunately, whoever was piloting T-Krek's ship just as quickly compensated, effectively evading, once again, the potentially disabling shot. For what had seemed like hours, but in reality had only been a little over 10 minutes, Voyager and the Kortar had done this hostile dance, each unable to inflict any serious damage on the other. The only good news, apart from the fact that their shields were holding, was that Voyager had eliminated T-Krek's ability to send further reinforcements to the planet's surface. Chakotay held tight to his chair as Tale dropped Voyager's nose in a short dive, while Tuvok unleashed another barrage of phaser fire. This time, one of the Kortar's many aft-mounted cannons erupted in a ball of orange flame. "Good shot," Chakotay congratulated Tuvok. "Tare, bring us around." "Captain, another vessel is approaching at full impulse," Lasran called out, interrupting him. "Can you identify it?" But before Lasran could reply, another Klingon warship, bigger and meaner than the Kortar, appeared on the view screen and immediately opened fire upon the Kortar. "It is the Chancellor Martok's flagship, the Sword of Kahless," Tuvok's maddeningly placid voice advised Chakotay. Before Chakotay could smile in relief, Tare had adjusted their course, and Voyager joined the flagship in another barrage, which did serious damage to the Kortar's port weapons array. "The Kortar's shields are failing," Tuvok called out. Clearly outgunned, the Kortar quickly turned tail and began to maneuver out of orbit. The Sword of Kahless let loose another volley, but before it could reach the Kortar, the renegade ship had jumped to warp. "Analyze their warp trail," Chakotay ordered. "Helm, prepare to lay in a pursuit course." "Aye, sir," Tare replied. "Captain, we are being hailed," Lasran called. "On screen." The face of Martok appeared before Chakotay, grinning broadly. "Greetings, Captain Chakotay," Martok said. "A pleasure, as always, Chancellor," Chakotay replied. "While I appreciate your assistance up to this point in subduing the Kortar," Martok said pointedly, "it is no longer required." "Understood." Chakotay nodded. "It appears you have dispatched ground forces as well," Martok said. "We have. At the moment, they appear to be outnumbered. We should remedy that." "By all means." "Once my troops have been deployed," Martok said, "I will pursue the Kortar." Much as Chakotay would have liked to be the one to bring the warriors of Graythor to their end, he knew better than to deny the Chancellor his prize. "Good hunting, Chancellor," Chakotay nodded, "and thank you." "Gwapla," Martok replied, signing off. Seconds after Tuvok confirmed transport of 100 soldiers to the battlefield below, the Sword of Kahless jumped to warp in pursuit of its quarry. Knowing Martok, it would be to the ends of the known universe. "Fall back," Paris shouted. Every meter of ground he gave up was one more meter. Paris knew he would eventually have to conquer if he was ever going to see his family alive again, but it would be pointless to die standing his ground. Disruptor blasts pounded into the ground and pulverized the solid rocks dotting the hillside. Tom threw his right hand over his shoulder and wildly fired his hand phaser to discourage pursuit. The lusty cries coming from behind him had Tom doubting it was making any difference. Suddenly his right foot sank into a deep crevice, and Tom went flying face down into the dust. Despite the angry hot pain now gripping his leg, Paris forced himself to curl onto his side to keep from skidding on his stomach down the rest of the incline. His head, barely protected by his hands, hit something hard, and he came to rest in the shallow gully. Temporarily blinded by the sun, Tom automatically raised his phaser and fired wildly. The warrior who had been pursuing him dodged these aimless shots and suddenly blocked the sun, stepping into Tom's line of sight with a bat'leth raised above his head, ready to strike. Tom took better aim and fired again, but the phaser had exhausted its power supply. With a ferocious grin, the warrior began his downward stroke, and Tom pushed off the ground to his left, hoping to avoid the worst of what was coming. But the strike never came. Instead, Tom heard another loud cry, and the grisly thump of metal meeting flesh that was not his. Paris quickly scrambled to his hands and knees and looked up. The warrior who should have killed him was now teetering toward his left, as if suddenly half of his body had become too heavy for the rest to bear. A long gash ran from his right shoulder to the middle of his belly, and blood was pouring over the long blade embedded in his gut. Behind this grim spectacle stood another Klingon, who proceeded to pull his blade, a mek'leth, now that Tom could see it more clearly, from his victim. The slain warrior fell to his side, mere inches from Tom's head. With a curt nod to Tom, the victor then turned and hurried back up the hill toward a pair of Starfleet officers who were fighting hand-to-hand against a single Klingon attacker. "What's happening?" Tom wondered dizzily. Either he'd hit his head harder than he realized, or something had changed. Tom tried to rise, but his right ankle wouldn't hold his weight. A sharp pain in his right leg also suggested that his recent surgery might need another look when all was said and done. He steadied himself on the boulder that rested at the lip of the gully and looked out over the hillside. He could easily pick out the few Starfleet officers still standing in the melee, but now Klingons were also fighting Klingons. Has there been a mutiny in the last few minutes? Tom wondered. Not that he minded. Any port in this storm would do just fine. Then he realized that most of the Klingons now rampaging over the hill were wearing the distinctive black and silver of the Klingon Defense Force, as opposed to the antiquated uniforms of the warriors of Greythor. Suddenly, Harry was rushing to his side. He was cradling his right arm in his left, and his uniform was torn in several places, many of which seeped fresh blood, but otherwise his injuries appeared to be superficial. "Who are these guys?" Harry asked breathlessly when he reached Tom. "They transported in just behind the ridgeline, and I figured we were done for." "That would be the cavalry, Harry," Paris said with a smile. Tom had always enjoyed John Ford's movies. The first two warriors to reach the entrance of the sanctuary were quickly dispatched by the women on the front line. One was beheaded by a single swipe of a bat'leth, and the second struggled valiantly for a few moments before being surrounded by 4 Kohak with equally lethal agendas. As the ranks around her began to disperse, Janeway wondered why they weren't using the disruptors on their belts. Killing was killing, and it didn't seem to be less or more honorable whether done by blade or blast. But watching the Kohak engage hand to hand, she realized that they had been well trained for hundreds of years in ancient battle techniques. As the next wave of unfortunate warriors poured into the entrance, braying like wild animals, the women met their force with serene composure, moving fiercely, decidedly, and with great effect. The Admiral clutched her phaser rifle tightly, prepared to fire at the first open shot. Soon enough, disruptor blasts began to fly throughout the cavern, and the ranks broke as everyone moved either to engage or to seek cover. Janeway planted herself behind an overturned desk that had been pulled from a nearby work area and took aim at the sanctuary entrance. Firing well above the heads of the women battling there, she managed to take down one warrior who was rushing into the fray. She aimed again, only to have her shot spoiled by an insistent tugging on her arm. Turning, she saw Seven, her rifle tossed over her shoulder, gesturing toward an opening in the cavern to her far right. Janeway barely had time to glimpse B'Elanna disappearing into it, alone. The battle raged around them. To their credit, the Quahak Hoch had things well in hand. Janeway could clearly see Maplethorpe and Waters in the middle of the fracas, teaming up on one disarmed warrior with their fists. "B'Elanna might need our assistance," Seven said urgently. Janeway nodded and, following Seven, ducked and dodged her way through the chaos toward the tunnel. B'Elanna had disappeared down. Over the din of battle raging above, B'Elanna strained to hear any sound that might reveal Miral's whereabouts. She doubted seriously that the Quahak Hoch had left her daughter unattended. Ripping the backleth Locke had armed her with, B'Elanna refused to give her worries full rein. B'Elanna hurried past the cell she had been held in and followed the darkened hall to a dead end. Doubling back, she heard footsteps approaching and ducked into the shadows, raising her weapon to strike. She paused when an urgent whisper met her ears. "B'Elanna?" It was Admiral Janeway. B'Elanna quickly stepped into the path of Janeway and Seven of Nine. "I'm here." B'Elanna greeted Janeway with a quick hug so intense it might have cracked a rib. "Thank you for coming." She looked at Seven. "Both of you." "How did you convince Locked to allow you to join the fight?" B'Elanna asked. "It's a long story," Janeway replied hastily, "but suffice it to say that while it might be a good day to die, I'd much prefer we all get out of here in one piece." "We have to find Miral," B'Elanna said quickly. "Do you have any idea where she's being held?" Janeway asked. B'Elanna shook her head in frustration. "She has to be down here, but the rest of these cells are empty." Seven had already pulled out her tricorder and was scanning the walls diligently. "Anything?" Janeway asked. "These rocks, just as those above, are quite efficient at blocking our scans," Seven replied. "I know she's here," B'Elanna insisted. "Admiral," Seven said, pausing at a section of the wall opposite the cell that had been B'Elanna's. "What is it?" "I'm not sure," Seven replied, raising her hand and running it gingerly over what looked like solid rock. "There are faint energy readings emanating from this wall. This might be the power source for those force fields." B'Elanna hurried to her side and mimicked her movements. When B'Elanna touched the wall, an interface panel that had been shrouded suddenly appeared. "It must be set to activate only by a Klingon," Seven surmised. B'Elanna was frantically searching the display for any indication of Miral's whereabouts. Finally, in frustration, she raised her backleth and drove it into the panel, which immediately spouted forth a hail of sparks. Seconds later, the solid wall at the end of the cavern vanished to reveal 12 Quahak Hoch warriors standing in an unbroken circle around one warrior who clutched a struggling Miral in her arms. "Crude, but effective," Seven noted as she and Janeway leveled their rifles at the warriors. "Give me my daughter," B'Elanna bellowed. The women stood in tense, defiant silence. "She's not going to ask nicely again," Janeway warned. "B'Elanna Torres," another voice shouted from the corridor. Wheeling around, B'Elanna saw Commander Locked rushing toward them. "Don't make me kill these people," B'Elanna said furiously. "I'm taking my daughter back, and I really don't care anymore who is standing in my way." Janeway and Seven moved to stand beside B'Elanna, while still keeping their weapons trained on Miral's guardians. "The warriors of Greythor who discovered the sanctuary are all but defeated," Locke said. "But more will come. We must all leave this place at once." "If we can reach the surface safely, Voyager will be able to transport us out," Janeway suggested. Locke turned her most intimidating glare upon the Admiral. "You swore to stand with us in battle," Locke cautioned Janeway. "Your life is forfeit if you break that oath." "Well, you're welcome to try and take it from me," Janeway replied. "But as far as I'm concerned, we fulfill that oath." The only issue now is what will become of Mirrell. And what of the oath you swore to me on Borth? B'Elanna demanded of Locke. I swore only to serve you faithfully until your daughter was found, Locke replied. That too has been done. She stepped toward B'Elanna, clearly hoping to make her see reason. B'Elanna, you must listen to me. The scrolls say that only the Kohak Hoch will be able to protect the Kuvama. Join us, and there will never again be a need to keep you from Mirrell. B'Elanna shook her head in disbelief. Determination was one thing, but it was a fine line between that and the lunacy of Locke's suggestion. If you are referring to the scrolls of Gar, they say nothing of the kind, Seven interrupted, correcting Locke. Locke turned fiercely on Seven. Do not presume to teach me the truths of the faith to which I have dedicated my life. Seven is right, B'Elanna said, her eyes suddenly blazing with relief. The scrolls never mention the Kohak Hoch at all. They refer numerous times to those who remember, Locke insisted. But who is to say that they meant you? B'Elanna replied. Your order wasn't founded until almost 1,000 years after Garg wrote those words, and the founders of the order may have chosen the name Kohak Hoch simply because they intended to fulfill the prophecy. In my experience, fate doesn't give a damn about our intentions. Janeway added. I can't join you, Locke, B'Elanna went on. But I understand now what awaits Morale when she is grown, and I'll prepare her for it. There is nothing I will not sacrifice to see that she lives long enough to avert this curse, should it come to that. It is also possible that by bringing the genetic defect to light, Klingon scientists may discover another solution, Seven suggested. Perhaps the true purpose of your work has been to reveal this threat long before it might otherwise have been discovered. You may already have protected the Kuvama, not from those who wish to kill her, but from the destiny that was foretold. Seven has a point, Janeway added. If you were to share your findings with the Klingon Empire and other Federation scientists, they would certainly be willing to devote whatever resources are necessary to reversing this genetic defect. Listen to them, Locke, B'Elanna pleaded. Didn't Amar say that the only thing more dangerous than a secret was those who keep it? No, Locke replied. Amar said that a secret's only danger was in the keeping of it. I don't see the difference, B'Elanna said, shaking her head. Locke paused, clearly torn by B'Elanna's words. Nor do I, she finally agreed somberly. In all the months you studied on Borth, B'Elanna, I never believed you had learned a thing, she went on. Perhaps I was mistaken. Paris stood in the transporter room, shaking with a combination of fatigue and relief. Harry and the Emperor were by his side. Kahless had already congratulated them heartily on a battle well fought, but Tom knew that had it not been for the timely appearance of Martok's men, they would all have been torn to shreds on that hillside. He could see from Harry's haunted expression that visions of the battle would probably populate his nightmares for many days to come. Finally, the familiar whine of the transporter sounded, and the forms of Janeway, Seven, Waters, and Mapplethorpe appeared before them. Tom's heart sank as the group hustled to clear the transporter pad until, moments later, a second transport brought B'Elanna, Morale, and Locke to Voyager. Tom could barely see through the tears that now poured freely from his eyes the heart-rending vision of his daughter, clinging tightly to B'Elanna. B'Elanna rushed to his arms and Tom quickly embraced them both. Only Morale's cry of discomfort forced him to loosen his hold. Morale began to wail in earnest, and it was the most beautiful sound Tom had ever heard. "Hello, baby," Tom said softly, gently caressing Morale's head as he kept his other arm wrapped firmly around B'Elanna's waist. Morale's eyes fixed on his face, and she paused briefly as her cries turned to dismayed hiccups. "Did you miss your daddy?" Tom asked lovingly. "We both did," B'Elanna said softly. Tom turned to B'Elanna and kissed her hungrily. "Let's never do this again," he whispered the second his lips were free. B'Elanna was about to reply when Myrrell demanded their full attention by shouting at the top of her little lungs, "Da!" Tom focused on her instantly, unable to believe what he had just heard. "Da!" "Da," Myrrell said again, opening her arms wide and reaching out to her father. October 23, 78. "How did it go?" Catherine demanded the moment she opened the door of her San Francisco apartment to Chakotay. "I could use a drink," Chakotay replied. "That bad?" Given the less than optimal series of events of the past 2 weeks, following directly on the heels of the battle at Signet 4, Chakotay thought his hearing with Admirals Montgomery, Upton, and Batiste had gone reasonably well. But the worry lines creasing Catherine's brow clearly indicated that she had feared the worst. "All things considered," Chakotay said as she gestured toward the small dining table, which had been set for 2, "I think the PAMA was very understanding." Catherine stared in disbelief as she accepted a glass of Merlot Chakotay offered before pouring his own. "Define understanding," she requested as she sat on the sofa and fortified herself with a generous sip. Taking this as a cue that the dinner she had replicated for them would go down better over less serious conversation, Chakotay followed Catherine's lead and took a seat beside her. "They were, of course, seriously displeased with my failure to complete the mission to Karovi." "You did try," Catherine said defensively. "I did," Chakotay nodded, "but apparently I don't get any points for trying." In fact, the moment his crew had been safely returned to Voyager, Chakotay had immediately set course for Karovi in hope that they would arrive before the Changeling's trial had concluded. There were far too many Klingon Defense Force warriors remaining on the planet for Voyager to accommodate, so Kallus had offered to remain on Signet 4 with them. A brisk communication with the Klingon authorities had assured the captain that a ship would be dispatched immediately to collect Martok's soldiers. To Chakotay's amazement, Kallus had also agreed to accept Commander Locht back into his service as his personal guard. She had remained on the planet, no doubt doing what she could to assess the damages sustained by the Kohak Hoch at the hands of the warriors of Grathor. Last Chakotay had heard, the Kortar had continued to elude Martok, though several ships in the Klingon fleet had joined the hunt. This loose end troubled Chakotay considerably, because he knew it would cause B'Elanna and Tom no end of worry. As soon as Voyager had entered Karovian space, they had been met by an armed fleet of vessels and ordered to turn back. Chakotay was advised that the changeling they had come to interrogate was dead, and their presence was no longer required or welcomed. Based on his last conversation with Montgomery, Chakotay had feared that the Karovian government had caved to public pressure and executed their prisoner. Janeway had used some of her back-channel contacts to learn that the changeling had actually attempted to escape custody just before the trial began and had been killed. Given the fact that you helped uncover a serious threat to the health and well-being of the Klingon Empire, I would have hoped that the panel would at least understand your decision to delay the mission to Karovi. It's not as if you could have known that the changeling would be killed before you arrived, Catherine argued. They rightly pointed out that I made my choice to alter course based on my personal relationship with B'Elanna and Myrrell. I didn't know that by pursuing that course, I would be providing assistance to our allies. So even though the mission was an unqualified success, they're still concerned about my judgment. Chakotay replied. That's ridiculous, Janeway said, as if she were the one whose judgment was being called into question. As she had backed Chakotay every step of the way between Earth and Signet 4, in a manner of speaking it was. I actually believe I was spared a harsher punishment because Martok sent an official commendation to Starfleet for my meritorious service to the Empire, expressing his gratitude for our assistance and noting Tom Paris's diplomatic skills. Catherine actually chuckled at this. How thoughtful of him. And I'm also willing to bet that you're in more trouble over this mess than I am. The Admiral rose from the couch and moved to gaze out the window. Finally, she replied, You let me worry about my troubles, all right? Chakotay set his wine glass on the table and sat up, studying her face. She was smiling faintly, but there was a glint of steel in her eyes that was usually reserved for battle. I did advise the admirals that I take full responsibility for the mission, its accomplishments and its failures, he said seriously. That's very kind of you, but we both know that's not how it works, she said with a sigh. I was the ranking officer. I think they expected me to drag you to Karovi, kicking and screaming, if that's what it took. Failing that, I should have assumed command and followed their orders over your protests. It's too bad they don't know you better than that. And it's comforting that you do. After a pause, Catherine was obviously ready to change the subject. I understand the Dr. Seven, and Dr. Kaz presented a joint report to the High Council outlining their findings, and their analysis will be studied further. The Doctor in particular is quite optimistic that with further research they will be able to find a cure for this so-called curse of the gods. Are Seven and the Doctor back at the Institute then? Chakotay asked. Catherine nodded. Though I'm not sure how long that will last. You noticed the tension between them too. Hard to miss it. The Institute is lucky to have them, but I think it will be best in the long term for both of them to broaden their horizons, she said. At any rate, I'm not sure that pure theoretical research is the best use of either of their considerable abilities. Did you have something else specific in mind? Chakotay asked. Not really. She shook her head ponderously. Chakotay sensed a weariness in her that was usually reserved for her more introspective moments. I owe you my thanks, Catherine, he said gently, and not just for backing me up with command. By my count, we're a long way from even, she responded enigmatically. At first, Chakotay didn't know how to take this, but she clarified when she saw his puzzled expression. You had my back every single day we spent in the Delta Quadrant, even when you didn't agree with me, she said thoughtfully. That was my job. Catherine paused. It was more than that. Chakotay allowed her statement to hang unanswered in the air between them. Beyond this point lay dragons, and both of them knew it. Much as he wanted to open his heart, experience had taught him caution, especially when it came to Catherine. I'm sorry, she said, shaking her head ruefully. I've spent the last 4 days with Captain Eden, reliving in gory detail every single thing I could remember, and a lot of things I wanted to forget, about the Delta Quadrant. Chakotay finally understood what had triggered her mood. His sessions with Eden had been equally arduous, but more than a month had passed since then, and he'd been too busy in the interim to dwell on the tangle of emotions those interviews had forced to the surface of his mind. Now, more than ever, he was content to leave those things in the past. What mattered was the future. Do you have any idea why Starfleet is digging into all of this now? He asked. It's been almost a year, and it seems like an abrupt policy change, especially when you consider how cursory their review was when we first got home. It was the first question that had come to mind when he'd met with Eden, and one that she had consistently evaded answering. Catherine's eyes met his, and he was immediately concerned by the hint of fear that flickered there. I don't know anything for certain, she said, choosing her words carefully. Let's just say I've heard some decidedly unpleasant rumors. Chakotay knew better than to ask more, though he was positively dying to do so. Have you received new orders yet? She asked. Actually, yes, he replied. Our next illustrious mission is a diplomatic transport to Cesta's Eye. It's not even an ambassador. We're ferrying key staff members. I'm trying not to take it personally, he went on. After that hearing today, I can't help but feel they're trying to keep me on a short leash until they're certain they didn't make a mistake by giving me command of Voyager. I wouldn't be surprised if our next several missions are equally inspiring. Be careful what you wish for, Catherine tossed back. Again, Chakotay had the sense that there was something really troubling her that she could not or would not share right now. How about you? He asked, knowing full well she would continue to deflect his interest until she was good and ready. After acknowledging my more serious lapses, My fellow admirals gave me a slap on the wrist for failing to read communiques in a timely manner, and for ordering Tuvok to steal that bat'leth. I'm pretty sure I'll be chained to my desk for the foreseeable future. They'll have to make those chains out of titanium if they expect to hold you there, Chakotay teased. Don't count on it, Catherine replied seriously. In fact, I think we'd both do well to lay low and toe the line, at least for a while. Starfleet Command can be patient, but not infinitely so. Chakotay nodded, before doing his best to bring some levity to the moment. Didn't Tuvok return the bat'leth to its rightful owner on his way back to Earth? He asked. You didn't order him to steal it so much as borrow it, right? Catherine smiled. He did. He told me he'd given his word, and you know how Tuvok is about promises. Chakotay knew all too well. Duty and honor weren't just words to Tuvok. They defined the man. Did he ever fully brief you on his mission to retrieve the bat'leth? Chakotay wondered aloud. No, she replied. He seemed almost, I guess, embarrassed isn't the right word, but I believe there's more to the story there than either of us will ever know. Has summer session begun at the Academy? In a few days. Janeway smiled. I'm sure Tuvok is back to doing his usual exceptional job, even if his students don't see it that way right now. It was fun having him at tactical again, Chakotay mused. I bet it was, Catherine said nostalgically. There was a brief lull, as Chakotay was struck by the realization that only a few weeks ago, those nearest and dearest to him had once again been united in facing a common foe. It was hard to accept the idea that it was probably the last time that would ever be true again. The future beckoned. I don't know about you, but I'm starved, Chakotay finally said. Then you're in luck, Catherine said, rising and moving toward the table. Chakotay bit back the response that came immediately to mind. Luck probably wasn't the right word when it came to Catherine's cooking. He would never refuse an invitation, simply for the company. Coffee was the only consumable item Catherine ever did justice to without a replicator's help, and even then the results were sometimes iffy at best. He looked up in time to see the Admiral glaring at him mischievously. Clearly she'd been reading his mind. I was talking with Mother earlier this afternoon. She sends her regards, by the way, and when I told her you were coming for dinner and that I was making her stew, she insisted on preparing it herself and transporting it over. She still doesn't trust me with the replicator at home, let alone anything made from scratch. Chakotay tried not to let his relief show. That was very kind of her, he said diplomatically. Please pass along my thanks. Shut up, Catherine said curtly. Yes, ma'am. Julia and Owen Paris sat in their living room, trying to ignore the muted shouting that had been coming from Tom and Bialana's upstairs room for the last hour. Miral was snoring softly in Julia's arms. When Julia had received word that both Bialana and Miral were safe and would be returning to Earth with Tom, she had doubted her ears. She had given up her husband for lost on more than one occasion, and spent 4 long years in limbo, wondering if she would ever learn of her son's fate, only to have him restored to her. Cheating death once again had seemed like too much to ask of fate. But somehow, her son had performed a miracle, and her beloved granddaughter was sleeping peacefully while her parents were turning what should have been a time of grateful celebration into further strife. Julia shook her head in frustration. Didn't they realize how precious life was? Didn't they understand that every moment they were given to spend together was a blessing? Whatever they were disagreeing about amounted to nothing in the face of the alternative. Perhaps this was a truth one learned only with time. But if youth was wasted on the young, the wisdom of age didn't have to be. Julia turned to Owen. She saw that his thoughts mirrored hers and wondered at the fact that they didn't need to say a word for her to know this. Their hearts were safe in one another's keeping, and their deepest fears, dreams, and desires were so entwined it was impossible to know where one's began and the other's ended. Julia moved to gently transfer Miral to her husband's arms, but he stayed her, placing a soft hand on her knee. He stared into her eyes, offering love and reassurance, kissed her lightly on the cheek, then rose and turned toward the staircase. "This is getting us nowhere," Tom said wearily. "That's because you're not listening to me," B'Elanna insisted. "Just tell me what you want to do," Tom replied, sitting dejectedly on the end of their bed. "It's not that simple." It could be, Tom thought. Tom couldn't believe that after surviving one of the most brutal series of events imaginable, they had emerged unscathed, but were now at more deeply entrenched cross-purposes than they had been when Miral was still a prisoner of the Quahak Huk. "I can't go back to Voyager with you," B'Elanna said. "I think we've established that," Tom shot back. He knew Chakotay would be thrilled to have her in engineering, even just in a part-time advisory capacity, and since Miral was still an infant, they had at least a couple of years together before her education would become a serious concern. It seemed like the perfect and obvious solution, until he had suggested it to his wife as a fait accompli. "And I can't possibly stay here," B'Elanna added unnecessarily. Tom's parents would have jumped at the chance to have B'Elanna and Miral stay with them, until they'd found other, more permanent lodgings. This was the only suggestion that seemed more unpalatable to B'Elanna than returning to active duty. "Again, I agree." "What do you want to do?" Tom said. He was exhausted. They'd been trampling over this ground for days and seemed no closer to a compromise. At this point, if she'd said she wanted to join a circus, he would have seriously considered the idea. Anything but this never-ending argument. They were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Both turned at the sound, guilt and grief clear on their faces. B'Elanna recovered first and threw Tom a look that said, "Get rid of them." Before Tom could even rise to greet whichever of his parents was on the other side, the door opened and Owen stepped into the room. "Hi, Dad," Tom said, resigned. "Is Miral all right?" B'Elanna asked softly. "She's fine," Owen replied. "It's you two I'm worried about." "We'll be all right, Dad," Tom said, rising to face his father. "We've just got a few things to work out." Owen stared hard at his son, then turned an equally disappointed face to B'Elanna. "You have no idea how lucky you both are," Owen said softly. "You have your health, your family, and your whole lives in front of you. I understand that reasonable people can disagree from time to time, and you've had more than your fair share of challenges to overcome, but this is not the way two people who love and respect one another behave." "Owen," B'Elanna began, but he silenced her with a glance. "You have just been given a second chance at a life together. The threat of losing your daughter should have brought you closer to one another. Instead, it seems to be tearing you apart. And for the life of me, I can't understand why you don't see that you're both throwing away happiness with both hands. Every single thing I have ever achieved with my life, my work, and my family would feel meaningless without my wife by my side. Powers rise and fall. Leaders come and go. History makes a mockery of our best-laid plans. In the end, you are left with only those things you have shared with one another. The bond you created when you decided to marry is sacred and not to be taken lightly. If you nurture it, it will sustain you through the darkness. But if you treat it carelessly, if you allow the safe haven of your life together to become a battlefield, it will never survive. For the sake of the child you created, and for the sake of the love that brought you together in the first place, you must learn to disagree with one another patiently. There is a solution to whatever obstacle you are facing right now, and I guarantee you it will be easier to find if you work together." Owen paused to let his words sink in. "Good night," he said softly, and left the room without a backward glance. Tom watched him go, then moved toward B'Elanna and took her in his arms. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "So am I." They held one another long enough for their hearts to find the same calm rhythm. "Let's sleep on it," Tom suggested. "Maybe in the morning." B'Elanna silenced him with a gentle kiss. 3 hours later, as Tom slept deeply, B'Elanna rose from their bed and slipped quietly from the room. Miral was sleeping in a crib in Owen and Julia's room. They had suggested this when Tom and B'Elanna had come to stay a week earlier, and it seemed like a good idea at the time, though B'Elanna still slept fitfully when Miral was not nestled beside her. Tom's parents rightly believed that their son and daughter-in-law needed at least a few nights of uninterrupted rest. B'Elanna had agreed at first, but had quickly become impatient, unable to put into words the panic that still choked her when she awakened abruptly in the darkness and Miral was not there. After pausing briefly at Owen and Julia's bedroom door and peeking her head into the small opening to see Miral sleeping, B'Elanna crept downstairs to Owen's private office and quickly worked the campanel. After a few moments, the face of Kalis appeared on the screen on Owen's desk. When they had parted, he had provided her with a secured frequency on which he assured her he could always be reached. They had spoken almost daily since then. "Is there any word yet from Martok?" was always B'Elanna's first question. "No," Kalis replied. "The Chancellor can search from now until the end of days, but he will not find the Kortar. Even if he does, as long as one warrior of Grathor still lives, the Duktad resting at your throat will remain. I keep trying to explain that to Tom, but he thinks I'm being irrational." "Do not fault him, B'Elanna," Kalis chided her. "He is not Klingon. He does not understand tenacity the way we do. He is a brave man and a valiant warrior, but he is only human." B'Elanna's deepest wish since the day she'd realized that she was half Klingon and half human had been to be only human. Tonight she would have sacrificed anything to make it so. "Then you still believe they will come after Miral again?" The warriors of Grathor have spent 1,000 years with a single purpose. They will work daily to fulfill that purpose until the last of the Koh-Hakoch and the Kuvamag are dead. B'Elanna's heart rose to her throat. Angry tears threatened to pour forth. "Wherever I go, I am placing the lives of those I love at risk," B'Elanna said, finally putting into simple words the truth she had been trying to make Tom see for days. "Then we must find a way to make them believe that your child is dead," Kalis said simply. His words stung like a sharp slap. "How are we going to do that?" "It will take time and planning, but it must be done," Kalis assured her. B'Elanna could not imagine what might be necessary to pull off such a deception, but she had been floating in a dark sea of indecision for so many days, with fear her only constant companion. The Emperor's plan, any plan, was a life-saving rope tossed to her only seconds before drowning. "What do I have to do first?" she asked. She could not have been more surprised by the Emperor's response. "I want you to tell me everything you know of the mobile emitter that your holographic friend uses to travel independently," Kalis replied. The explanation would take hours, but it would be more productive than tossing and turning beside her sleeping husband. With the refreshing reality of a simple question before her, to which she knew the answer, B'Elanna began to speak.